My Itching Scales, The Magical Misfits, Book 3. Written by Bridget E. Baker. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya, Kurt Bonham, Carrie Height, Jeremy Carlisle Parker, Sura Sue, and Andrew Tell.
1. Roxana. When Minerva bangs on the door, I startle. I've been living here for quite some time now, and she has never, not ever, not even one single time banged on the bathroom door. "You all right in there?" Her voice sounds strained. "Sorry," I say. "Am I taking too long?" "The thing is, I had breakfast tacos before I went to sleep, and I just woke up and—" Giggles flutters outside the window above the shower. Then she taps her beak on the glass. I retuck the towel underneath my armpit and open the door. Whoa! Minerva's shoulders droop and her eyes widen. "What's wrong?" She's seen me in a towel a dozen times, so that's not it. I blink. "Does my hair look bad?" I smooth my hand over it self-consciously. I've never used a blow dryer before, but I wanted to make sure I looked nice. Technically, I've been on several dates. Dad found me an escort for every school dance, but it was never someone I chose. It was never someone I could choose. I was, more or less, a walking prize. I'm finally going on a date with Lionel, and it feels like it really matters. He's stepped in to help me several times now, and even if I'm pretty unsure of his real intentions and feelings, he's a good-looking, powerful, and rich man, and he seems to genuinely be interested. "Your hair looks fine," Minerva blinks. "It's totally fine." I hope you're not just being polite, because I spent so much time getting ready that I barely have time to slide into my dress and shoes before he gets here. "I doubt Lionel would complain if you wore that towel." Minerva's lips compress, and then she rolls her eyes. "Speaking of, longer than you've ever spent? How long was that exactly?" She's eyeing my makeup, my hair, and my polished fingernails and toenails. "I painted my nails last night," I say, "but I spent 20 minutes after my shower blow-drying my hair and putting on mascara. It's a little embarrassing. Sorry you had to wait on me." Minerva's voice sounds strangely high and squeaky when she says, "Just don't let it happen again. 20 whole minutes is a little excessive." She's smiling when she brushes past me into the bathroom. Then she switches on the fan. If she hadn't already told me about the tacos, I'd have known to steer clear of the bathroom for a while from the sound of the fan. Flipping that on is like a warning sign or something. At first, after she discovered her father might be Akiro, I was worried. I thought Minerva might change. I kind of felt nervous that maybe I didn't really know her at all. But it's been 2 days since the discovery, and she's the same as she's ever been. Nerdy, well-intentioned, and a little overeager. And she still needs a bathroom fan after eating breakfast tacos. Not angelic in any ways I can pinpoint. Once I reach my room, I hang my towel over a chair and slide into my clothes. I can't exactly wear a bra with this dress, but I make sure my underwear's nice and grandmotherly. Bevon told me that's the key to making sure a good first date doesn't go too far. It's nice to have friends to share these tidbits. The dress I picked is meant to turn heads. It's bright, fire lizard red, and it has sequins and sparkly beads sewn all around the strapless bodice. It fits me like a glove. And it should. It was custom designed for me by Dior, one of the most famous wizarding families of all time. Now that Mom and Dad know I'm here, Mom actually snuck some of my clothes over by private courier. I have no idea whether Dad knows that she's helping me survive on my own, but it does make it easier to dress appropriately for a date with one of the most prestigious wizards in the world. I'm trying to decide whether to pull my hair up or leave it down when my cheek starts to itch again. I've had small patches of golden scales that sort of shimmer into existence and disappear at odd times my entire life. They always appear in the same places, and as luck would have it, they've all been in places that don't look too bad. My left cheek near my eye, my neck on the same side, my right shoulder, my left hip, my right calf, the top of my left foot. That's why I always use gold-toned makeup. Don't want to clash. It's hardly surprising my scales are gold. Though I never met him, I've heard that Grandpa, Mom's father, had golden scales, and so does Dad. Recently, ever since I flung that stupid fireball, my scales have started showing up more regularly, and when they do, they also itch. It's really, really annoying. Even though I can't shift, my scales are real dragon scales. Diamond-hard fingernails notwithstanding, it's really hard to scratch them hard enough to get any relief. I'm really going to town on my right shoulder when someone walks into the family room. Hello? Everyone decent? It's Clark. I slide into my black strappy sandals and walk out. Minerva's in the bathroom, I say, but we're all dressed. Tacos, he grimaces. I wondered about that when I saw her with the bag. Who eats tacos in the morning? They were breakfast tacos, I say. That's the dumbest idea Texas has ever had. Clark shakes his head. But Minerva has always loved spicy foods, even though they never agree with her. She was really dumping on the hot sauce, I say. Hey, are you all right? Clark's brow furrows, and he ducks his head, walking closer to me. I mean, you look amazing, but... He points. I glance down at my shoulder, where I've scratched a huge furrow in my skin. Ugh. Blood's dripping down my arm. It looks worse than it feels, at least. Who did that? Clark's jaws set, and his eyes flash. What happened? I brush past him, heading for the kitchen and a paper towel. Nothing. No one. I sigh. I did it to myself. Why? He has pivoted around and followed me over. Do you want a healing charm? I nod. Yes, please. How did I not already know that those exist? He rummages around in his over-the-shoulder bag. My best healing potions are these creams I made for some fungi you can only get in Botswana. I quirk one eyebrow as I swipe at the nasty gash with a towel. He holds out a little glass jar. Voila! I reach for it. He says, moving his hand back just a bit too far for me to reach. Before I hand this over, you have to tell me more about how it happened. Part of the treatment. I sigh. My scales have started... I drop my voice. Itching. It's embarrassing. This doesn't always happen? He frowns, handing me the cream absently. It's new? Xander and I agreed not to tell anyone about the fireball, and I'm assuming that extends even to close friends. At least, I think it does. So I nod. Yup. Like, how new? Today? Or when did it start? I shrug. A few days ago. I've always been able to shoot sparks, but since I dove in front of that dragona who was trying to kill you, they've gotten stronger. And you couldn't even create sparks when we were facing down the werewolves, right? Clark's eyebrows rise. That was embarrassing, actually. It's been a rough few days for me. There's a reason I delayed this date with Lionel. Yeah, I'm not really in control of my fire-sparking ability, but I do think the power behind it has gone up. Interesting. Clark frowns again. I'll have to look into dragona-specific creams and potions and see whether I can find something for itchy scales. And can you keep this between us? I ask. I'd really rather not have. Clark nods his head, cutting me off. Of course, say no more, and neither will I. He can be a little annoying, but he's a good friend. Thank you. And now that you're no longer bleeding, can I just say, wow? I laugh. You can, thanks. This all for Lionel? He sighs heavily. That guy just rubs me the wrong way. Me too, sometimes, I admit. I'm hoping to figure out whether it's just who he is or whether it's something he can curb. Clark purses his lips, but he doesn't offer an opinion. Where's he taking you? I shrug. He should really give you a heads up on that, even if it's just dinner or an activity or a formality level. How are you supposed to know whether you're dressed appropriately or... He trails off. I guess you'll stand out no matter what, so being a little overdressed isn't as big of a deal. I can't help laughing. It's a blessing and a curse, believe me. Maybe more of a blessing, though, Minerva says, coming out of the bathroom wrapped in a fuzzy blue towel. I don't bother arguing. Unless someone has spent their life being treated as though their only value is in their appearance, they won't get how demoralizing it feels. At that moment, though, there's a knock on the front door. Minerva squeaks and shoots through the family room toward her bedroom. 1 second, she says rather shrilly. Time for your date. Clark's lips compress to a flat line. He's almost 10 minutes early, but it probably is Lionel. Who else would knock? It's not like we ordered a pizza. He's not that bad, I whisper. It'll be fine. Agree to disagree, he says. I'm smiling as I open the door to Xander. Why are you knocking? His expression's strange. I've always just walked in, but now that we're all part of a pack, I thought I should try to honor a few of the traditional niceties. I'm just trying to offer you all some space. You're being strange, Clark says. Just walk in. If Minerva says the same thing, then I will, Xander says. Xander? Minerva walks out. For the love of toadstools, why in the world did you knock? Don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack. A heart attack? Xander asks. Why? I thought you were that pretentious, officious, rude mage who's coming to pick up Roxana. You forgot overbearing, obscenely wealthy, and staggeringly handsome. Lionel pokes his head around Xander's shoulder. Xander startles, and disturbingly quiet. Lionel wiggles his fingers, a bright yellow stone flashing a bit. When you're insanely wealthy, you can buy all sorts of neat toys. This one lets me move around without making a sound or projecting a smell. He taps a small silver ring on his right pinky. When I turned 20, I couldn't decide whether I wanted another house on the beach or this. He shakes his head. But the taxes in Martha's Vineyard have gone crazy. And who really needs 3 beach houses? Who needs 2? Xander asks. Yeah. Minerva folds her arms, glaring. Who does need 2? Lionel arches one eyebrow. Obviously, you need a small one for intimate gatherings, somewhere you feel comfortable with just a few close friends, and a large one for when you're hosting a real party. Clark snorts. Right, obviously. Roxana, you look... Lionel whistles. Absolutely spectacular. Every time I think you can't possibly look any more amazing, you do. I don't know, Xander mutters. I like when she's wearing ratty pajamas on a t-shirt. Lionel's lips curls. You would, mutt. I shake my head. Nope. Sorry. Lionel half bows. I forget sometimes that they're your friends. No, you don't, Clark says. Lionel sighs. No, I suppose I don't. I do cognitively wish I could forget. I suddenly have an idea for a gift for you, I say. Lionel smiles, his head whipping toward mine. You do? I nod slowly. I saw a normie using one just the other day on their Labrador Retriever. They said it would not stop jumping up on people, so they had no choice. It's called a shock collar. I tapped the base of my throat. With one little zap, they immediately remind it when it does something that's unacceptably rude. I feel like that might be the only way to turn you into someone who wouldn't embarrass me around my friends. Touché, Lionel says. I'll admit that your education in the social graces far outstrips mine. I promise to listen carefully to your suggestions going forward. We'll see about that, I say. As much fun as this is, we should probably go, Lionel says. If I'm late for my reservation, Jacques will call my dad. Jacques? Who the heck is that? He's the head chef at Luminesse, Lionel says. But don't share that info around. It's a secret. He presses his index finger to his mouth and makes a shushing sound. Wait, that place is real? Minerva's mouth dangles open. What place? Xander asks. It's an invisible floating restaurant over the center of Central Park, Lionel says. Of course it exists. Only top-level mages are allowed to enter, Clark says. It's invite only. What does top-level mean anyway? Minerva asks. If you have to ask, you aren't one, Lionel says. There's allegedly a test, Clark says. Once you demonstrate that you might have enough raw power, a mentor contacts you. And if they feel you're ready, they put their membership in this organization on the line by recommending you. If you fail the test, they're removed and you don't get in. Minerva blinks. That's not quite right, Lionel says. But it's close enough for this group. The restaurant is members only. He winks at me as we walk out the door. Lucky for you, your boyfriend's both a member and a top-level mage. When we reach the sidewalk, I realize he's parked his McLaren 750S right on the curb. This is a no-parking zone, I say. Weren't you worried you'd be towed? Lionel laughs as he presses the button to open the door. What, you have a no-ticket charm? I have a no-towing charm. He winks. The tickets I ignore. Thanks to my dad's McLaren, I know to stand behind the door so I'm not hit as it opens upward. Something occurs to me then, and I pause as I'm climbing into the passenger seat. What are your fancy Mages Only members going to think about you bringing a dragona princess with you? His grin's broad. My dad's the president, so they won't think much. He circles the car and slides into his seat. Except, it will tell them that I'm not messing around. I've never taken another woman there, which means you're clearly someone I care about. His eyes are intense as they meet mine. My heart accelerates a bit, but I'm not sure how much of that's from my own nervous fear. I'm not accustomed to going to places I'm not welcome, and until recently, I never went to places where I wasn't wanted. Except the wolf packs with Xander, and that was an exciting day. All right, we're officially on our first date, Lionel says. This is where we start learning about each other, right? I frown. What does that mean? Ask me something you want to know. Like, about the secret society? Sure, that too. He laughs, but I meant about Lionel's soul. Duh. Well, tell me what you like and what you hate. I like beautiful dragona princesses, apparently, he says, and I like fast cars. I also like to do the unexpected. But surely for the person you're with, it's nice to know you well enough that they feel safe in your actions. Safe? Lionel glances my way. I mean, I can keep most anyone safe. No one's safer to be around than me. If that's the kind of safe I wanted, I'd have married Rhaegar. My lip curls. I meant that if you had a real girlfriend, there must be some things about you that would be a given. Things she would know that would make her feel safe about being with you. Ah. He nods, his eyes still on the road. But safe's boring. No, this Fast and Furious act is boring. Xander's voice in my head startles me. Sorry, Xander continues. I didn't mean to project that. 2. Roxana. I want to ask that wolfy idiot whether he's been able to hear every word of my date. I want to yell at him for listening in, but I can't really do that with Lionel sitting next to me. I think an angry thought as hard as I can, and then I push it. Are you all right? Lionel asks. You look, well, let's just say you look a little odd. I blank my face and sit straighter. I'm fine, I say. I was just thinking about how my mother keeps calling me. I'm going to have to answer her call pretty soon. She wants to meet you. Officially, I mean, as my boyfriend. I shake my head. It's sure to be a disaster. I don't know. He's grinning again. I think that sounds fun. I roll my eyes, but I'm distracted for the rest of the drive. I'm actually relieved when Lionel pulls into a very mundane, very normal-looking parking garage just south of Central Park. Really? I ask. We're going to Luminesse, and this is where we park? It's funny to me. Even mages can't find special parking in NYC. But as the McLaren winds around the lines in the cramped corner of the parking garage, its engine roaring, I start to get nervous. The parking spaces end up ahead, with a large sign that tells drivers to head back down. Lionel, however, does not appear to be slowing at all. He's accelerating. As we approach the end of the line, I close my eyes and brace myself. At the last moment, I open my eyes, apparently unwilling to not even see my own demise. In that second, our car bursts through the wall with a popping sound and shoots across a strange, shimmering path that arches out over the edge of Central Park, above the Pulitzer Fountain. What just happened? You didn't think I'd be paying for parking on some kind of stupid normie meter, did you? He's beaming. You could have warned me, I say. Oh, come on. Where's the fun in that? He tosses his head. We're almost there. And see? Now you get what I mean. Predictable's boring, right? His car starts to slow as the shimmery, invisible flyover comes to an end in a parking lot that's resting right above the bottom edge of the pond. This is where Luminesse is? I lower my head and peer out the window. The McLaren isn't exactly made for easy visibility, and the sun's getting ready to set. Not a combination that makes it easy to make things out. You'll see it all soon enough. Lionel swings into a space and hops out. Let's go. When my door swings upward, he's already waiting for me, his hand extended. It's a little cute. He may be obnoxious, but at least he knows how to behave in upscale social settings. You mean pretentious social settings? Xander sounds grumpy. But that must mean he can hear my thoughts, including my angry one. I'm not sure it was anatomically possible, but I did hear that, yes. Xander really needs to get this stuff under control. The last thing any of the friends will want is to have someone snooping around in their brain. Actually, so far the only one whose thoughts I hear loud and clear are yours. After a small burst of happiness, I do feel somewhat special for some reason. I'm annoyed. Well, butt out, I think. I'm trying, believe me. Bowled over, are you? Lionel still holding out his hand. I hurry to take his hand and climb out before he decides I'm a half-wit. Of course. I look around. It really is an impressive place. The mages who run this super secret little restaurant have created an entire venue that's invisible to all normies, and previously to me as well. Speaking of, why can I see this now? You've passed through the entrance. He shrugs, as if that explains it all. I suppose for him, it does. I wasn't worthy before, but now I am. The restaurant looks like a hologram. It's iridescent, and it shimmers. And it's still practically invisible. It's invisible enough to make me a little uncomfortable walking around on unsteady, insubstantial ground. But after a few steps, some of the panic recedes. The Gapstow Bridge beyond Luminesse is resplendent, and past that, the lights are just lighting up the Plaza Hotel. It's pretty amazing. Just wait, Lionel says. The food's even better than the view. As I walk in, my hand on his arm, everyone we pass half bows. That kind of deference isn't that uncommon in the supernatural world, especially not to me. It's the same kind of nonsense my dad insists on with his people. But most of the people bowing are clearly mages, and most of them are much older than Lionel. That makes it strange, even to me. Your usual table? A waiter in traditional mage's robes with non-conventional spiky hair gestures. Lionel doesn't even bother answering him. He simply walks past. No one has said a word about me and my lack of high-level magic, thankfully. That would have been awkward. Once we're seated, the waitstaff wastes no time bringing us drinks and appetizers. It's all happening so quickly that it's hard to process. Or perhaps that's because the entire table looks like something out of the Narnia movies. The center of the table's decorated with beautiful fall foliage, including vines with scarlet, emerald, citrine, and burnt sienna leaves. Butterflies flutter and bob around the unfurling mums and lilies. Overhead, broadly sweeping branches with tiny lights hover in place, lightning bugs darting and diving around them. There's even a small bird that keeps hopping from branch to branch, twittering. Giggles would hate that bird, I say. Pardon me? Lionel asks. I forgot that he doesn't really know about Giggles, and on second thought, maybe she'd love the other avian. Now that I'm looking more closely, I can't tell whether it's a real bird or some kind of charm. Never mind. When something in front of me makes a noise, I nearly jump out of my chair because it's a bug. The plate they brought us had a flower with 2 small bees on it, and they're buzzing, their wings flickering. Lionel drops his hand on my wrist. It's all right. He's smiling. They're not really alive. They're enchanted. We're not supposed to be eating bees, though, right? I eye the lily on my plate askance. Lionel releases my wrist, plucks a bee from his flower, and pops it in his mouth. He's not even chewing, as if it dissolved on his tongue. He just sighs. Definitely not a bee. I swallow. I'm not sure. Just try it, he says. Before he can argue with me further, a couple approaches our table. Lionel? The woman speaks first, her eyes wide. And who's your lovely date? She's older than Lionel, I'm pretty sure, but I can't really pinpoint how I know that. Her face is unlined, her skin smooth as cream, her hair's perfectly coiffed into a sleek, shiny high bun. Something about her's glowing, but I'm not sure what. It's glamour, Xander says. You can smell the nonsense thanks to your dragona magic. Of course it is. That makes me wonder what she really looks like. Probably an old prune. I suppress a laugh. With a wart on the end of her nose and a long black hair growing out of it. Aunt Olive. Lionel stands. How nice to see you here. He gestures my way. This is Roxana Goldenscales. Of course. The woman's gaze falls on me, just as lovely as the television shows. I stand too and incline my head. Thank you, but no one in this room can compete with you. The woman blushes, so the glamour must be pretty high level. I suppose that's to be expected of Lionel's aunt. With a perfect magical pedigree comes impeccable powers. When your looks nearly rival Roxana Goldenscales, you might have turned the glamour knob up too high, Lionel says with a grin. Aunt Olive slaps his forearm. Stop. Seriously, the man beside her says. I didn't want to complain, but it's been burning my eyes. Unlike Aunt Olive, the man looks rather ordinary. He's tall, he's thin, and his face is long and heavily lined. His slate gray hair is neatly combed, but I wouldn't notice him in a crowd. Good to see you, Uncle Oliver. Wait, I say. Your aunt's name is Olive, and your uncle's name? The couple laughs. Ridiculous, isn't it? Aunt Olive asks. Almost as silly as your glamour that makes you look like you're a 20-something, Uncle Oliver says. We'd better go. Aunt Olive's scowling. We have some manners to discuss. She wraps one hand around Uncle Oliver's wrist tightly, and then she tugs. He huffs as he lets her drag him away, but I hear him mutter, What? I'm tired of people thinking I'm out with my daughter. And whose fault is that? Aunt Olive mutters. If you'd use any proper glamour, they'd see us as a matched pair. Lionel's shaking his head as he sits back down. You can do almost anything with magic, he points, including making surprisingly delicious and charmingly unique treats. I lean closer. But what does the bee taste like? Chicken, Xander says. Everything always tastes like chicken. I ignore him, and I pop the bee in my mouth. Somewhat predictably, it tastes like honey ambrosia, nothing like chicken. Idiot. I should have known. But the flower is light and it's airy, and as it melts in my mouth, I realize that I could eat 3 more. See? Lionel says. Not so bad, right? Before I've even eaten my second bee, the waiters float our plates away and bring out new ones, setting them in front of us with a flourish. At first glance, our new course looks like a regular sort of tiny quiche. Before I can try and cut it in half with my fork, tiny fireworks start exploding above it. Whoa, I say. Good food doesn't need so much fanfare, Xander says. But once the fireworks stop and I take my first bite, I disagree. It's divine. Or it would be if another mage hadn't just approached. This time, Lionel doesn't stand. Mr. Soul. The man looks a few years older than Lionel, but not many. Even so, I'd have thought he was old enough not to call Lionel Mr. Dresden, Lionel says with a grimace, his voice flat. You made it into Luminesse. How delightful. The man's smile is a little sinister. And who is this lovely creature? Lionel slams his hand on the table, sparks spraying out as he does. One of them sets the napkin on fire. I pat it out. Neither of the men even seemed to notice. They're too busy glaring. I'm not actually a creature, I say. Just dragona. The man's head whips my way. Not quite as beautiful as they all say, though, are you? I am going to kill him. That's nice to hear, I say, turning on the charm. Usually, Lionel's friends are almost incoherent around me. I bite my lip. Dresden sputters. He blinks several times. Then he shakes his head. Where am I? He smiles at me. And what is your name? That's more like it, Lionel mutters. All right, off with you, before I hit maximum annoyance at your constantly grating presence. He waves. People should know whether to be sycophants or rivals. That guy's not smart enough to be either. The man, apparently too Twitter-pated to pay attention to Lionel now that I've turned on conscious charm, finally trots off. Who was that? I ask. Lionel spears the end of his quiche and shoves it into his mouth. Son of my dad's greatest rival. Complete twit. I can tell, I say. Can you? He looked and sounded just like Lionel. I ignore Xander. My date and I make small talk through a few more courses, each of them even more lovely than the last. Thankfully, none of the new ones look alive, at least not since the bees. But then the main course arrives. Bluefin tuna dressed up in a swirly, brightly colored sauce, and I barely have room for more than a bite or two. Oh no, I groan. I know why they do such tiny little courses. Lionel's brow furrows. Tell me you're not out of room. You will not believe how amazing the citrus mousse is. I can't believe how amazing this bluefin tuna is. It's my mom's favorite dish. I'll be making note of that, Lionel says. No need for that, I say. You couldn't force me to put you in the same room as the two of them with a gun against my temple. Not anytime soon, anyway. I thought our date was going pretty well, he says, leaning forward to brace himself on his forearms. Or, are you still mad about the bees? He's handsome. He's sophisticated. He mostly listens when I talk, which is about 100 times better than Rhaegar. I should be excited. I should be shivering with anticipation, because there's no way he's not going to kiss me, right? It's a first date, and he's Lionel's soul. He waves the waiter over. Give us an extra 5 before dessert. Her stomach's small. Beautiful woman problems. He winks. Beautiful woman problems? Does your period make you not hungry? Okay, I mutter. So he's a little misogynist. I'm what? The waiter's gone, and Lionel's eyeing me strangely. You've done that a few times tonight. Done what? I swallow. It's almost like... He waves his hand and frowns. But you aren't wearing a wire. You just checked me for a wire? I splutter. What, on the mountain peaks? He shakes his head. Something strange is going on. I think I'm ready for the mousse now. I shove my plate forward. Almost as if they really do have the table wiretapped, the mousse arrives, flown over to us by tiny birds carrying little bundles with their feet. This is a little too Cinderella for me, I say. I thought women liked princesses. He cocks one eyebrow. Apparently, actual princesses don't. I'm not royalty, I say. My father's just the CEO of the Dagobah Group. And the ruler of all the North American dragona, Lionel says. So, yeah, you are. I take a bite of the mousse, and I almost forget about everything else that's happened. This mousse? Lionel wasn't kidding. It's almost worth dating you just for this. Hey, he says. That sounds like a backhanded compliment if I ever heard one. I bet he's heard a lot. I snicker, probably from that Dresden person. Probably too dumb to understand them all. All right. Lionel stands. Who are you talking to? He looks around the room, scowling. Who are you smiling at? I wave him back down. No one, I say. No one that's here anyway. So you are wearing a wire. His scowl lightens to a frown. Why can't my spell pick it up? It's not a wire, I say. But I'm bonded to a werewolf. It's new, and we're still working out some details, and I keep hearing his input. A werewolf? His voice is shrill and high. Xander Binnigus? Hey, I say. You remembered his name. Nice work. He leaps to his feet. I forbid it. He shakes his head. You can't be bonded to a wolf. What's wrong with wolves? I ask. Did you know he was the first person who helped me avoid my own wedding? He suggested the fire escape. Not technically true, but I appreciate the sentiment. He's not even a proper wolf. He's half human. Lionel throws his napkin at the table, smashing the rest of his citrus mousse, which is basically a crime. I could punch him just for that. I could punch him for a lot less. You know, I stand, too. Whether I'm bonded to a wolf isn't up to you. Trust me, he says. You have got to break this off. Leave the pack, whatever. No one in the world will like this news. The thing is, though, I don't trust you. And you trust the wolf? Why do you insist on calling him the wolf, like he's an animal and not a person? He is a wolf, he says. And I'm a dragona, I say. Am I not also a person? What if I were a wolf instead? I'd never date you if you were a wolf, Lionel says, if that's what you're asking. So a dragona's good enough, but not a werewolf? He nods. That's all I need to hear. I march away from the table, not waiting for him to catch up. He's taller than me with much longer legs, so he does catch up. But when he tries to grab my hand, I shake him off and spin around. No, you don't get to trot after me to slander my friend even more than you already have. You're not my boss. You're not my father. I lower my voice to a hiss. And you're certainly not my boyfriend anymore, fake or otherwise. I inhale slowly, trying to calm down at least a little. But even if you were, you wouldn't be able to dictate my friends or the decisions I made in my life. Surely you can see how problematic it is for you to be bonded to— Yes, I say. Of course I do. But everything about my life is problematic. To my parents, I doubt being bonded to a wolf would be much worse than dating a mage. I huff and walk away again. He follows me out into the parking lot, unwilling to leave me alone. By the time we reach his car in the parking lot, it occurs to me that letting him drive me off this ridiculous invisible road is really my only way out. That's why I get into his stupid blue car. But I specifically ignore him, not answering any of his invasive questions. And when my mom calls, I make a point of answering with a smile. Hey, Mom, someone I like to talk to. She's loved making me sound stupid since I was a kid, so right on cue she says, Huh, then why have you been avoiding my calls? I haven't, I lie. I've been really busy, but I picked up just now. Dinner, she says. Tomorrow night at home. Say you can make it. Fine, I say. Yes. Maybe she and Dad can help me find a job. That would be nice. Darling. She's practically purring, which is bad. She should be interrogating me, not prepping for attack. What's up? I ask. Seems like you called for something other than making dinner plans. I hate how attentive Lionel's being, as if my call is any of his business. You know, she says, still purring. When I mentioned the fireball that Wolfpack said you'd made, you laughed. I remember that specifically. My hands tremble. Oh. And now, what do you know? They sent us a video. My stomach turns, the bees buzzing, the moose sitting like a rock. Uh-huh. It's pretty clearly you. And you're actually hurling a massive fireball at wolves that were attacking you. Wolves who are all now dead. Yeah, I say. I know it's bad, but the thing is, bad? Mom practically squeals. Darling, this isn't bad. It's huge. I killed 7 people, I whisper. 7 filthy wolves who were threatening your life. Her voice goes almost supersonic. You did it yourself. You made that fireball. Darling, I don't think you understand what amazing news this is. I hang up. Is that true? Lionel's eyes are wide as he pulls up in front of Minerva's apartment. It's none of your business. I leap out and slam the stupid door shut. At least, as much as you can really slam one of the dumb McLaren doors. It's not very satisfying, but I suppose that's fitting. Everything about today has been a disaster. My date, Mom's call, and her glee over my uncontrollable new ability that I still haven't been able to duplicate. I should have known my mother would be pleased to find out that I'd inadvertently killed people. Because why wouldn't she be? When I walked through the apartment door, Xander's there, pacing. Minerva's at the store. She muttered something about cleaning charms. He looks like he's been pacing for a while, like a lion who's been caged, all rangy energy and flashing eyes. I'm so sorry. I tried not to hear you. He finally looks up at me, those golden eyes turned toward me. He's the first truly honest person I've spoken with in the last few hours. I can feel that he's telling the truth through the bond. His words vibrate with it. And as much as I want to be mad at him for butting in, I can't seem to manage even an ounce of righteous indignation. I believe him. He wasn't trying to spy. He didn't want to wreck my date. Actually, he winces. That part might not be true. You didn't try not to hear me? He shakes his head, scrunching his nose. His golden eyes are especially bright in this moment. No, I tried my hardest to give you space, but in spite of my efforts, I might have wanted your date to go badly. Xander's doing it again, here, listening to my thoughts. I can't help it. He throws his hands up in the air as he stalks towards the wall, and I can't help thinking how hot he looks when he's pacing. A thought I realize he probably just heard. Well, my cheeks heat up. I hate that I'm blushing over my thoughts. I think you need to sign up for some kind of alpha training course or something, because if you think Lionel freaked out, just wait until my mom figures out the truth. I know. He stops and pivots on the ball of one sneakered foot. I already called my dad. I know that's about the worst thing he could have done, at least in his mind. Thanks, I say. I don't really have time to process the rest of what he said until he's already gone. That's when I realize that he said he wanted to wreck my date. Was Xander jealous? And why does that make me so stinking happy?
3. Minerva. 6 people know what I found in that file Bevon stole. And we also now know what forced Bevon to descend a second time. I suppose if you're going to do something bad, you may as well go big or go home. But stealing from the Akiro? Bevon has more guts than I realized. Popcorn. Giggles may not be a normal pigeon, but she apparently has very pedestrian tastes. Look, I gave you a whole handful earlier. That was enough. More. First of all, the bag you insisted I buy is now buried at the bottom of one of these bags I'm schlepping down the street like a chump. And secondly, if I give you more now, it'll make your stomach hurt. I never should have bought the massive popcorn bag at the store, but she was being so polite, perched on the edge of the cart. Clark says I need to reward her good behavior and penalize the bad. I'm finding both things to be more trying than I expected. You have no idea what my stomach needs. I sigh. The last time you broke into my popcorn, your stomach, the one I don't know at all, emptied its smelly, watery contents all over my nicest rug. Then I knew far more than I ever wanted to know, and I had to clean up after your very difficult-to-know stomach. Only because you gave me the cheese-flavored kind. Clearly sensing I'm not going to budge, Giggles squawks and flies up, 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 and through the window. The closed window of my patio. Meanwhile, I'm stuck marching up a million stairs and passing through the front door like a chump. She can, apparently, pass through anything she'd like. I had a devil of a time spelling the pantry so that she couldn't just fly right through the door and eat anything at any time. "I can't buy unlimited rugs, you know," I shout, continuing our conversation without thinking about it. "If you want to eat whatever you want, you need to prove you can handle it, you dirty pooper." People around me are looking at me like I'm crazy. But I'm sure she could hear me. Or at least, I hope she could. As I stomp up the stairs, I think about Giggles. With her gray feathers and her lined neck and her little orange eyes, she sure looks like a pigeon. But no other pigeons can fly through things. No other pigeons can communicate in words. No other pigeons sass their owners. The poop stuff, I suppose, is normal. But the rest? I've asked and asked Giggles what exactly she is, since she's clearly not a normal pigeon, but so far I've gotten zero helpful information. It makes me think that she might not be sure either. In fact, the more I think about it, the more convinced I become that she's as clueless as I am. Xander's fight with Loren Fang and his dummy wolves, and Roxana's date with the leader of Luminesse's son, has taken up a lot of time and energy over the past few days. But we've spent some time talking about my stuff, too. Like what I am, exactly. While I put everything I just bought away, I circle through all of it again. Unfortunately, none of our ideas entirely explain things. Michael Akiro could be my dad, if I really am angel spawn. Or, on the other hand, he could have been listed as the key on my file because he was the one who sealed it. His name unlocked page after page of magical aptitude tests, and some convoluted explanation of a complicated spell that was probably performed on me. Sadly, neither Clark nor I have the runic training to understand what most of it means. We're still not sure whether I'm actually angel spawn, or just some kind of anomalous special needs misfit, like I always thought I was. Roxana breezes through her bedroom door, and I nearly drop a jar of pickled toadstools. "What are you doing home?" I carefully shelve the toadstools high enough that Xander and Isaac won't see them. They act like they're a snack, not a garnish. "Date didn't go well?" Her eyes flash. "Did you know that Xander can hear our thoughts? Did you know he can—" She uses 2 fingers to make little legs-walking movements. "Follow us around like a lurker in our brains, listening in on what we say and what we feel?" I have no idea how to react. Why would you even think that? She shrugs in an exaggerated way. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe because he was listening in on my whole date and making snarky comments. I mean, thanks to his stupid jokes and jabs, I accidentally disclosed how he bonded all of us to Lionel." "You what?" She shakes her head, dropping into a kitchen chair. "It wasn't good, I know. That's why I told Xander to get some remedial alpha training, like, yesterday." My mind's spinning. We agreed to keep the information between us until we figured out exactly how it would work or what it meant. The Demon Council knowing was bad enough. But now the Illuminae also know? I'm typing out a text to everyone to tell them that we need to talk when my phone rings. It's the precinct. "Hello?" "I know it's your night off," my partner Amber says. That's not a good way to start a phone call. "But my brother's in trouble and I need some backup." "Where are you?" Ignoring my question, she answers one I didn't ask. "My brother's in the holding tank." Which means he's magically drunk. A zombie, basically. Vampires can't really get drunk. At least, not without drinking the blood of a drunk or high human, which is prohibited. Impaired humans can't consent, after all. "I'll be right in," I say. I may have an actual pack now, but if I were picking my own team, Amber would be near the top of the list of people I'd select. I can't ignore her cry for help any more than I'd ignore one from Roxana. You have to work? Roxana's shoulders slump. So I guess we aren't talking about this dumb thing right now? I'll call Xander on my way into work, I promise. She sighs. Fair enough. Maybe we can talk tomorrow. Today was your first day off, right? I hope I'll be back in an hour or two, but if not, yes, I'm also off tomorrow. I'm barely out the door before Giggles comes winging around the corner and lands on my shoulder. She fluffs up and swivels her head, looking around. You've forgiven me? Not even close, but that doesn't mean I want you getting smashed, attacked, or injured. I actually kept myself safe for my whole life before bonding you. I pause. And you're a pigeon, so it's not like there's really much you can do to stop someone if they really want to smash, attack, or injure me. Sure. She huffs. A pigeon just huffed at me. She's been my familiar for a while, but it feels like she does some new, weirdly human thing every day. Whatever you say. Hey. She turns, just like a human would. Do you happen to know what I am? You're Minerva. Singularly helpful, as usual. I know I'm Minerva. I drop to a whisper, as if that will make me seem less crazy, whispering to my pigeon instead of talking. But what I mean is, do you know whether my father's an Akiro? Feathers. She nods. Yes, that's why I chose you. I stumble, nearly face-planting a construction sign. Giggles' claws dig into my shoulder, and her tiny body, bitsy wings flapping like crazy, floats me back to a vertical position. See? I told you that you need my help. But you're saying that you could tell my father was an Akiro? I'm not sure whether it's what I'm saying or the simple fact that I'm talking to a pigeon, but people are starting to gawk at me as we pass. You're supposed to call Xander? You promised Roxana. You weren't even in the room. How would you know that? I always hear you. I'm understanding a little more why Roxana was so irritated. Having someone listening in and commenting on the things you say or do after the fact is annoying. Always? I jostle my shoulder a little and she fluffs up, glaring at me with one beady orange eye. We may need to set some ground rules. Which is probably exactly what Roxana wants with Xander. I call him. He picks right up. Hello? I'm headed into work, and maybe you already know all this, but Roxana says you can hear us through the bond. Have you been spying on me for the last 2 days? The idea's horrifying. I had the most awful upset stomach this morning. I'm not sure how he'd even be able to look at me if he heard or smelled any part of what I went through. And I sing in the shower. Like, not things people want to hear. Thanks to the fan and a white noise machine, no one hears me outside of the bathroom, but... I've just heard her so far, Xander says. But it's a problem. I agree. And you're looking into it? Xander sighs. I'm not quite sure how to look into it. I mean, it's not like we have alpha school. He pauses. Actually, they might. I'm not sure. I was kicked out of wolf school when I was like 7, remember? And this is our leader. How fabulous. There must be someone you can call. I'm entering the subway. I'm about to lose him. Call them. I hang up. I always get some strange looks when I go into the subway with a pigeon on my shoulder. You'd think Gloffy might help me with that, seeing as Giggles is my magical familiar. But I suppose a pigeon looks normal enough that the glamour doesn't kick in to keep normies from seeing a bird. You can't have birds on the subway, a man with a briefcase says. It's unsanitary, and pigeons are the worst of all. Oh, I nod. I'll be sure to remember that in the future. The man frowns. Giggles fluffs up and chitters. His eyes widen and he turns away. When we get off at my stop, only 3 stops from where we got on, Giggles flutters past the man and deposits something on the back of his coat. "We've talked about this," I hiss. "You can't go doing things like that. This sort of thing is why no one likes pigeons." I whip my wand out. This is exactly what Gloffi's intended to cover for. I mutter the spell without thinking. Tersus! Only, instead of cleaning up the back of the man's coat, a cloud of dust and sparkles whips around the entire subway car. And as the doors close, I notice that all the accumulated dirt on the floor, the film on the windows, the trash in the corners, and all the other nastiness is just gone. The poop, however, looks pristine, shinier even than when she made it. I sigh plaintively. Well, that was a flop, but I guess it could have been worse. Giggles preens. Wait! I'm talking to my bird now, in public, and I don't really care. Plenty of crazy people in New York. I finally fit in. But I do need to confirm a suspicion. Did you just cause that to misfire? Giggles pauses, turns a very flat expression on me, and goes back to cleaning her feathers. It's pointless asking her things she either doesn't want to answer or doesn't have the capacity to answer. I've tried it a lot in the past 2 days, and I've come to the conclusion that Giggles has her own opinions, and I'll have to wait for her to decide to share them. I should have bonded a golden retriever, I mutter. Giggles hisses. Those dopey dogs couldn't handle you. A familiar wouldn't be able to handle me? I think she has a very backward view of our roles, but I'll have to address that later. I'm walking through the precinct doors at the same time as Peter Chester and his horrible partner, Rufus Ridgeline. Really? I can't help lifting my eyebrows as I breeze past Peter. You still carry a lunchbox? Peter's carrying an over-the-shoulder bag, but in the corner of it, I can see the shining metal of the edge of his stupid Alvin Brilliantis lunchbox. I've seen it, so I know it's the one where the wizard's vanquishing the level 7 demon spawn that was trying to destroy a town in Peru in order to descend. It's a collector's edition, Rufus says in his typically gruff, gravelly voice. Probably cost more than your monthly salary. We get paid the same thing, I say. No, we don't, Peter says. As mages, you and I are paid the same. He shrugs. The wolves and vampires aren't. I don't even have time to express my disgust about that injustice, because Amber meets me 2 steps inside the door, her expression eager. Okay, so here's the thing. I try to get far enough away from the idiot brigade that they can't hear what we're talking about. There were wolves at the bar where my brother was. She coughs. Anyway, my brother's really strong, and he apparently has a pretty bad temper when he's a zombie, so what happened? Before Amber can answer, Peter Chester bellows, He destroyed a car, that's what. Amber's cringe is confirmation. That car was a Hummer that belonged to my partner Rufus's cousin. The werewolf world's small, and I figure there are pretty good odds that all the wolves in this building are part of Loren Fang's pack. Xander's enemies now. Which means they're my enemies too if they know who I am. Until recently, Xander looked to Loren as his alpha. He thought Loren was helping him, but recently, we discovered that Loren had been lying to Xander for years. Xander was an alpha, and Loren kept that fact a secret from the wolf who needed to hear it most. In fact, to hear Roxana tell it, Loren would have killed Xander if she hadn't been there threatening to expose him. Roxana said Loren insisted Xander was fraying as well, which he clearly wasn't. Now that Xander has bonded his own pack, non-traditional or not, Loren really hates him. He says they can't both remain in Manhattan. I grab Amber's arm and drag her out into the small foyer, waiting until the doors have closed before warding the tiny room for sound. Thankfully, my rapid-fire spell works. "I'm not sure I'm the person to help with this," I mutter. "You know I want to help." I trail off, unable to tell Amber about Xander or my connection to him, because I'm not keen on dragging her into something even bigger. "The Wolf's insisting on pressing charges," Amber says, "and I think it's because Peter and Rufus are pushing him to do it. My brother just finished basic training, and he's got his test to be an officer in 2 weeks. If they book him on this—" She thought I could help? I can't imagine how. The only person Rufus and Peter hate more than her is me. And if her brother has that test coming up, he should not have been out drinking the blood of the inebriated. It's always been against the angelic laws. And if you want to enforce the law, you really shouldn't be breaking it. I want to point that out, but I have a brother too. And I've made my share of mistakes. Not bonehead ones like going zombie, but still. We all do things we shouldn't, and sometimes our timing is really, really bad. "I want to help," I say, "but I'm not sure what I can possibly do. I mean, if they have evidence that he damaged that wolf's property, they do. The Hummer's in pretty bad shape." She bites her lip. "I guess I just assumed you'd have a plan to fix it. You always fix everything." I hate that I'm letting her down, but short of destroying state evidence, I'm not sure what I can do. "Why don't you start with telling me what happened, in the right order?" Behind us, there's a loud bang. Peter's leaning against the glass doors. He must have whammed against it with his hand. He's saying something, but thanks to my sound spell, we can't hear him. His face starts turning red and he whips his wand out. He's clearly trying a stronger spell. After a zap, nothing happens. And then he turns redder still as he tries another. "You better hurry. I have no idea what he's doing," I say, "but it doesn't look nice." "I'm honestly not sure what happened," Amber says. "As far as I know, my brother's never done anything like this before." She shakes her head. "Never. I swear. But then I just got a call, and sure enough, when I go out there, he's a zombie, and the vehicle's destroyed." That catches me short. Why would he start behaving like that now, of all times? Completing basic training is really hard. You don't usually qualify to take the test unless it's something you really want. She shrugs. "No idea. By the time I reached the scene, that massive, boxy metal car was smashed in like he was just whamming it over and over, and poor Jake was gibbering senselessly." Her lips tremble for a moment, but she gets it together. "Typical zombie, I guess. I can't ask him anything right now, obviously." I think about it for a moment. I mean, could the wolves have planned it? They know who Xander's friends are. They saw our faces. I'm a government employee. Could they have targeted Amber to get to me? "Is there any video footage?" I ask. "Did you check neighboring businesses?" "The bar was a normie bar." Amber sounds disgusted. We both say, "Gloffy," at the same time. Gloffy's amazing stuff that keeps all our magic hidden from the normal humans who have no idea we even exist. But stupid Gloffy also keeps normie cameras from picking up any decent footage. "Look, I'm worried this might have been a setup," I say. Before I can say anything else, I notice that the chief's standing next to Peter, gesturing. He pulls out his wand and points. He's zapping the door too? Why? You can walk right through the barriers of a sound spell. I push the door open, forcing them to step back.
"What kind of spell was that?"
the chief asks.
"I've never felt a barricade quite like that before."
"A barricade?" I ask. "I just blocked the sound."
With what spell?
Peter asks, his typical sneer gone for once. I blink. Then I shake my head. What do you mean?
What did you say?
The chief asks. She said, de sina, Amber says. Oh, I nod, remembering. I just said cease, but in Latin.
That's not the silence spell,
Peter says.
That's not supposed to be a spell at all.
I shrug. I mean, I didn't want you guys to follow us, so I think I got confused.
I hit it with a dozen spells,
Peter says.
None of them got through. And I used a penetrate and a collapse spell,
the chief said.
Nothing.
Oh. I'm frowning, but I can't think what else to say.
We need to talk, Lucent,
the chief says. It was an accident, I say.
Follow me to my office.
Amber looks distressed, but none of us dare to argue. A moment later, I'm closing the door behind myself. Sometimes my spells misfire, and sometimes the misfires are like that, I mutter. Not bad, but just too much. The chief sits and steeples his fingers.
How often do you think I cast, Minerva?
I blink.
How many times a week do you see me whip out my wand?
I shake my head. This isn't going where I expected. I mean, I saw you with it today, but I'd say usually never. I shrug. I'm not saying you don't do a lot of great things, but
I'm valued for my brain, for my administrative skills, and for my authority.
I nod slowly. Yes.
That's why I called you in here. You know that I know your secret. Your spell work will always be erratic. Because although your magical aptitude is better than anyone could have hoped, you're half human, so your casting is unpredictable.
I want to argue. I'm not half human. Or at least, I don't think I am. Not anymore. But telling him that I suspect I'm half angel would be catastrophic, even if he believed me. I force a smile. Yes, I can't argue with that. He flattens his palms against the desk.
Now, you know that my position is an elected one, and so your father and I worked up a plan. When I took over for him, do you know how we did it?
I frowned. He died.
Yes, that's true, but we had already worked out our plan when he did. He said he'd name me as his successor, which he did in some paperwork left in his desk. I took over for the rest of his 6-year term, and by the end of it, I had a solid track record. I was voted in easily on my own merits 4 years later.
That was smart, I say. Though, to be honest, it sounds a little shady.
I was voted in a little under 2 years ago,
the chief says.
I thought about retiring before the last election. The elections are chaotic and tiring. But I had promised your father.
He tilts his head.
Did you know that with all your energy and zeal, you almost made Guardian in spite of my objections?
I wish I could fake my shock a little better. Really? He arches one eyebrow.
Your father was right about one thing. You're a little spitfire. You do anything you set your very determined mind to. I hung on, and now I'm finally ready to retire. And I'm naming you as my interim successor.
But I don't want you to, I say. The chief's entire expression falls.
How could you not want to be chief of paranormal affairs? It's perfect for you. You're smart, sensible, and you'd never have to cast again if you don't want to. Not at work. Think of the good you could do, the injustices you could correct.
Shoot. He has me there. I think about Amber, and how, as chief, I could look into what happened with her brother more thoroughly. I could make sure that demon spawn are treated with more respect, at least in my precinct. I could try to repair the vampire-werewolf relations. I could—
If you don't do a good job, or if you hate the work, you don't have to run for re-election in 4 years. You can just bow out. But if you find that it's a good fit, you could win the spot for yourself. I'm sure of it. You wouldn't be the guardian you wanted to be, but this would be great in its own way.
Fine, I say. All right. The chief beams as he stands, leaning over to rummage around in his right side desk drawer.
I have something else to show you. On the day you're named chief, I'm supposed to give this to you.
He pulls out a small, slim box. It's crafted of the finest mahogany wood, and it gleams. I freeze.
You know what this is?
He says, smiling even more broadly as he straightens. It was lost, I say. He was supposed to leave it to Clark.
He was never going to leave it to Clark.
The chief rolls his eyes.
The whole reason he had this made was to give it to you.
It's the box that holds Dad's Akiro feather wand. But Clark said—
The mage who crafted this said it could focus even the most scattered magic, with the power of the angel from whom the feather came.
Do you know which angel it was? I ask.
The feather was white with gold tips,
He says.
That can only be one angel.
Michael. Probably my father. 4. Minerva. My father died years ago. Like, more than 6 years. Why didn't you give me the wand after Dad died? I can't quite help the accusatory note from creeping into my tone. The chief smiles.
Your father didn't want me to give it to you at first. Remember, power has never been your issue. You didn't need a boost before. You were struggling to control what you had. But lately, your misfired spells are different, stronger even. I think you're ready to use this. And I think that you've earned it.
I don't really like how he seems to be trying to step into my father's place. But I appreciate that his intentions are, at least, good. Clark thought he was supposed to get it. I'm frowning, so I try to blank my face.
Your father did say he used Clark's college fund to pay for it in some way. But I'm sure your brother's fine now. He's got a job and he's done with school, right?
Something moving far to my side catches my attention. It's Amber, with Giggles sitting on her shoulder, flapping her wings. I glance down at my phone and see her message. They're about to pick up the vehicle and bring it in. Once it's been logged as evidence, once the officer who brings it in testifies that witnesses at the scene accused Amber's brother of damaging it, Jake's done for. Our window to take action is rapidly closing. Yeah, Clark's fine. I stand. You know what? I'll think about it.
You'll...
The chief pulls the wand back without even opening the box.
Well, when you make the right decision, your wand will be waiting.
You're saying you won't give me the wand my father left for me unless I accept the position as Paranormal Affairs District of Manhattan chief? He compresses his lips. That feels... I shake my head. Not right.
Your father told me to make sure you did the right thing. He said you were bullheaded, and clearly he was right.
He stands.
If you flat out refuse, we can talk. I'm not holding it hostage. But I think you'll realize it's the smart move.
How long do I have to decide? I ask.
2 days.
He drops one palm against his desk and leans closer.
I think that's plenty of time. And that's how long I have.
How long you... I can't help my frown. Is he dying or something?
I love this job. I'd have muddled along for another term or two, but my wife's sick of doing everything alone.
He sighs.
She issued an ultimatum of her own.
The idea that the massive, powerful paranormal affairs chief is being ordered around by a tiny little woman, his wife barely clears my shoulder, is comical to me. Well, I guess we both have a lot to think about over the next few days.
Not me,
He says.
I've already done my thinking. Nothing matters more than Adeline.
That's sort of cute. I've barely cleared the office doorway when Peter descends on my left side, his dumb old falcon shrieking. Amber was already standing on the other, but Giggles is gone from her shoulder.
What did he want?
Peter asks.
Are you in trouble?
We need to go, Amber hisses. Now! I still can't think of what we might be able to do. Until, out of the corner of my eye, I see Giggles hovering over Peter Chester's desk. His partner's pulling something out of the juvenile brilliantus lunchbox, and it's practically gleaming from the place where Rufus sets it on the corner of the desk. I'm suddenly alarmed that Giggles might do something stupid to Rufus or the lunchbox, or both. Like poop on them. And then, if I try to spell remove the evidence, she might tinker with my stupid spell again. I swear, I really need some kind of trainer or something. Because unless I can eliminate the evidence of Giggles' interference, Peter will lose his mind and eliminate the evidence. An idea occurs to me. If the stupid wolf pack orchestrated this whole thing somehow to punish me and Xander, as I suspect they might have, and if poor Jake is somehow collateral damage, it's my duty to protect him. I clearly can't eliminate Rufus's cousin's car. That would be insane, and also having a car that's missing might be worse than a mangled one. But what if I could spell it and somehow repair it? It's no less insane than swapping clothing with a bunch of teenage girls, and I did that when I was a teen. The tingling starts in my elbows this time, which is a little strange, but the important thing is that I can feel it. Tingling means I'm on the right path. My magic's telling me that there's something here. If I could just get to the car before the thing's logged. I have an idea. I grab Amber's elbow, and then I turn to Peter. I'm in big, big trouble. You got me. I nod. I better get home, since I'm not even working tonight, and focus on repenting for what I did.
But what did you do?
Peter asks.
Was that illegal magic in the foyer? How did you cast that protection bubble that no one could break?
I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, it was... don't want to incriminate myself. I shrug and we race out the door, Giggles flying so high and so diagonally overhead that all I can see is the top of her head. Only as we're nearing the parking lot does she shift. That's when I realize that she stole the stupid lunchbox. Mother feather, I say. Why would you do that? They're already mad enough. Giggles drops it then, and I catch it out of reflex. Then she tosses her head at the transport truck up ahead. It's too late. I have 0 time to try and repair the large yellow H2 that's sitting on the trailer up ahead. It's been logged, the serial number recorded, and poor Jake is screwed. You aren't a normal witch. Giggles settles on my shoulder and nudges the side of my cheek. I brought what you need. If you think about it, you already know. Brought it? She stole the lunchbox, and how could that possibly help? Is she trying to get me thrown into lockup too? Why would she think I should know what to do in this bizarre situation? No! I want to scream. What do I know? But then I remember. I did have an idea. I look pointedly at Amber. I thought maybe I could repair the damage your brother did, but now that the car's been logged, it's too late. I point. Isn't that it? Or is there another Hummer somewhere that your brother smashed like a Coke can? Amber's staring at me strangely, probably still a little unaccustomed to someone talking to a pigeon. She shakes her head. Yeah, that's the one. She glances down at the Brilliantus lunchbox. Did Giggles just steal Peter's lunchbox? I almost throw the dumb thing. Yes, and now she's insisting that I can somehow use it. She's insisting? I almost choke. No, I mean, I'm assuming she stole it because she wants me to use it. I nod. Like, for my lunch. Sometimes I forget that Amber doesn't know I can talk to Giggles, or that Xander bonded us, or that the Demon Council and the Manhattan Pack are out to get us. Sheesh. I really need to figure out how to pass her off to another partner. For all I know, it could have actually been the Demon Council who set her brother up. I have too many targets painted on my back right now. The chief wants me to take over for him when he retires, I blurt. It's the one secret in my life that I can actually share without putting her at greater risk. I'm not sure whether I want to do it. The chief... What? Amber's eyes widen. That's what he wanted to tell you? I nod. He's stepping down. His wife wants him to retire, and he's going to choose me as his interim replacement, if I want him to. That's amazing, Amber says. You'd be so good at that. And the look on Peter's face when he finds out? Her lips compress, and her nose scrunches, and she looks ready to gloat like she's never gloated before. Just then, as if my big revelations are boring her, Giggles launches off my shoulder and flies into the open window of the tractor-trailer rig that's hauling the Hummer into the garage where larger evidence is kept. She shoots out the other end a moment later, but there's a lot of shouting from inside. The truck grinds to a halt and the door swings open. Did you see that? The man inside's wearing a uniform that tells me he works with Central Justice. That insane rat bird just flew in, pooped on my paperwork, and flew back out. He waves his clipboard around, and I grimace. It's impressive to me how very much damage one little bird can do with the same trick. Sorry? I say. Why are you sorry? The man asks. It's not like that's your pet. Amber's eyes cut my way. The man's muttering as he stomps his way inside. Have to print up a whole new report now. Stupid flying menaces. Now. Giggles swoops back down and lands on my shoulder, flapping her wings at me. Now what? I'm staring at her, but all I see are beady little orange eyes. No other sign of what she did that for. Of what she wants me to do. You're talking to her, Amber says. This time I'm positive. Does Giggles talk to you? I sigh. She's definitely a little strange. I look at the lunchbox with its brilliant yellow paint and its blocky corners. And I glance up at the busted-up Hummer, wondering what on earth she thinks I'm going to do. When it hits me. Stand back, Amber. What? She frowns. Stand back from what? I lift up the lunchbox, handle up, and I toss my head. Get it on the platform, I hiss. Giggles doesn't miss a beat. She clutches the lunchbox in her feet, flies up, sets the lunchbox on the platform, and nudges it up underneath the Hummer. The spell begins to form inside of me. It takes me a moment, but then I can sense the words I need to say. Whatever you're doing, hurry, Amber says. There are 2 squad cars coming. Less than a minute before someone will see us. I wanted to hop up and check out the serial number, but it's too late for that. I just have to hope my magic's leading me in the right direction. Loca negoziandi, spazia nitida, tempus ad noviora gradaria facienda. What did you say? Amber asks, because it looks like it didn't work. The tingling turns into a tsunami of magic pooling inside of me, and then it strikes, along with a collapse and rebound of pressure. There's a sharp crack and then a pop, and almost at the same time, the shiny yellow lunchbox expands and the Hummer contracts, and I'm staring at a bright, new, pristine H2 and a collapsed, contorted, mashed yellow lunchbox. Amber freezes. Holy Mother of all wings, what did you just do? I shake my head. I mean, I just tampered with evidence. We could be going to jail. I'll insist on adjoining cells, she mutters. Giggles flies underneath the shiny new Hummer, grabs the handle on the mangled lump of lunchbox, and hefts it into the air, winging it back toward me. What are we supposed to do with that now? Amber asks. I sigh, catching it when Giggles drops it. The sharp edge cuts the palm of my hand, and I can feel the tingling, and I know. To each strange spell I cast, there's a price. Sometimes it's a small price, and sometimes it's large. But this one taught me something. I may not want to be chief. I may hate the idea. I want to be out in the world, defending righteous demon spawn and taking down the bad ones. I want to be righting wrongs and fighting evil and generally making the world a better place. But my type of magic is weird. And what I can do isn't well suited to fighting demons. It's pretty tremendous at fixing wacky injustices, though. I squeeze my hand around the twisted handle of the crumpled lunchbox, and I march back inside with it. Peter's sitting on the corner of Rufus's desk, cackling. For some reason I can't explain, I'm almost certain it's about Jake. Their heads whip toward us as we walk inside. I accidentally took your lunchbox outside, I say. And I dropped it. I cringe a little. I'm afraid it got a bit crushed. Peter leaps to his feet. You what? I walk almost to where he is, and I hold out my hand. Here, sorry about the damage. Peter's spluttering too much to yell, but Rufus recovers faster. Typical werewolf.
You can't destroy his property. You'll pay for this.
Actually, I say, you two might be wise to let it go. The tingling in the bottoms of my feet tells me I'm on the right path. Because you're talking to the future chief of the Manhattan precinct. The chief's door bangs open, and I'm virtually certain, thanks to the timing, that he has some kind of listening charms placed around here.
You said you needed time.
But he's beaming.
You said you had to think about it.
I shrug. I guess I didn't need to think as long as I thought I would. He's striding across the room, and he claps me on the shoulder before Peter's even taken the mangled mess of his lunchbox.
But what about my lunchbox? Peter asks. She ruined it.
The chief scowls in his direction.
It's a lunchbox, son. Man up.
He takes it from me, chucks it at Peter's desk with a clatter, and leads me toward his office.
We have a lot of things to talk about, you know. You've made the right decision.
Are you really going to be chief? Amber asks, following us like a puppy. Because that's amazing.
You can come with us to talk about it,
Chief Lumos says.
You'll be part of the transition, too.
He waves us all into his office and starts explaining what my most important tasks will be.
If you want to remain her partner,
he says,
there are a number of things you could do. I didn't replace my partner.
His brow furrows. My dad had been his partner for more than 20 years. And after he became a guardian and then Chief Lumos never found another one, opting instead to do management work for the precinct. Amber's asking about vacancies when someone bursts into his office. "Chief Lumos," Wisteria says. "There's been a problem." When she realizes Amber and I are in his office, her distress turns into a hard glare. Wisteria is one of the most level-headed vampires I've ever met. And when she was injured in the line of duty last year, I was delighted to hear she was moving to the administrative offices. She and Amber are actually friends. I'm not sure why she looks so upset. "Something happened to the Hummer that her brother destroyed." She arches one eyebrow and tosses her head in Amber's direction. She shakes her head. "Well, it's not destroyed at all." The chief frowns.
What does that mean?
"There's not a scratch on it." Wisteria drops her voice. "In fact, Rufus's cousin said he was in a fender bender a few weeks ago that he hadn't had time to repair. But even the back bumper's perfect." The chief turns slowly toward me.
Do you know anything about this, Lucent?
Giggles, perched on the edge of a lamp beside me, coos. I shake my head and try to look innocent. "Sorry, sir. I have no idea what might have happened. Maybe it was a glamour that faded? Some kind of joke?" He stares at me for a moment, and then turns back to Wisteria.
Well, if there's no damage, we have no evidence, correct?
"But we had evidence," she says. "The driver from Central Justice says it was completely pulverized. And then he went inside to get new paperwork, and then—"
Why would he need new paperwork?
The chief arches one eyebrow. "Some kind of manic bird ruined his," she says. "And when he came back out, the vehicle was—" She shrugs. "I'm not sure. It was repaired."
Did you check the serial numbers?
He asks. She nods. "The number's identical."
Have tech see whether it's been tampered with.
"Already did," she says. "Magically sound. No spells, no transmogrification, nothing." The chief's smiling now.
Well, then it looks like we made a mistake somewhere down the line. Amber, maybe you better check on your brother. And if he looks all right, give him a stern warning to check humans more carefully before feeding, and send him on his way.
Amber jumps to her feet. "Thank you, sir." She half bows. "Thank you so much." He clears his throat.
Don't thank me. Can't arraign without evidence.
I stand up too. "I should help her." The chief doesn't argue.
Of course you should. Good news for your partner's brother, that it was all just a misunderstanding.
"But what am I supposed to—"
Sounds like it must have been some kind of elaborate prank,
Chief Lumos says.
The truant mages are always working up new charms, you know, wreaking havoc, wasting our time. I imagine they charmed the Hummer to make it look destroyed, and Rufus's hot-headed cousin blamed the closest zombie.
Wisteria's mouth forms an "oh." "That's terrible," she mutters on her way out. I doubt the chief believes his own story, but I appreciate him for making it up.
Whatever you did,
He whispers as I leave.
keep up the good work.
He's grinning as I pass him. Amber pauses just outside the door. "Can we tell people about your retirement?"
I don't see why not,
Chief Lumos says.
It really is a done deal. Once I submit her name, Minerva will have to be ratified, but that's basically a rubber stamp.
"What does ratified mean?" I ask. He waves me off.
Just a very basic formality. The paranormal affairs chief's always a mage, but the other branches have to sign off on my nomination.
"Branches?" I ask.
You know, the Manhattan Pack, the local demon council, the Dragona King, who I think you actually know, and the Sublime Chancellor for the vampires. They don't really care who I choose, though. Don't worry.
Only, I'm pretty sure the chief's wrong about that. Roxana's father might not be holding a grudge, though I wouldn't count on it. But I'm pretty sure all the others are going to be— adamantly opposed to his selection of Minerva Lucent. The Demon Council and the Manhattan Pack, for sure. But I'm guessing the vampire's sublime chancellor remembers that I flash-boiled his son a few months ago. Which means I'm as screwed as Peter's lunchbox. As I walk out, I notice that instead of standing beside a dragon, Alvin Brilliantis, on the tiny portion of the lunchbox I can see, is sitting on the driver's side of a large, yellow Hummer.
5. Bevon. Once, right after my mom died, I had to go to a normie food bank for dinner for several weeks. It was before the Mage Council identified that I was an orphan and assigned me to a demon spawn reform facility. The soup was full of lima beans, and the aftertaste was terrible, but I forced it down. I learned quickly that even awful-tasting soup was better than an empty belly. But right now, I'm struggling. This soup tastes really, really bad. You just have to sign. The woman with the thick, blocky black glasses sliding down her nose glares at me as she proffers a dark fountain pen. If you're not someone who can write, just draw an X. Not someone who can... I consider shocking the glasses right off the end of her bulbous nose. I'm pretty sure I'm angry enough to do it. I know how to write. I glare right back at her. But would you sign this? For a $600,000 check, I'd sign most anything. She drops the pen in my hand and pushes both her hands against her hips. Just do it. My nostrils flare as I read the simple statement one more time. I, Bevon Behar, accept the charitable donation from Orion Soul, leader of the North American Luminesse, for the purpose of rebuilding my business. Mr. Soul regrets the way the Demon Council attacked my place of business without provocation, and as a protector of the innocent and helpless of the magical world, he has stepped in to lend generous aid. I'm filled with gratitude and admiration for his bold and decisive leadership and generous care. I mean, he is giving me $600,000. I keep repeating that in my head. It's much better than the unnatural flames with which my own kind burned my shop to the ground, killing my sentinel chicken and destroying all my belongings. But putting my pen to paper and saying that I think he's a protector of the innocent and helpless? I don't like saying that I'm innocent or helpless, and I really don't like declaring that he's a bold and decisive leader full of generosity. But on the other hand, it is $600,000, so after hemming and hawing and agonizing for an obnoxiously long time, I do it. I hold my breath, and I sign my name, Bevon Behar. Only afterward does the horrible woman explain that I also need to read the ridiculous statement aloud for a tape recording. When I balk, she frowns again. So you really can't read? I huff. For the love of toadstools. No one loves toadstools, she says. They spread like a plague and they smell when they get wet. Even you have to admit that the pickled and charmed ones aren't bad, I say, though they do smell. But my point is that I already signed. Why do I have to read it too? She points at the fine print at the bottom, in which I acknowledge that I'll be happy to do 2 in-person appearances at the time of Mr. Soul's choosing, and that I'll record my statement for use in promotional materials at his discretion. Promotional materials? Ugh. It's worse than the chalky, slimy lima beans. But I do it. Filthy lucre. I half expect to descend when I finish this stupid recording. Mr. Soul has also taken the liberty of arranging a bid for you on the rebuild of your little shop as well. She hands me a bright blue folder with a startlingly golden sun logo on the front. It shimmers even without light touching it, so it's clearly charmed. Who has the extra money to waste on charmed folder logo stickers? I'll be finding my own contractors, I say, dropping the folder on the desk. But thanks. You should take the bid, at least. The woman pushes her glasses back up. You may find it harder than you expect to retain a contractor, given what happened to your last shop. This time, I'm the one frowning. What does that mean? Very few contractors may be willing to work for a business that's squarely in the crosshairs of the Demon Council. She shrugs. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll all be clamoring to work for you. I pause long enough to pick up the folder. I'm sure she is wrong, but just in case. And moments later, I'm finally walking away from the Luminesse's Manhattan office, holding a cashier's check for $600,000. It's hard to believe, really. I march immediately to the bank and deposit the thing in my account, alongside all the funds my friends raised, bringing my total balance up to $1 million, a sum I never even imagined I might have. With all the stalling I did, I'm almost late to my appointment at Grand Central Gloffy. In the end, I could have saved myself the time. I meet with 3 contractors, but as if that woman's words prove prophetic, as soon as they realize who I am and what happened to my second-hand magic shop, they all bow out. I'm nursing a strong, bitter cup of Gloffy when my phone rings. Bevon! It's my real estate agent. I actually feel pretty guilty. Raven, I say, I'm so sorry I haven't had time to call you back. The thing is, I was going to sell the lot, but my friends had this fundraiser and... You have an offer, Raven says. Can you believe it? The property has been live for 2 days and you already have a formal offer. I can't believe it. Yes, but did you hear me? I think I'm going to rebuild, so I won't be selling the lot after all. You're what? I hear a strange crackling sound. You're breaking up for some reason, so I can't really hear you. I'll just forward the email with the offer over, and once I'm back to the office, I'll call you again, okay? She hangs up. Without much else to do, I open my email. I mean, I won't need to sell the land my shop was built on now. But while I think about what other contractors I could use, I may as well take a look at... By Gabriel's wings... I knock my Gloffy over and spill sticky, vampire-flavored Gloffy all over the side of the sofa and my leg. Mother feather, Gavin says. It was hot, but not so hot it would burn me, I say. Don't worry. I'm not worried about you. You'll heal. Gavin crouches next to the ugly orange corduroy sofa. But this beauty, ugh. Nothing gets Isaac-flavored Gloffy out. I'm sure you're exaggerating, I say. I'll just call Minerva and... Gavin sighs and straightens. Don't bother. With her luck, she'd probably set the whole shop on fire. And anyway, it won't matter soon. What won't matter? I can't help my frown. You're redecorating? No more 1970s-inspired velvet sofas? Are you getting rid of the corduroy chairs, too? Gavin doesn't even pretend to be amused. The owner's selling the whole building. Not enough money in it, I guess. New York real estate. Not enough money in it? I must have heard him wrong. What does that mean? His shoulders slump. Building was rent-controlled. Only way out is selling up. Well, that stinks, I say. For you. Gavin nods, his expression dejected. I was finally competing with Glamour Gloffy, but there's no way I'll be able to find another place like this. My entire profit will be gone, between the move and the higher rent. I feel bad for him. So bad that I text Clark and ask him to look into the stain I'm leaving behind. Can you magic remove a stain on the right side of our sofa at Gavin's? It's my goof up, and he's having a bad day. Starting my new job, he texts back. We'll swing by when done. Thanks. I feel a little better as I schlep myself through the front door of Minerva's place, and I'm almost ready to force myself to look at the stupid, sun-emblazoned folder. Maybe, knowing that I have $1 million to spend, the quote will even be reasonable. And who knows? It's possible that stupid Orion's soul won't make me record any more video testimonials even if I select his cruise for the build. That would be nice, but it's not very likely. He feels like the kind of guy who always collects. What's wrong with you? Roxana pauses the vampire werewolf movie she's watching. Wait, so are you Team Edward or Team Jacob? I arch one eyebrow. You've seen this? She swallows. Everyone's seen it, I say. But you didn't answer the question. Werewolf or vampire? Roxana presses several buttons before she manages to shut the television off, and I can't help noticing her face has flushed a bright pink. Sparkly vampires? Really? She scoffs. The whole thing is ridiculous. I'm going to have to watch her. She's acting really strange, and now I'm starting to wonder whether she likes one of the boys in the film. How'd it go with your date last night? Maybe I can pump her for some information on the souls. Terrible, she mutters. Never date 2 men at once. You dated 2 men? I can't help my smile. Look at you, growing up. She frowns. Not on purpose, and stop distracting me. What's wrong with you? Why do you think anything's wrong? You were muttering when you walked through the door, she says. Why? I shake my head. No reason, really. I mean, I got my money from Orion's soul, and then I had 3 contractors leave in a huff when they realized my shop had been burned down by the Demon Council. So apparently, I'm going to have a pile of money and no shop. Why did you tell them about the Demon Council? Roxana asks. It's not like you have to disclose why it burned down, right? Well, because I'm a complete moron, of course. I roll my eyes. I didn't tell them, okay? They figured it out. I guess a business burning to the ground in a giant demon-lit bonfire isn't exactly a secret in the supernatural world. Guess not, I say. Well, I bet the Luminesse... I hold up one hand. Before you suggest calling your boyfriend, I should tell you that they actually submitted a bid on the rebuild. I drop into the large armchair with a plop. But I'm sure it comes with strings. Everything with them does. Her lips curled, and I should be annoyed at how pretty she looks, even when scowling. But sometimes I just have to sit back and appreciate art for what it is. Does it get tiring? What? She perches on the edge of the sofa across from me. If you're asking about some kind of construction thing, I'm the wrong one to ask. I've never been involved with any of my dad's business stuff. I am seeing a little more why she can't find a job. No, I meant being quite so beautiful. She snorts in the least ladylike way I've ever seen from her, and it still doesn't really diminish her beauty and elegance. More tiring than you can possibly imagine, but probably not for the reasons you think. Sometimes she surprises me. She may not have a lot of life experience, being sheltered since birth, but she's not empty-headed either. What are you going to do? She asks. If you can't find a decent contractor to rebuild. Maybe I'll just set up a tent, I say. I could sell things out of that. With a few good spells, maybe Clark can— Why not just hire normies to build your shop? Roxana says. It's not like it needs anything in particular to be magical, right? Clark could still ward it for you. I'm taken aback at her shockingly smart suggestion. Why didn't I think of that? Until recently, I had no magic at all. I've spent my adult life catering to the magical people of NYC. But that doesn't mean I can't work with normies. I mean, sure, it's nice that the magical builders literally can get a place up almost overnight. But it's not necessary. Slow and steady can win races, or so I hear. I wonder what their prices are like. I imagine they're a lot like ours, Roxana says. What does that mean? I ask. She shrugs. The prices with normies will also vary. I'm poking around on my phone, looking up contractors and their reviews on some app called Yelp, when Xander bursts through the door. Roxana stands immediately. You. She drops her hands on her hips. I hope you're here to tell me you've signed up for an Alphas for Dummies class. Her eyes are narrowed, and her full lips are pursed. Uh-oh, I say. What's going on? Oh, you know, the normal. She cocks her head so she can see me too. I had a date, and Xander thought he'd come along uninvited. In my head. I frown. What does that mean? I'm having trouble learning how the Alpha Bond works, Xander says. And it turns out there's no Alpha training courses, paid or otherwise. It probably has something to do with the fact that no Alphas have ever been willing to admit to even a scrap of vulnerability. And signing up for any kind of course is basically a complete admission that they have no idea what they're doing. He sighs. But my dad has an Alpha friend, and I left him a message asking whether he thinks his friend might be willing to help me. That would be good, Roxana says, even if they can just go over the basics. I mean, we really just need you to learn how to give people their space. Don't hold your breath, though, Xander says. The Benegas wolves aren't really known for being super popular. My dad's friend is probably someone he conned out of money who just hasn't caught him yet or something. Her eyes widen a little, but she sits back down with an exaggerated sigh. Xander circles the sofa like a dog that's wondering how hot the fire he's facing really is. I am sorry, for what it's worth. I don't love Lionel, but I wasn't trying to ruin anything either. I swear. She nods slowly. I remember when you just waited in the lobby politely before, when I told you I was fine. You've always given me space. But we do need to get this under control. Wolf packs aren't exactly known for providing space to their members. I think back on everything I've ever read. I think some of the work to carve out space from Xander may fall on us. For instance, when you were a child, didn't your mother teach you the basics of shielding your mind? To what? Roxana's eyes widen. I'm guessing that's a no, I say. But it's a basic supernatural thing. Wolves aren't the only supernaturals who can invade your thoughts. And I'd think that amongst the dragona— Oh, Roxana nods. Yeah, but not for the females. Only the males have to worry about that. I bet you and I can practice some things that will set up boundaries with the bond, I say. I would love any help you can offer, Roxana says. As lovely as this female bonding is, Xander says, and as much as I want to support you guys also establishing some boundaries, I need to talk to Minerva. Is she around? I shake my head. Haven't seen her. She got called in urgently to work last night and didn't come home until really late, Roxana says. I think she's asleep now. Xander nods. Okay, well, can you have her call me when she wakes up? Is everything all right? I ask. I have to vacate my apartment, Xander says. Like right now. What? Roxana looks horrified. The pack owns it, right? I ask. Maybe you should have seen this one coming. We're packing, Xander says. But with the short notice, we're not sure where we're going to go. Clark has that big empty place, Roxana says. Maybe you could live with him for a while. I'm going to ask, Xander says. But I was hoping I might be able to store some things here. Actually, this whole building may be sold soon, I say. Roxana and Xander both demand more information, so I explain what Gavin told me. That's terrible, Roxana says. I just started drinking Gloffy, and now I'm going to have to walk 2 blocks to get some. And also Gavin's livelihood, and our neighborhood, and Minerva's apartment, Xander says. Well, yeah, Roxana says. All that stuff, too. Xander is smiling a goofy smile right at her, and I would want to thump him, except I've felt like that around her a time or two myself. It's really too bad there's nothing we can do about it, I say. I'm having enough trouble just trying to get my shop rebuilt. But if Minerva's not even going to be living here, or you guys either, and if Grand Central Gloffy's gone, what's the point? It's so distressing, Roxana says. All this stuff is changing at once. Makes me want to just sell my land, I say. Someone offered me almost $2 million for it. Can you believe that? It turns out, even though my shop was 1.5 stories, there's no limitation how tall the building can be on that land, which makes it worth quite a bit. Xander blinks. Plus, you have $1 million from the Luminesse in our fundraiser, right? Ooh, you should buy the building, Bevon. Roxana stands. Forget about rebuilding. Just make that little tax firm, or whatever that is next to Gavin, into your shop, and then Xander and Minerva and all the other tenants can pay rent to you. It's not like $3 million would even begin to buy this building, I say. It's way wider than the tiny spot of land I had, and it might make a pretty decent down payment, though, Xander says. As he says the words, I realize he's right. Maybe I could buy the building, and then the pack couldn't kick him out, Minerva wouldn't get booted, and I could evict that little office and make that into my shop. I think I should call my agent and head down to the bank, I say. Maybe I'll come with you, Xander says, because for once, maybe things are looking up. I'll be okay alone, I say. You have some boxes to unpack. Even if he doesn't come with you, Roxana mutters, he'll still be there. She's scowling, but she doesn't look nearly as annoyed as she did. I've dealt with worse things than a nosy wolf. I'm smiling as I head out. Maybe Xander's right. Maybe things are looking up.
6. Clark. New hire paperwork's always a pain. They make jokes about it for a reason. But the Luminesse take it to a new level. It takes me a day and a half to complete all the forms their administrator shoves at me. But finally I get cleared for duty.
Grab lunch and then report to this address.
The octogenarian witch who now knows where I spent nearly every second of my life up to this point hands me a card with an address printed on it. Nothing else. What's this? I can't help my smirk. I feel like I'm in a spy movie. She doesn't grin. She doesn't even smirk.
Get lunch and report there.
Okay, I say. I wasn't sure, when the photos I planted in Roxana's room failed to break her and Lionel up, whether his father would honor his promise to find me a job. But a few days after I sent him the screenshot of the photos in Roxana's room, a message was delivered to my apartment by courier. Witch courier. It took a relatively high-level spell even to unlock it. The letter inside was simple. It told me to report here to finalize paperwork, and it said I'd been hired as a magical liaison to the paranormal community for Orion Soul's Office of Akiro Affairs. It's a fancy title, and I have no idea what it entails, which means that, like Roxana before her date, I have no idea what to wear or how to prepare. I don't like the feeling of unease, but I'm hoping that after I report today, I'll have a much better idea of what I'm expected to do. When I reach my apartment, I notice the package I ordered from Romania arrived, overnight as they promised. My hands are almost shaking as I unbox the rare Missosa longicorn beetle. It's preserved perfectly, which is a relief. The potion my old professor promised would work on dragona as a cure for itching requires a live and wriggling Missosa longicorn. I've already prepared the rest of the potion, and I decide to skip lunch and make Roxana's treatment instead. When I release the stasis charm, the beetle surges to life, 3 wriggling legs on either side, and tiny, fine, textured hairs all over its body that make a beautiful pattern, not unlike a cheetah or a panther. I almost feel bad when I drop it into the pot of boiling liquid. With a venom base and a binder of poison sumac, this is one of the strangest potions I've ever made. But even more surprising is that when I drop the beetle into the mixture, the entire thing flashes brightly, nearly blinding me. As I blink to clear my vision, I can hardly believe it, but it's settled in as a brilliant hot pink. I'm smiling as I pour it into my nicest charm vial, a vintage bottle I bought from Bevon right after we met. At the time, I couldn't imagine what I might ever use it for, but now it feels like fate. Roxana may be dating Lionel Soul, but who's taking care of her? Who's noticing when she needs something? And who does she trust to fix her problems for her? As I grab a cab to save time, I can't help thinking about how our fingers will brush when I hand her this. How she'll rub it on her face, her shoulder, her neck, and her calf when her scales itch. Thinking about me. I may not be flashy or super powerful, but I'm thoughtful and I'm always around. My time's coming. I can feel it. I glance at my clock. Surely Minerva will still be sleeping with the hours she keeps. If I'm lucky, I'll be alone with Roxana when I stop in. I should have known that's not the kind of luck I have. Minerva is literally clipping her toenails when I arrive. The snick, snick, snick of her clippers removing large chunks of dead cells from the end of each of her toes is as far from appetizing or romantic as I could imagine. Then again, I am here to give Roxana a charm to deal with itching scales. Maybe I'm the gross one for thinking it might be something it clearly never was. "What are you doing here?" Minerva asks, one eye blinking. "I thought you started your new job today." "Yesterday," I say. Although I guess technically I spent all of yesterday filling out forms, so I'm about to head over to the real job for the first time. But I pull the vial out of my satchel. I brought this over for Roxana. Is she around? Minerva is still blinking when she stands up. "What is that?" "What's going on with your eye?" I peer at her. What did you do this time?" She scowls. "If you must know, a tiny chunk of toenail flew up and stuck in the corner of my eye." She shakes her head and rubs at the edge of her right eye. "It really stings." "Maybe don't rub it," I say. "I think it's making it worse." "Thanks, Dr. Lucent." "It's Dr. Clark Lucent to you," I say. We both laugh. As if I'd ever be a doctor. Useless humans who pretend they can fix things that require spells to improve in the slightest. The stuff they can't spell heals on its own in almost all cases. Funniest normie profession of all. Without warning, Minerva stops laughing and bellows, "Roxana! My dumb old brother's here with some pink crap in a weird old bottle that looks recycled." She plops back down on the sofa, picking the clippers back up. I fight the strongest urge to kick her in the shin. It's a good thing I don't do it, because Roxana practically dances out of her room 1 second later, smiling. Is that for the itching? She's pulled her sweater down, exposing her entire shoulder. It's the same shoulder I saw before, only this time it's not bleeding. This time, the scales are shimmering brightly, surprisingly beautiful against the golden undertones of her skin. I really hope so. I feel like it's getting worse. I can't stop staring at her. I know I should. I really should. But I can't help it. It's like staring at a work of art. She's more beautiful than a brilliant sunset or a sparkling, susurrating waterfall. Stop being a creeper, Minerva hisses. Jeez. That snaps me back to myself. Yes, I finally croak, clearing my throat. Yes, it's for the itching. Roxana's smiling. Awesome. She holds out her hand without bothering to fix her sweater. She looks like someone who's posing for the front cover of a magazine. She looks utterly unreal. But this time I managed to hand her the vial, nearly dropping it on her palm. Our fingers don't brush. They don't even touch. But at least she's not thinking I'm a complete dolt. Recycled? Roxana's laugh sounds like the tinkling of the world's most beautiful bells. This vial's stunning. She caresses it exactly like I was hoping she'd caress me. You should try it, I say. Then I'll know whether I need to make some adjustments. Oh. Her eyes shift upward, focusing on my face. Right. Thanks. She sets it on the end table closest to her and lifts the stopper. She pauses. Do I rub it on, or am I supposed to drink it? Don't drink it, I say at the same time Minerva shouts, Don't drink it, dummy! Roxana laughs. Got it. She turns the bottle over, pouring a tiny amount into her hand, and then she rubs it on her shoulder. Both Minerva and I watch intently. Should I be worried? Roxana arches one eyebrow. Before either of us can answer, the scales on her shoulder flash like a solar flare and she shudders. Is it supposed to do that? I'm squinting from the brightness of the flare. Not sure about my sister. No, definitely not. That's not good. She drops the stopper in the top of the vial and holds it out to me again. Sorry, but I'm not sure I need the rest. I shake my head, taking it back. Not your fault, obviously. I'll come up with something else. Is it normal to have to try so many things? Her shoulder doesn't look red, at least. It looks just like it did before. Does it itch any less? I peer at her, blinking to try and clear my vision. The scales look just like they did before to me, sparkling and brightly golden. She shakes her head. I mean, not really. I still feel like I should scratch them right out of my shoulder. Then she frowns. Obviously not. I'm not a moron. What? She's probably talking to Xander again. Minerva plops back down on the sofa one more time, digging around for her clippers. It's annoying. Wait, talking to... what? Xander's working on it, Roxana says. You can talk to him when he's not here? I step closer. How? I don't see a headphone or earbuds. It's been happening ever since we bonded, Roxana says. He can hear most everything I say, and it's hard for him not to respond, apparently. I haven't heard a word from him, I say. Maybe he needs to learn not to badger ladies. So far, I think it's only me he can't manage to leave alone, Roxana says. I bet. Minerva's smirking. I really am going to kick her shin. Stop, I say. Don't act like it's something special between the two of them. I'm sure it's just new alpha stuff. Or? Minerva tilts her head and straightens, giving up on the clippers. Maybe it's because they're the only two shifters. Maybe that's why they have such a special bond. Stop calling it special, I say. She's dragona. It's totally different than a wolf. The Akiro didn't even find them on the same planet. Speaking of the Akiro... Minerva pops to her feet, clipping her toenails, apparently forgotten. Do you remember Dad's Akiro feather wand? I snort. Do I? Yeah, she says. Do you? I'm not an idiot, I grumble. That was my answer. Of course I remember it. He spent my college fund on it. I'm not sure about that, Minerva says. I looked it up, and they don't cost $50,000 or even $100,000. Xander says they cost millions, Roxana chimes in. He said he saw an article on it in Spell Week last year. What's he doing reading Spell Week? I ask. He can't even cast a single spell. I can't help sulking, at least a little. Until Xander can figure out his weird bond thing, I'll never be alone with Roxana. It's not like I had time with her planned, but this bothers me a lot. In fact, I kind of hate it. If Xander wants to be a part of this conversation, he should just come over, I mutter. 2 seconds later, he blows through the door. Good idea, he says. Smart thinking, magical liaison to the Illuminae. He's smiling like he has no idea how irritated I am with him right now. So much for his stupid special bond. And Roxana's smiling back at him like she can't sense my irritation either. In fact, as I glance between the two of them, something really bothers me. In all my years as Xander's best friend, I'd never really looked at him as, well, as a man. He's always been my goofy, self-conscious, half-human wolf cast-off. He's been a charity case, if I'm being honest. But now, with Roxana smiling at him like that, I see him differently. He's tall. He's broad-shouldered. He's got great hair, albeit a little shaggy, and he's got a pretty good-looking face. He's supposed to be looking for his wolfy match, but he appears to have already decided what he wants. And it's not a wolf at all. Are you sure it's a fluke that you can only hear Roxana? I ask. Why were you asking about the Akiro feather wand? Xander asks. Did your mom find it finally? That would be nice, Minerva says. But if she had, she'd never have called me. Dad said he was going to leave it to me, I say. But then when he died, nothing. No wand, no feather, no note. Do the wands really cost millions? Roxana asks. Because Bevon said you traded your feather to someone for that fire lizard. Minerva's shoulders slump. I did. You had an Akiro feather? Xander asks. My sister nods dumbly. How did you get one? Roxana asks. From the same place your dad got the wand? We don't even know if he really had a wand, I say. I actually think he made that up as an excuse for blowing all my college fund money on something stupid. Dad wasn't like that, Minerva says. Then where's my wand? I ask. How did you get your feather? Roxana asks again. You never said. I was young. Minerva glances at me as she sits on the sofa again. I hadn't started school yet. I shrug. I think you were like 5, maybe? Anyway, I got lost. We went to a theme park as a family, and Mom was busy with something. And Dad... Where was Dad? She frowns. I wandered off, and I was cold, so I kept on walking. And I'm not sure how long I wandered around before I decided to sit down and rest for a bit. You were lost? Roxana crosses the room, sitting on the edge of the seat in the armchair across from Minerva. You poor little thing. How have I never heard this before? Because after my nap, I woke up on my own front porch, Minerva says. I heard a strange sound like a whooshing, and then I felt a burst of air, and then when I sat up, it was there. A simple white feather. Was it really an Akiro feather? Xander asks, standing just behind Minerva now. My sister nods. They had it verified. It was white with gold tips. Roxana's jaw drops. Your feather was Michael's? She shakes her head. Mother feather! Maybe he is your dad. Or maybe he just found a lost child and took me home, and they put his mark on my file as a key, because it was a significant event in my life. Minerva says. No way to know. I can't believe you traded that feather for a fire lizard, I say. That was so stupid. Giggles fluffs up and coos like she agrees with me. It was one of the dumber things I've ever done, Minerva says. No kidding, Xander says. But maybe not as dumb as the time you thought that you could breathe underwater if you had to, I say. Remember? You made me promise to hold you underwater, even when you looked like you were drowning. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Minerva asks. You said you were on your lunch break, right? I glance at my watch and swear under my breath. I tuck the exploding vial back into my satchel and wave. I'll try another charm tonight. Roxana smiles, and this time it's at me. Thanks, Clark. I really appreciate it. Take that, Xander. On my way out the door, I glance back, and I can't help but notice how naturally Roxana angles her body toward Xander, and how his eyes track her movements no matter where she goes in the room. I really need to figure out a charm to save the day quickly, or she might forget that he's a mongrel. Stupid alpha charm. I'm 15 minutes late when I finally reach the weird address, but no one seems to care. Actually, when I show up, there doesn't seem to be anyone to notice anything at all. They sent me to an empty warehouse on an abandoned street. Is Lionel's dad punking me? I'm about to head back to the old woman and yell at her for playing a prank when I wonder whether it's all a front. I've heard that some of the higher-level jobs have difficult-to-find entrances. It takes me another half hour, but I finally notice it. There's a small, scraggly flower right at the corner of the foundation stone, a spring flower in the fall in New York, a crocus. It should be blooming in March, maybe April, definitely not 2 weeks before Thanksgiving. Aha, I whisper, I've got you. It's another 20 minutes before I've engineered a spell that will let me through the door, and I have to whip out the stupid address card to do it. But eventually, I'm walking through the doors. A dozen mages are waiting for me laughing. I didn't think he was ever going to figure it out, a tall man with a pointy black hat says, as if wearing that's not already the worst kind of wizard cliché. I should be laughing at him.
I almost drop-kicked him a copy of Locate Spells for Dummies.
A witch with long fingernails cackles and slaps her thighs. You took at least an hour your first day, a short mage with longish hair says, glaring at the pointy hat wizard. And you returned to the processing center to tell them they gave you the wrong address, Agnes. The witch named Agnes sniffs, and the pointy hat wizard purses his lips like he's sucking on a lemon. You're no fun, Horatio. Ever. Welcome to the liaison's office, Horatio says. You found it faster than nearly everyone else here who's heckling you. Everyone except me. A witch with one blue eye and one hazel eye smiles, and then she holds out one hand. Charlotte Leclerc. Leclerc, I say, from the French clair for bright. She beams. My father's family is French, yes. Hopefully you can explain what a magical liaison does, I say. I was told the title, but no one told me quite what I'll be doing here. Come with me, Horatio says. I'm your assigned mentor, and Charlotte was my last mentee. She trails along behind us as we walk down a long hallway. When it finally ends, we enter a massive room, lighter and brighter than most open-air plazas. Our job, Horatio says, gesturing widely, is simple. We do anything the Illuminae need us to do. What he means to say, Charlotte says, is that we're magical fixers. Fixers? I frown. Like repairmen? Horatio shakes his head. No, we don't repair things, we repair situations. People. We eliminate problems in any form. As they walk me through the types of things we handle for the wealthy and influential Illuminae and their families, from criminal infractions to the fallout from extramarital affairs, I start to feel a little sick. They might call us fixers, but I've got my own name for what we do. We have almost limitless resources at our disposal, Horatio says. And because of the nature of what we do, there's very little oversight or paperwork. We clean up messes, I say. Right? Charlotte nods. Exactly. Great. I betrayed Roxana's trust and violated my own moral code so that I could become a well-paid magical janitor.
7. Xander. Do not think about Roxana. Do not think about her eyes, her lips, her hilarious view on life, or her sassy responses. Do not think about what she might be seeing or feeling, because if I do think about it... I shake my head. You all right, dude? Isaac calls. Because the bond feels like... whack. I drop the half-eaten bag of jerky I was staring at into the box in front of me and jog around the corner to Isaac's room. What does that mean? Whack? Isaac shrugs. Not sure, but just... it was vibrating or something. Vibrating? I arch one eyebrow. Wait, you can feel it? Isaac nods. Kind of like a little bunched-up ball in the back of my brain. A little knot of Xander. Can everyone feel that? That sounds horrible. Isaac shrugs. I mean, I'm kind of surrounded by Xander, so maybe it's easier for me to spot. I sigh. I keep dropping into other people's minds and intruding on what they're doing. Other people? Now Isaac's arching an eyebrow. Or Roxana's. Something behind Isaac suddenly draws my attention. What on earth is... I trail off because what I'm looking at is so gross. Are those dried, bloody loogies? I can't help dry retching. The wall behind Isaac's bed looks like it's covered with reddish-brown slugs that dried onto his wall in various stages of nasty. You do know they make and sell boxes of things designed to prevent just this. I tilt my head, just in case it might look less revolting. It doesn't. Look, vampires have to process blood, and sometimes if we get too much, or if there's something nasty in it, some of it sort of comes back up. That makes it worse. Sometimes I use an empty water bottle, Isaac says, but if I have to get up for a tissue, I can't go back to sleep. You can always go back to sleep when the sun's up. That's why it's so hard for me to get up. Isaac shrugs. Besides, I feel like this is a fitting parting gift for those Manhattan pack jerks. Let them clean it up. He has a point there. Isaac's phone rings, and I head for the door. It's a good time to escape before I see some other disgusting thing he's been hiding in here. Something worse than a wall of bloody boogers. Who knows what weird stuff vampires may do that I haven't yet discovered. Though with the way I keep inadvertently dropping in on my friends' thoughts and actions, I may discover things I don't want to know, even from the family room. I'm about to pick up my phone and call my dad to leave him another message when I hear something strange. The high-pitched tone coming from Isaac is a sound usually reserved for dog whistles and dolphin sonar. Donovan Summers really wants to meet me? I've heard the name before, but I can't think where. Producer, director, actor? I wait to see what strange, squeaky noise Isaac makes next. Of course I will, especially for something like that. But did you ask if we can meet via Zoom? He exhales gustily. Try harder. You know what'll happen if I meet him in person. When Isaac hangs up, he looks like a melting candle. His shoulders are so slumped. Isn't that good news, bud? I've heard of that guy before, I think. The eyes he turns on me are full of despair. It's the break I've always wanted. Donovan Summers is the rom-com producer in Hollywood, and he liked my style. He shakes his head, or at least right now he does. But once they meet in person, Normie's innate terror of vampires will kick in, and poof, big break gone. I clap one hand on his shoulder. Chin up, big man. I'm sure all the filming on his corny romance movie would have been scheduled during the day. I toss my head at the booger wall. We all know how you do during the day. I'd figure that out, he says. Silver-infused Red Bulls are magical. Plus, people dig the bedroom eyes. I can't help curling my lip at the wall that OSHA would surely condemn. Right, it's hot, for sure. Just give me a moment to be upset, and then we can try and come up with a plan. Is that before we panic pack so we aren't run off like mangy dogs, or after I sign up for remedial alpha training so I can stop snooping through my best friends' heads? Isaac's eyes snap up toward mine. I'm sorry, fam, I really am. I know things are rough enough for you now without me being all whiny about my big break before I've even blown it. It's a big deal, I say. I get it. I'll try and think of something to help you too. My phone rings, and it's a call from a number I don't know. I wonder whether it's Bevon. A tiny, insane part of me is hoping that she'll actually buy the building, and somehow, miraculously, we won't all need to move. Nothing in our life ever works like that, so I'm not optimistic, especially since I doubt the bank would want to take a chance on a demon spawn whose business just burned down. But it would be nice. Hello? Xander? The female voice's drawl is familiar, but I'm not entirely sure why. It's Jewel, she says. We need to talk. I can't help my sigh. I should have called you back. I'm sorry I didn't. She's left me 15 messages. If I wasn't waiting on Bevon's call, stupidly hoping for some way to stay here, I wouldn't have answered this time either. The thing, though, we know the thing, Jewel says. And at first, we were worried, but I wanted to tell you that we're in. Huh? In fact, ever since you left, we've been looking for solutions to your problem, and we found one this morning. My problem? We even have an offer on our compound. I'm so confused that I'm beginning to worry that she's speaking another language. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. You're going up against the Manhattan Pack, she says, which is really risky. I'm not gonna lie, more than half of us wanted nothing to do with it, but I convinced them. You convinced them? I shake my head. Jewel, I'm not going up against anyone. I think you've been misinformed. And the reason I haven't called you is that I bonded a pack, actually. You what? Now it's her turn to be confused. It does make me wonder who she's been talking to. Why would you think I was going up against the Manhattan Pack? I kick an empty box and send it flying across my room. I'm actually elbow-deep in boxes right now, trying to vacate the stupid Manhattan Pack apartment I was staying in. It's all over the werewolf gossip groups. You already fought Loren, and you beat him, but he ran before you could finish him off. That's not exactly what happened. But the thing is, he thought you'd be an easy target, but even as a lone wolf, even as a brand new alpha, he couldn't take you down. Jewel sighs. That's what sold him, you know. When I explained that, we all knew that with a pack behind you, you'd be unstoppable. My pack? I already have one, I say, and it's a strange one. You don't have wolves, I hear, Jewel says, and if you want a spot on the wolf advisory, you need to bond at least one wolf. She's shockingly well informed. I didn't even know you could bond a non-wolf, I say. When it happened, it's that dragona, isn't it? Jewel asks. Is that who you bonded? It seems like everyone already knows everything. Yes, Roxana, I say. I hardly think. You didn't ask, but you probably ought to know this. Our entire pack staffs the local prison. Guards, cooks, and cleaning staff. It took us a while, but I finally managed to convince the warden to put in a good word for us, and we got the contract to staff the newly reopening Manhattan Detention Complex. I'm sputtering. But you said you can't just... It happened really fast, as we were looking into how we could make you happy and still find a situation that would work for us. I know you weren't impressed when you met us before, and I even understand why. There are almost 100 of us, and we looked like a total disaster. But I swear, we're good wolves, and you're going to need some help. Let us provide it. It's not that I don't want a pack, I say, but my life's so complicated that you should believe me when I say that the offer we just got for our complex is $2.4 million, and if you can find us decent housing, it's all yours. To help with running the pack, of course. Are they bribing me to be their alpha? As bribes go, it's not a bad one. It's way more than I expected them to be able to come up with. Not that I've really sat around thinking about how much of a bribe anyone could scrounge up, which is all beside the point. Jewel, I'm sure you can find another alpha, one who doesn't have the same baggage that I do. If you come here, I'll just drag you into something that you don't want, something you don't deserve. Do you think we haven't looked? She asks. Alphas have become less and less common in the past 30 or 40 years, and the ones we have found have been aggressive. Often, the weaker an alpha is, the more aggressive he is, precisely because he's weak. The ones we've met, other than you, were worse even than our last alpha. You were strong, smart, and kind. You're the one we want. We've already voted. Did you hear the part where I said I already have a pack? You need wolves in your pack, or you'll get no vote on the Wolf Council, and that means you'll have to leave Manhattan. Your dragona girlfriend didn't look too keen on moving to the sticks when I met her. She's not my girlfriend, I say, and my brother's fraying, Jewel whispers. If we can't find him an alpha soon, very soon, he's going to have to be put down. There it is. Her rabid insistence finally makes sense. I don't know anything about managing the fray, I say. In fact, I thought I was fraying. Your brother would be better off. Most alphas would put him down immediately, she whispers again. I thought someone like you, someone who does the impossible, like bonding non-wolves, might give him a chance. Well, now she's got me. Look, I say, I'm not making any promises. But if you bring him to Manhattan, I'll meet with you. Okay? We can be there in 3 hours. Oh. I can't meet with you in just 3 hours, I say. I'll need to talk to some people first. How about you give me a few days? 2 days? I can't give you more than 2 days. Before I can even tell her my address, she hangs up. I'm headed across the hall to update Minerva when Bevon jogs up the stairwell. Xander! She looks agitated. You have to come with me to the bank. What? Those idiots at PNC said I need someone more reliable to co-sign on any loan, and guess what occupation they list as a stable paranormal position? I'm sure I have no idea. What? A werewolf alpha. She's shaking her head. With your help, we really might be able to buy the whole building. We just need to make sure we can prove that we'll be able to rent all the apartments. According to my agent, a lot of the apartments have fallen vacant in anticipation of the sale. Oh, I think I might be able to find us some tenants. I grimace. We need to get everyone together. We have a lot to discuss.
8. Isaac. Vampires are basically parasites who feed on humanity. We aren't from Earth. We weren't invited either. And now our magical forms take in order to propagate. I've known this all my life, but I'm just now realizing how much I hate it. I never really felt like I belonged here, on Earth, or even with any other humans, not as a vampire. It makes jabs and jokes about me being a bloodsucker sting, to be honest. I mean, we are bloodsuckers. We would die without humans to feed on. Our bodies would reject the tiny vampire crouched inside our brains, and we'd all shrivel up, or something like that. That's why, instead of drinking blood directly from humans, I've always just bought blood bags. I know that direct blood taking can create a bond with humans, and I know it can make us stronger, but I don't want that. Along with bonds like that comes the knowledge that the humans we're connecting with don't have choices. They always bond with the vampire who takes their blood. How can we really know whether they're willing? How can we know whether they hate it or whether they love it? I mean, they always say they love it, and that's enough for most vampires. But not for me. No one bats 1,000. Even Taylor Swift has haters. But vampires don't. It's hinky, right? Sometimes I think I'm being greedy, wanting to spread joy, wanting people to like me for who I am. But when I think back on the time I spent in that theater as Mercutio, when I remember my time in the park, where people lined up to meet and photograph themselves with me, those moments felt real. I only delighted the people in the park while fundraising for Bevon because they weren't normies. And I'm not sure how or why I didn't terrify the humans that day in the theater, but I've been longing to recapture that high ever since. In fact, it's all I want. It's why I've spent all morning hopped up on Red Bull laced with silver, walking around the city, trying to figure out how to keep people from being afraid of me. Sadly, nothing I've tried is working. Like, at all. Oh! A kid with a long skateboard has more metal forced through him than a pincushion, and he's wearing black lipstick. Sorry, I didn't see you there. I smile and wave, but he still blanches white and drops his board, kick-rolling away from me as fast as he can. It's been like that all day. Grandmas, children, businessmen, families on holiday. Actually, they may be the worst. I think it could be that they're already wary of dangerous New York streets, but several of them have actually run over small dogs, other tourists, and once, even a squirrel in their haste to escape my presence. I give up, I mutter. Tomorrow's meeting is doomed. Maybe not, buddy. Xander's voice in my head is encouraging. Maybe he'll be like the guys in the park. Nah, I looked into it, I say. Donovan Summers isn't supernatural. Well, that's too bad, Xander agrees. But maybe that's where you've gone wrong. There's a small but vibrant community of supernatural performers you should be networking with who... They do stand-up comedy and sing for private parties at Luminesse functions. I shudder. Pass. The family of 4 walking past me could be on a postcard advertising travel to New York City in the fall. They're all bundled up and coordinated, but not matching scarves, and the little girl has a poof ball on the top of her knit cap. She kicks an old can in my direction as they pass, scowling. Crazy guy talking to himself. At least she didn't seem scared of you, Xander points out. She's right, I say. I need to figure out how to think things in your direction. I sound like a lunatic talking out loud like this when I'm alone. You're supposed to be trying to block me, Xander says. Then you're supposed to only let me in when you want to. I am doing that, but I feel shut off from enough people. I don't want to cut off the one friend I've got. You're always welcome in my brain, buddy. No thanks. It's a pretty lonely, vacant place in here, Xander says, and I can feel his smile. Shut up. But I'm smiling too. It feels nice, honestly. There hasn't been much to smile about today. Where are you anyway? Since I'm up in the middle of the day for once, I should buy you lunch. I have the money, thanks to that horrible villain role I took. At the bank with Bevon. Not going great. Well, maybe with my vampiric charm and witty personality, I can change that. Not with humans, but PNC Bank's paranormal owned. It's also obligated by angelic code to hire fairly. Maybe their banker's a vampire. Actually, I think Aunt Ada works there. Not sure what she does exactly. I was always a little worried it was with collections, so I never asked. I head for the closest branch of PNC, the only one near our apartment really, assuming Xander will be too distracted to notice I'm moving closer. He may not even realize he needs my help until I'm right there, ready to offer it. Only, when I walk through the front doors, I don't see them at all. I'm here, I whisper. Where are you? Here? The PNC branch on 10th. I came to support the two of you. Maybe you need another co-signer. I'd like to own a building too, you know. Sounds like a good investment for a movie star. Xander's mental laughter sounds the same as it does in person. We're on the far left side in a tiny cubicle ran by an insane woman. So far, she does not have good news. I jog toward the corner, waving off anyone who tries to help me, and I open the door without permission. Always better to get that later. That's what I'm saying. I know your agent told you that they'd take $35 million, but 10% just isn't reasonable. Even with an alpha willing to co-sign, and even with a lien on the building, our bank won't make a loan of that size without 20% down. Banks are the same, supernatural or not, greedy and impersonal. This woman's definitely not my Aunt Ada, but her face is just as sour. She's also wearing a pair of glasses on top of her head and another pair on the end of her nose. What if they had another co-signer? I ask. I'm a movie star. You might recognize me? I smile my winningest smile. Paranormal Network Company Bank doesn't care about extra co-signers. The woman's a very old, very crusty witch, and she does not look amused. We care about dollars and cents, and you simply don't have enough. What if I could add $2 million and change to what we have? Xander's cringing a little as he asks. Would it be enough then? The building you want has provided notices that most of its tenants were asked to vacate in anticipation of sale. Her glasses slide down her nose when her frown deepens. You would need to provide evidence that you'd be able to fill those vacancies at a market rent, and you'd need to come up with... She peers at a computer screen, tapping at the keys. Did you say $2 million? 2.4, Xander says, to be precise. The witch scowls. I always want you to be precise. She goes back to clacking along, but finally she lifts her eyes. You'd still be $1 million short. $1 million? Bevon splutters. What are the floors in that building made of? Cotton candy? Xander turns to her slowly. Cotton candy? Gold-plated cotton candy? She shrugs. What? That's my favorite snack. I'd buy the crap out of a building made of cotton candy. You keep an eye out for Gretel here. Xander's looking at me as he stands. Then he turns toward the witch. We'll see what we can do, and we'll get back to you by tomorrow. I want to get you a pre-approval letter. The witch stands. That's how I pay my mortgage, but I can't do it without the proper elements. I do hope you understand. Xander sighs. Of course. And if I could ask? She slides her glasses up on top of her head, knocking the ones that were already there backward. They fall to the floor with a clatter. Yeah? Bevon leans over and picks them up. What? You listed Mr. Benegas as a werewolf alpha, and you're buying a building in Manhattan. She clears her throat. I tried to stay out of other groups' affairs, but... She sighs. There won't be trouble with Lo Ren Fang, will there? You have his permission to buy real estate in his area? Xander looks right at her, smiles, and nods. Of course. I don't have a death wish. She sighs dramatically. Ah, thank goodness. Her laughs, clearly nervous. None of us do, and besides, it wouldn't be good business either. Xander nods slowly. I'll just need a signed letter to that effect from his office for our file. For sure, Bevon says, her smile so large and so fake it almost pains me. We'll shoot that right over. Of course, once we get outside of the bank, all three of us deflate. Xander's normally broad shoulders are especially slumped. I'm sorry, man, I say. That was rough. Xander shrugs. It was always a long shot. He half chuckles. Buying a massive building in the middle of New York? His laugh gets louder. I'm not even employed. Bevon's laughing now, too. Me either. She has to wipe at her eyes, she's laughing so hard. From jobless to real estate mogul? She shakes her head. It was a pretty harebrained idea. But if we aren't buying a building, I say, does that mean we are moving? Xander sighs. Probably to Waterbury. Now Bevon's laugh is a little unhinged. Unless they get here first. She stops mid-step, her laughter dying just as fast. What are you going to do with all those wolves if we don't have a building? Xander cringes. Wait, I ask. What wolves? Everyone was too busy last night, but I really need to talk to everyone. Xander says. We have some important stuff to discuss. Discuss? Bevon arches an eyebrow. As our alpha overlord, don't you just tell us what to do and we have to listen? That's not the kind of alpha I am, Xander says. And something tells me that while it might work for wolves, it won't work for any of you. I'm happy to hear that you acknowledge you're not my boss, I say. But even so, you're coming with me tomorrow, right? Tomorrow? Xander frowns. For what? My meeting with Donovan Summers. I can't help my scowl. Sometimes it feels like you don't listen to anything I say. Xander's lip twitches. We spent the last 2 hours talking about him and trying to get you ready. Did you really think I'd forgotten about it? I shove him. But Bevon's ignoring us, typing on her phone. Who are you obsessing over? Xander asks. Meet a cute witch? Or a mean vampire? I ask. Oh, I know, Xander says. It's a terribly dashing demon spawn you met at the hot yoga studio. She can hold downward dog for an hour. Bevon rounds on us, eyes flashing. Hot yoga? That's so last year. Actually, like 3 years ago. Now it's goat yoga. Try to keep up. My phone buzzes. I notice Xander whipping his out, too. It's a text from Bevon, so maybe we were being jerks, mocking her for having a new crush. She was just trying to help Xander set up his meeting. Meet at Minerva's at 5. Minerva should be waking up soon, Bevon says. And Clark should be off work in the next little while, I think. What does he do again? Magical bean counting? Obituary drafting? He's a magical liaison to the Luminesse now, I say. He's only bragged about it 100 times. I block that stuff out, Bevon says. At least unless I'm in a good place, which clearly... She sighs. I'm not right now. Jobless, homeless, blah, blah. I say, we all know. You're a little whiny right now, too, Bevon says. I think we've both been channeling our inner Clark a little too much. That's mean, I say. But it's also funny. Like Clark, there's plenty of good in my life, and I'm focusing on the bad. As we walk the 6 blocks between where we are and home, Xander and Bevon talk about what we could do with the pack, and where we could look for apartments just outside of Manhattan, but I can't help thinking about what I bring to our friend group. Our pack, I guess. Bevon has money from her shop, and even more from the land. She's tough and kind, and has a strong moral code. Xander's an alpha now, and he's held down a solid job, albeit a miserable one, for years. He has savings, he has stability, and now he has pack magic. Clark has a prestigious job and powerful magic. He's also got lots of savings and a mother who's proud of him. Minerva has, well, she has a friggin' awesome pigeon and a hot guardian who likes her. She probably has some money saved, and she plans things like the fundraiser for Bevon. When people have problems, she's one of the first people they ask to help, misfiring spells notwithstanding. Roxanna's the hottest woman I've ever met, and probably the most desirable bachelorette in New York City. Her father would burn down the city for her. Her mother has sent her thousands and thousands of dollars worth of designer clothing. She may be unemployed, but I'm sure that won't last long. Then there's me. Magical dud, not a scary vampire, but too scary to do what I want to do. Not an assassin or even a successful actor. I'm a drain on everyone and everything. I get why my mom's embarrassed, and why my friends don't ever ask me to help with anything. I'm a waste of space. When things are in flux, when people are in danger, I'm the last person anyone would call. I really want to change that, but I'm not sure how to go about it. So I just drag my feet along the pavement all the way back to the apartment we're about to flee. Am I acting like Clark? Or when he's being whiny, is he acting like me?
9. Xander. After I flunked out of wolf school, I barely ever saw my dad. Even when I did see him, he never really said much. It was like we had one thing we shared, and when I was no good at it, we had no common ground at all. In fact, before he showed up in NYC to confirm that he'd known all along that I was an alpha, I doubt I'd heard from him in over a year, not even so much as a text. Imagine my surprise when he calls me within 48 hours of my leaving a message. "Xander," he says, "it's me, your dad." The wonders of caller ID had revealed that fact to me, I say. "Right," he grunts. "You said you had some questions." "So I bonded my friends, I imagine you heard." He grunts again. "And now, things are kind of strange. You bonded a bunch of non-wolves, and you're calling me because that's strange." My dad sighs. "Or is there more than that?" "The thing is," I say, "no one's really taught me how to be a wolf. I've never been part of a pack, and I don't know a thing about being an alpha, so I'm sort of struggling." "With what, exactly?" Dad asks. "Ordering your packmates around?" "Nothing like that," I whisper, conscious of Bevon and Isaac listening in carefully on the very end of our walk back to the apartments. "It's just that, well, I'm practicing talking to them telepathically, and—" "Wait, you can communicate with them?" Dad splutters. "Non-wolves? In their minds? Should I not be able to?" "I've never heard of it," Dad said. "But then again, as far as I could find, no one has ever bonded non-wolves." "How many people know?" I ask. "How did you hear?" Lo Ren Fang posted about it on the forum. He was displeased. "Forum? We're climbing stairs now, but I'd probably be huffing even if we weren't." "Dad, Maybe you should start at the beginning. Assume I've heard none of this. The forum's basically like Facebook, but for wolves, okay? We're all there. Make an account, follow the big alphas. Is Lo Ren a big alpha? I ask. Practically the biggest, Dad says. What are people saying about me bonding non-wolves? About what you'd expect. There are plenty of haters saying you're a freak, that it's unnatural, and that you should be put down. You know, the usual, Bevon hisses. Bullying, attacks, and threats of murder. Who was that? Dad asks. One of my packmates. The demon one? Demon spawn, Bevon says. And yes, that's me. Hi, Mr. Benegas. Tell her that she's the first one they want to eliminate. They think it's embarrassing to have an alpha linked to a level 1 demon spawn. I love them too, Bevon says. And if I were them, I'd be more embarrassed about having fleas. There are plenty of them who are curious, Dad says. They'd kill for the knowledge that you can communicate with your packmates telepathically, for instance. Well, don't go posting on there just for attention, I say. I would never do that. I'm surprised when Dad sounds hurt. I would hope you'd know that, at least. I do, I say, though I'm not sure it's true. And while we're dispensing advice, do you remember that alpha friend you mentioned? If you could get him to call me, I could really use a mentor. Things with Haymitch are complicated. I knew it. Dad isn't one to keep friends very long. Dad coughs. But I can tell you a few things myself. To be considered a real alpha, you need to bond at least one wolf, Dad says. In fact, there's a lot of discussion about your pack right now, and apparently wolf law's clear. An alpha becomes an alpha when he bonds wolves to him. Wolves, plural. I could come and be your first real packmate, but you'd need more than that to really qualify as an alpha. You need to find a few wolves who will let you bond them, or you won't have any rights at all. No seat on the Wolf Council either. I'd never even heard of the council. They don't come up much, to be honest. Wolves largely handle themselves, but there is a loose confederation of alphas who sort of make bigger decisions involving more than one area. Some alphas go to them with arguments. For instance, if you wanted to stay in New York City, Dad says, you could ask for their help, or you could kill Lo Ren. Those are pretty much the only ways. Generally speaking, their creation was just to try and prevent massive wars that would have extensive casualties. Sounds dope, Isaac says. Ah, dear Isaac's there too, Dad says. How lovely. We've reached the hallway outside our apartments, and I wave toward Minerva's door. I'll be over in a few. Bevon frowns. She knows when she's being dismissed, but she doesn't argue. Isaac, of course, follows me cluelessly into our apartment. I duck into my room and shove the door as closed as I can get it, with boxes wedged into the hallway. Listen, have you ever heard of someone unintentionally spying on one particular pack member? What does that mean? Dad sounds uncomfortable. Well, like, I don't want to know what one of my packmates is doing all the time, but somehow I just can't seem to help listening in, so to speak. All the time? Dad asks. Not right now, I say. It's easier when I keep myself busy, but if I'm not actively trying not to see or hear what this pack member's doing, I can. Like when she's showering? Why are you assuming it's a girl? I hate how high-pitched my voice has gotten. It could be a guy. I thought you weren't gay, Dad says. Am I mistaken? No. Okay, now I just sound like a teenage girl in a Halloween movie. I force myself to calm down. Dad, stop being weird. I'm not gay. Then why are you talking about a mate bond with a male? A mate bond? I can barely breathe. It's not an alpha thing for you to be unable to break off a mental connection with another wolf, Dad says. That's something that happens when two wolves are compatible as mates. The only way to sever the connection is to close down that bond. Entirely. Close down the... I choke. What does that mean? If you want to stop, you have to reject the other wolf as your mate. She's not even a wolf, Dad, I say. It is a female, Dad says. That's a relief. Adoption laws are broadening, but they're not common or easy for our kind. Being a gay wolf is extremely hard. Dad, focus! Is it the demon spawn, he asks, or the witch? Because the only witch-wolf bond... Dad, I shout, just stop! How do I reject the bond? You would have to remove her from your pack, Dad says. It really only works if one of you is entirely geographically distanced and you sever the pack bond. That's bad. I'm not sure I can do that. But there's no way that Roxana could be my mate. She's dragona. What happens if I don't do that? You'll keep spying on her, for one, Dad says. I'm guessing, based on your phone call, that's not something she's a fan of. He grunts. If it's the witch, she might be able to cast a spell or concoct a charm that could stop that. But the rest? What's the rest? You can't find another mate until you've rejected her, Dad says. And I assume that someday you do want a mate. What if all I ever want is her? Could she want you back? Dad asks. Because if so, things could get really strange really fast. What do you get if you cross a half-wolf, half-human with a dragona who can't shift? I ask without thinking. Dad swears under his breath. I'm kidding, Dad. But is it really Roxana Goldenscales? Dad asks. I mean, it's not Roxana, I say. You need to reject her right away. Her family will eat you alive. If you ever listen to one word I say, let it be this suggestion. Kick her out, and do it fast. Dad hangs up. Well, that was encouraging. I'm trying to decide whether I can possibly share what Dad said with Roxana when Isaac grabs my arm and starts dragging me across the room. What are you doing? It's 5, he says. Or did you plan to skip the meeting you called? Bevon called it, I mutter. I follow him across the hall, but I stop in front of the door. Did you let your dad get to you? Isaac slams one hand against the wall by the doorframe. I swear, that guy pisses me off. No, I shake my head. It's not that. What then? I have no idea what to do in a pack meeting, I whisper. Bevon called it so fast, and I was talking to my dad, and now I'm supposed to go in there, and... What? Isaac slings one arm around my shoulders. Just talk to us, man. We're still your friends. He shoves the door open and drags me inside. You two are finally coming out? Clark asks. If you'd let me know, I'd have brought balloons and a fabulous rainbow cake. Nice try, I say, shoving Isaac a foot away. Not even close. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Bevon arches one dangerously irritated eye. Didn't say there was, Clark says. Or me, I say. All right. Minerva's rubbing her eyes. Until she yawns. Then Roxana yawns. And I yawn. Clark, Isaac, and Bevon all yawn too. Knock it off, I say. Go get some gloffy. I hate the instant stuff, Minerva whines. It's all sludgy, and it tastes like plastic. I knew you'd say that. Roxana leans over and pulls a carrier up from the ground. She lifts one cup out and hands it to me. Glespresso, dragona. She winks. My entire stomach flips over. Gloffy, black, demon spawn, she says as she hands one to Minerva. Then she turns toward Bevon. A glatte, vampire, and then to Clark. Glofficino, dragona. She's smiling, but she doesn't wink, and for some reason that makes me feel way better. What about me? Isaac asks. I got you a muffin. She tosses him a bag. I saw you with Gloffy earlier, and it looked like you were pounding it. His expression is sheepish. Early day for me. You really didn't know I was getting Gloffy? She circles back around and sits next to me on a stool. You didn't see me doing it? I was practicing distracting myself while I was at the bank, helping Isaac, and then talking to my dad. I didn't expect it to work, but I guess it did. No idea, I say. Are you proud? She beams. And I'm, conversely, a little bummed. Does that mean we aren't really mates? It's far, far too embarrassing to ever admit, but after Dad said we might be, I was excited at the idea. Which is dumb. There's no way my mate would be Dragona, and there's no way she'd be excited about it if it were true. Well, I stand up, taking a sip of my Glespresso to have something to do. I'm glad you're all here. There have been a lot of developments since you all stood beside me to defy the demon spawn who cornered us in this very room. Everyone's watching me like I'm their CEO or something, and it's disconcerting. I sit down. Tell them about the pack in Waterbury, Isaac says. The pack in Waterbury? Roxana arches an eyebrow. Did they contact you again? And we should talk about the building thing, Bevon says. I mean, we're still $1 million short, but who knows what Clark has underneath his pillow? I think it's mattress, Minerva says. The phrase is underneath his mattress. Clark looks uncomfortable for some reason, but I can't think why. And we should talk about the telepathic stuff, Roxana says. I agree, we have a lot to discuss, I say. Start with the building, Isaac says, because that's one we should vote on, and maybe other people can help. Bevon leaps in to explain how she found out the building was for sale, and how she has $3 million between the money we raised and the money she'll clear from the sale of her land. And with the rents I think we'd get, it would basically support itself. Unless, an old building like this needed repairs or had any foundation problems or roof issues or electrical or air conditioning malfunctions, Clark says. Yeah, Bevon fiddles with her scarf. Unless all that stuff. She bites her lip. Stuff I never thought about because I've never owned anything but my little shop, and look how that went. She looks utterly deflated. Plus, I say, unless someone else has $1 million, we're a little short even for the down payment. All we need is $4 million for a down payment on this whole building? Minerva's frowning. What's the purchase price? So that's where the pack in Waterbury comes in. I sigh. They have right around 100 wolves in their pack, and their alpha died a few months ago, and they're in pretty bad shape. But they did find a buyer on their compound, and they're willing to move to New York. But there's already a pack here, Roxana says. Right, but there's a lot of precedent for splitting an area, I say. If I were an alpha with bonded wolves who could petition the Wolf Council. You can't petition this council without a wolf being bonded to you? Roxana looks unimpressed. Multiple wolves, I say, as in more than one. At least if she doesn't know all this, she really didn't hear my whole conversation with my dad, which means she has no idea about the possibility of the mate thing. That's a relief. That Waterbury wolf wants him to bond their whole pack, Isaac says, and they'll give him the $2 million in change they'll get from the sale of the compound to pay for the building. He's practically bouncing. Then we'd own the building, and Lo Ren couldn't kick us out. But he could kill us all, Clark says. Right? I mean, that's always a risk, Isaac says. Dude is pretty cracked. Minerva blinks. But even with that $2 million and change, we're still short on the building down payment? I nod. Yup. I'm thinking the building is out, which is a bummer. I think the crazy Waterbury wolves have found a new job, and it's here, in Manhattan. A job? Roxana's brows furrowed. Doing what? I smile. Prison guards, cooks, and support staff, I guess. That tracks. Her lips are compressed. but would you want a pack like that? I feel like they haven't caught many breaks in life, and I can relate to that, I say. And I have to tell them, or they'll be as confused as I was. Jewel, one of their nurturers, has a brother who's fraying. I think from what she said, it's pretty bad. I think he may not be the only one who's struggling. Clark swears. That's dangerous, right? I can't argue with him there. You're our alpha, Minerva says. So what are you telling us you're doing? I shake my head. I'm your alpha, but that's not how I am. You know that already. I'm here to ask you what everyone wants to do. I have money saved, Clark says. Not $1 million, but $250,000, maybe. I could contribute that, if we could come up with the rest somewhere else. I have some, Minerva says, but not as much as Clark. Oh, and we'd need to get a signed note from Lo Ren for the bank saying he's fine with us buying the place, Bevon says. So clearly we'd have to forge that. Do you hear yourselves? Roxana asks. This is madness. We could move, Minerva says. I mean, we could just move. Has anyone thought about that? To where? Roxana asks. Waterbury? Because I've been there, and let me tell you, it's not nice. Hey, I say, I'm not sure we really gave it a chance. It's not New York, Roxana says. And I realize anything but New York won't be nice to her. I don't know what we should do, Minerva says, but it sure feels like the universe is trying to destroy us, doesn't it? That can't be a good thing. Bevon holds up one finger. The Demon Council. Her voice is quiet but clear. She holds up another finger. The Manhattan Pack. She holds up a third. Minerva's weird past. And a fourth. And the Dragona aren't exactly our biggest cheerleaders since we've been harboring Roxana. She shakes her head. It's more than 3 strikes. I hear California's nice, Clark says. It's better for movies, Isaac says. But I love New York. And you didn't mention the vampires, at least. They may not love us, but they don't hate us. Don't be so sure, Minerva says. Remember how I got suspended before? Isaac lifts his eyebrows. I kind of boiled the Sublime Chancellor's son in a hot tub on accident. She cringes. I just found out that even with the chief's nomination of me as his replacement, the head of each faction needs to ratify his choice. And you don't think they will? I ask. Minerva shrugs. Do you? It's not looking good. All right. Well, let's hear from each of you with what you think we should do. One obvious solution to part of this mess would be for me to unbond you and move away myself. The rest of you could stay here. I can't. Your bond was all that kept me safe, and I don't want to move, Bevon says. I mean, I already did have to move, sort of. I'm staying on the sofa here, but I don't want to run away. I know the Demon Council's scary, but we stood up to them once. And Lo Renfang's a big old bully, and I've hated bullies my entire life. I think you should bond some wolves, Minerva says, Waterbury or not, and then go to the Wolf Council and ask them to split the area. I'm floored. I was bracing myself for them to ask me to unbond them. I thought they'd all want out. But where will we live? Minerva shrugs. I think that matters less than being together. If we have to move, we can move. We can't move if we're dead, Roxana says. Would your father really let that happen? Clark asks. Do you really think you're in danger? She almost got mauled when she went with me to visit the packs looking for my mate, I say. That gives me pause for a moment. That day, our purpose was to find my mate. What if I actually did? I shake off the strange thought and focus. Clark was acting like Roxana had nothing at stake here, but she does. Roxana made a fireball that day and blew up the people attacking her. Don't treat her like she always hides behind her father. Roxana's eyes widen. By the wing, I say. I'm sorry, we weren't telling people. Wait, Minerva says. We're people now? Roxana shrugs. It was just It was a weird day, and then my mom started calling and asking about it. She sighs. I panicked. A fireball? Clark asks. That's when I started itching, she says. That's what changed. Clark frowns. Roxana's brow furrows. That pack did get a video, and they've sent it as proof to my mother. I put her off one more day, but tomorrow I have to go home and talk to her about it. I'll go with you, I say. And hey, maybe I can get them to loan me some money, she says. $500,000's nothing to them, and I know I have a trust fund, if I can access it. It's worth a try. Don't take money from them, Minerva says. We'll think of another way. I do have an interview tomorrow, Isaac says. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a job, and it'll pay well. None of us hold our breath, but it's cute he's still so optimistic after all this time. Maybe so, man. That would be great. We all agree, then? Bevon asks. Wait, I say. Before we go any farther, none of you really got to choose whether to join my pack. I think all of you should get a chance to bow out. No hard feelings at all. This thing, a pack with non-wolves, my dad says it's the strangest thing any of the wolves have ever heard. And Roxana can tell you that it has some undesirable side effects. And I'm definitely still figuring things out. You helped me, Roxana says softly. That date with Lionel was, well, it was just bad. You gave me an excuse to just walk away. Something about her words. My hope soars. I try to squash it down, but I'm not very successful. And we did choose you. We chose this, Minerva says. We all had a choice. At least I did. Clark, Isaac, and Bevon all nod. Roxana says, we all chose you, and I think we're all in for whatever comes next. She laughs. I didn't expect a redneck wolf pack, but if that's what we need, I guess I'm in for that too. Everyone loves a good makeover, right? Plus, we've only talked to one bank, Bevon says. Maybe we talk to a normie one or two. What would we tell them our jobs are? I ask. I'm a liaison, Clark says. Officer of the law, Minerva says. And I'm a small business owner, Bevon says. And I can prove it with my books from before the shop burned down. She stands up. I'm calling my real estate agent and telling her to take the offer on the land. She can prepare an offer for us. I think we should try. Buy the building and tell Loren we aren't scared. You're ready to lie like that, Minerva asks. Fake it till you make it, Roxana says. I'm in too. There's a strange uplift of power in my body then, like when a wave surges underneath you in the ocean, lifting you upward on its crest. Guys, the pack bond likes it. The knock at the door surprises all of us. My money's on the Demon Council, Minerva mutters. They've been way too quiet. I'm not sure they'd knock, Roxana whispers. I think we're past that point. Loren? Clark asks, looking my way. They know you're friends with Minerva. Maybe they tried across the hall and didn't find you. I really hope they didn't already destroy all our stuff. Let's hope not. But as I walk toward the door, I can smell them. It's a wolf. As my hand grips the knob, all the muscles in my body tense, and I hear the others lining up behind me. When I glance over my shoulder, Minerva has her wand out, and I'm not sure whether that's encouraging or not. Clark's wand is out too, and his eyes are determined. Roxana has her hands out, but I really hope she doesn't have to blow a fiery hole in the wall. I fling the door open. Jewel's jaw drops, and the man next to her, whose hair is sticking straight up in the air at strange angles, jumps. Xander? Jewel's eyes move beyond me to my friends. I thought we heard you in here, and I know we said tomorrow, but Pat's not doing so great. Is this a bad time?
Chapter 10. Roxana. My brother Mateo left New York when he married his dragona princess, but she came from a nobody family that rules in Honduras. My mom didn't think most of my brothers would find wives, or she'd never have agreed to the match. They hadn't been married long when my sister-in-law asked to visit. From the moment we picked them up from the airport, Valentina kept saying how much better she would fit in here in New York than she did back home. Mom was extremely uncomfortable from the start. When we finally reached the penthouse and Mom welcomed them inside, her face was stiff. Mom's eyes were a strange mix of nervous and angry, and her movements were jerky, like someone was pulling her strings. That's exactly how Minerva looks when she welcomes Jewel inside. "So happy to meet you," Minerva says. "Xander has said good things." "Has he?" Isaac asks. "Of course he has." Minerva's face somehow looks even stiffer when she glares at Isaac. "What has he said exactly?" Jewel lifts both eyebrows. "Well," Minerva's blinking too much. "He said you have worked very hard to, Minerva winces. I actually feel a little sorry for her. She's the consummate hostess, always graceful and inviting. Except for now, apparently. Jewel clearly made an effort to prepare herself for the city. She's wearing clean, newish clothing, even if it's not well made, and her hair has been washed. She may not look perfect, but it's a tremendous improvement over the last time we saw her. Her brother, well, that's another story. I don't recall meeting him when we went to Waterbury, but he's a mess. At first, he focuses his eyes on whoever's talking. But after a moment, as if following the conversation took up far too much effort, he starts staring at a spot in the middle of the room where no one's sitting or standing or talking or doing anything at all. For a moment or two, he just frowns at it. Then he starts muttering. A minute later, he snaps at the air, his sharp incisors flashing. At least they're clean, which is more than I can say for his hair, his ragged nails, or his clothing. I suppose Jewel could only do so much. Xander did mention he was in bad shape. "What do you want?" Xander's asking. "I know we talked about meeting tomorrow to discuss details, and I'll tell you now that we're actually strongly considering it. We're in negotiations to buy this very building, and it has quite a few vacant apartments." "That's amazing," Jewel says. "For a pack, living near their alpha is very important. I'm sure in New York City that's challenging." "Don't expect me to move," Clark says. "Just the pack," Jewel says. "I'm part of the pack." Clark folds his arms. "Everyone in this room is." Jewel's eyes widen. "How many of you are there?" "5, Xander says. "Roxana you met before. But also a demon spawn, a wizard, a vampire, and a witch." None of us are sure what to call Minerva. Even if she's angel spawn, we certainly can't say that out loud. "How interesting," Jewel says. "If that's a problem," Xander says, "then it's not," Jewel says. "Not at all." "But you came a day early because," he lifts his eyebrows. "You had a hair appointment you forgot about?" I can't help my snort. There's no way she gets her hair done. "It's Pat," Jewel swallows. Her eyes dart sideways and she licks her lips. "What about him?" Xander asks. "He's clearly not doing that well, but he tried to borrow energy yesterday, and I almost couldn't detach him." Her nostrils flare. "You should have put him down," Xander says. "That's a hard and fast rule." He stands, his hands balled into fists. "It's not even safe for him to be here, and it's certainly not safe for you. Did you bring him here so I could—" He scowls, his eyes flashing gold, and a muscle in his jaw popping. I can't help noticing that the corded muscle in his forearms is taut as well. Xander's really hot when he's angry. "Look, our pack started back in 1975 when my dad bought a lotto ticket with the last of his money and won. He used his winnings to buy the compound, and he never once turned a wolf away, no matter what condition he or she was in. Jules staring at Xander, her eyes full of quiet desperation. We're all gamblers. We always have been. Lately, things haven't gone well, but we know that with any gamble, there's risk. And what about this gamble? Xander turns toward Pat. A gamble that puts my pack at risk? Jules' entire face crumples, and her eyes well with tears. He's my twin brother. Did I mention that? He's been my best friend my entire life, and I just can't... Would you be able to do it? She points. What if one of them was fraying? Xander starts pacing. Of course I couldn't do it, so I'd find someone who could, but it's not relevant, because they're not wolves, so they won't ever fray. Which is also a rule, and you broke that. Jules' eyes are wild, but her feet are set shoulder-width apart, and she's not folding, even in the face of an angry alpha. She's tougher than I realized. We wanted you specifically for this reason. We're a pack with problems, clearly, but you don't seem to be afraid of a fight. She steps closer, getting in the path of his pacing. Please, Xander. Packs aren't strong because they're made up of warriors. They become warriors when they'll fight for the people who have helped them. We will fight for you forever, in any circumstance, but we need someone who will fight for us too. Jewel, it's not that simple. We'll fight with you against Loren Fang, even if it's to the death, she says. Can you find another pack on Earth that would do that? It's an impressive claim, but one look at Pat tells me it's unlikely there's much Xander can do, even if he wants to help. I doubt there would be anything an Akiro could do at this point. Pat's drooling now, and he doesn't even bother swiping it away. Xander wasn't unaffected by Jules' plea, clearly. He stops pacing, sighing heavily. I don't even know anything about how to help wolves with the fray. As I understand it, he'll be a bottomless black hole of need. He'll suck me dry if I try to bond him. That means trying to save him will put my friends in danger. We're already in danger, Minerva says. We have been since we stood up to the Demon Council. Bevon looks a little sick about that, but she shouldn't. Actually, I say, maybe longer. You've all been in danger since I showed up on your doorstep. Maybe longer than that, Minerva says, as long as you've been my friend. Her expression is deadly serious. Since you chose to be my friend, Clark says, looking at Xander. No one liked it back in college, and they still hate it now. Since you welcomed a vampire roommate, Isaac says. We've all been misfits from the start. The only place we fit, Xander says, is with each other, I say. Pat leaps to his feet then, lunging at Xander. When Jewel blocks her twin, he pivots on one squeaky heel and turns toward me, his hands grasping my shoulders. His grip hits me like a live electric wire, a jolt so strong that it would have knocked me on my backside if he wasn't anchoring my shoulders with surprisingly strong hands. Then something weird happens, something I can't even describe properly. The closest I can get is that it feels like someone's vacuuming me from the inside out. It feels like my life force is being inhaled from my feet, through my stomach, my lungs, my head, and then out through a hole in the top of my skull. It's excruciatingly painful, and I can't even scream. I'm frozen in place like a Greek statue, my face contorted in what I'm sure is a terribly ugly expression. I've become a Greek tragedy, I realize, and I'm powerless to stop it. Luckily, Xander's not. He leaps on Pat, wrenching him away from me, and then slams an open palm against Pat's face. There's a bright flash of blue light, And then Pat's head tilts at a strange angle and he whines. He sounds just like a stray dog. Jewel whimpers behind me, but when I start to slump, she's the first one to prop me back up. "I'm so sorry," she's whispering over and over. Not that the sentiment helps my jelly knees or rubber elbows. I feel like the strong insides of my body have been hollowed out, and I'm struggling just to stand upright. Xander's ticked about it. His face is as furious as I've ever seen it. His normally rich and brilliant golden eyes hard, his mouth compressed into a hard line, and his brow furrowed from eyebrows to hairline. He forces Pat to his knees. But instead of killing him, Xander shifts and puts his other hand, palm open, on the top of Pat's head. I shiver then, as a pulse of energy passes through me. And I realize that Xander's doing something. What? I have no idea. But something. There's another pulse, and then another, and Minerva's glowing with brilliant golden light, while Bevon's glowing too, surrounded by an almost blood-red haze. It's the strangest moment of my life, and I've watched my friend bond a pigeon and a werewolf alpha become trapped in a lime-green jello bubble. But then Xander's broad shoulders straighten, and his chest flexes, and his nostrils flare, and he releases Pat. Instead of going ballistic, or panting, or whining, or whimpering, or anything else I've seen him do, Pat lowers his head, and he whispers words that sound an awful lot like a prayer. "From this day forward, I swear to serve you and only you. I'll defend you, honor you, and protect you and yours with my life, my soul, and all my strength now and forever." When he bows his head, there's a kind of popping sound, like the inverse of my ears popping on a plane. It's like the world around us popped instead. Without waiting for any kind of explanation or response, Jewel drops to her knees and shuffles toward Xander. "Me. Now bond me." Bonding the nurturer who was mated to the last alpha? Xander narrows his eyes. "You didn't tell me that before." "You know now because Pat knows." Jewel bows her head. "Yes, bonding me would bond the entire pack, but I wouldn't have tricked you into it. Because the whole pack's bonded to the alpha's mate." Xander cocks his head. "You really would have told me?" She nods slowly. "I considered not telling you, but I don't want that kind of start. Not with you." Xander doesn't look so sure, but he finally inhales. "Fine." He looks around the room. "Unless any of you object now that you've met them." "Is he going to be all right?" Minerva tosses her head at Crazy Pat. "He healed him." Jewel's eyes are so intent on Xander, so full of adoration, that I'm a little uncomfortable. That's a lie. I'm ragingly uncomfortable. I'd like to punch her. No, incinerate her. Some part of me wants to lunge at her, screaming, "Mine!" But that's insane. So I force my hands into fists at my side, and I stand my ground. "Did you really heal him?" Bevon asks. "I thought he was too far gone. Whatever he did to Roxana sure didn't seem pleasant." "He did what he did for Roxana," Jewel says, "fraying wolves when they latch on. They don't let go." Xander's voice is heavy, deep. He looks turbulent in a way I've never seen. Alpha looks good on him. "But he did let go. Xander, you patched Pat's soul. I didn't think it could be done, but he's fine now." She's absolutely giddy. Her face has the shining certainty of a true zealot. "He's incomparable." "You didn't have any way of knowing I could do that." Xander's gone back to Stormcloud. "You risked Roxana's life with that stunt." "Her gamble worked," I say. at least partly because of us. She's right. We're not a normal pack. Jewel's face turns toward mine. If you'll let us swear, if you'll bond our pack, I swear that we'll do everything we can to honor the privilege of being part of this unconventional and powerful pack. I'm not terribly close with any of my brothers. One of them I was, but then he married and left. After Mom finally hatched a girl, she stopped all the constant pregnancies, so even my youngest brother is still quite a bit older than me. But now that I've met Isaac, Clark, Minerva, Bevon, and Xander, I'm starting to get how she might feel. I'm fine with it, I finally say. As I watch Xander's face when he nods silently, I realize that I feel differently about him than I do the others. I care more isn't the right word. I care for him differently. It scares me, but it's exciting too. As he bonds Jewel, knowing that he's taking on an entire massive group of little wolves with all their individual and unknown problems, I experience a moment of panic. But as the bond settles in, a feeling of power bubbles through me. It's not just me. I can see it in the faces of the others as well. Minerva gasps. Clark's inhale is sharp. Isaac blinks repeatedly. Bevon swallows and shakes herself. But Xander's the biggest surprise. He throws his head back and howls, for all the world like the wolf I've rarely even seen him be. Not even a full minute later, he shifts. His shirt and pants rip and fall into pieces, and the wolf that rises up is glorious. He's massive, easily a good 100 pounds larger than any wolf I've ever seen. The furry ruff around his face is variegated, white in some places and brown in others. But the darkest color is the exact same as his hair. I want to ask if that's normal, but it doesn't seem like the right time. His golden eyes are exactly the same, glowing bright and intent as he turns to look at me. This may not be the best time to share this, Jewel says. But we're closing on the sale of our compound tomorrow, and we start work next week, so we've already come. She swallows. The rest of the pack's in the city. Wait, Minerva says. How many is we? 109, Jewel says. The youngest was born just last month. 109? Clark looks floored. Where will you stay? Minerva asks. Xander mentioned he might be buying a building. What's the timeline on that? Jewel glances his way. Not that fast. We have details to work out yet. I glance around to see if everyone else is also hearing Xander in their heads, and it looks like they are. Minerva's doing the same as me, looking around wildly. It's a pack thing, Xander says. I bet you can all do it now. I try without luck, but maybe eventually. We're still a little short on the money we need, Bevon says. But my agent did leave you a message about a conversation she had with the owner. They're fine with the price I mentioned. We just need to get financing lined up. Signed leases would help, Isaac says. She mentioned some of the apartments are vacant now, which is a little concerning for the bank. Before this can descend into total disarray, I intervene. Do you all have some place to stay tonight? The sun will be setting pretty soon. Jewel shakes her head. I'm sure New York has hostels or something, right? Where is everyone? Pat's walking toward the window. Most of them are waiting down on the street. 100+ people were just standing around down there? We all follow him over, ducking out onto the patio and looking over onto the road. There are bunches of people milling around, several of them with dogs on leashes that don't really look like dogs. That's them? I ask. It's more kids than I expected. I glance around to see what Xander thinks, but he's notably absent. And as I have that thought, I get a flash of the floor, the door handle, and the ground in the hall. I realize that he's gone out the door into his room, possibly to change. Even the shreds of his clothing are gone. He must have gathered them up with his mouth. Jules says, a few of them are visiting friends and extended family in the area, but I made them swear to keep quiet about our purpose. Lo Ren's going to be furious, Minerva says. He was mad enough the last time we heard from him, and Xander hadn't bonded any wolves. We need to find them all a place to stay. Xander's breezing through the door, and maybe it's the clothing. All black is a good look on him. Or maybe it's the alpha power, but he has never looked more attractive. Not ever. The teddy bear version of Xander was cute, but I think it's gone. This new Xander's lean, strong, and decisive. I like it. I like all of it. So, how do you guys feel about breaking and entering? He lifts his eyebrows, and I realize the teddy bear's still in there too. Thank goodness. I would have missed it. Not great, Clark says. Not great at all. Then I'd say you should get to dinner, or whatever you do in the evenings when you're not here. Xander tosses his head at the door. Our night's about to get interesting. Interesting? Isaac asks. Bevon, didn't you say your agent had a list of which units were vacant? He arches one eyebrow. Bevon splutters and objects half-heartedly, but in the end, I think she feels it too. Now that Xander has bonded the pack, I can feel this need to take care of them. Their first need is to find a place to stay. Unless you want them all to come bunk down with us, I say, this is probably our best option. Luckily, a lot of them brought bedrolls along with their suitcases. Most of our stuff's in storage, Jules says. But we weren't sure where we'd be staying, so we brought necessities along. What would you have done if Xander refused to see you? I ask. Where would you have gone? Jules' chin rises. I had a good feeling about him. She has balls of steel. You put your faith in the right guy, I say. He's got a big heart, and he's reliable. It's a rare combination, Jules says, as is someone who can see beyond what the world tells them to see. It takes half a dozen spells and a few charms to block the cameras and break into the vacant units, but within an hour and a half, the entire pack has a place to sleep, at least for the night. Several of the apartments still have power, and they all still had water, so that's a small blessing. With as chilly as it is, we tried to make sure the smallest children were in one of the units with heat. How does it feel? I ask, as I follow Xander down the stairs and back toward our floor. He stops and looks over his shoulder. What, being a felon? A felon? My brow furrows. Breaking and entering? He snorts. Probably a half-dozen paranormal laws broken too. I meant having a real pack now. Standing in the stairwell, we're hardly somewhere private, but the way he's looking at me makes the rest of the world melt away. I already had a real pack. Have his golden eyes always been this intense? Or can I not stop looking at him, not stop thinking about his face because he's my alpha now? Are all wolves intensely attracted to their alpha? You're intensely attracted to me? Xander's voice is low, rough. I want to curl up into a ball and drop through the floor. He heard me thinking that? Of course he did. By Gabriel, has he been hearing all my dirty thoughts over the last day or two? You've had more thoughts about me? He blinks. I was trying to make sure I didn't drop in on you. The corner of his mouth turns up, and his eyes shudder. But maybe I shouldn't have tried so hard. Xander. He steps closer. Today has been the scariest day of my life. His voice is quiet. It's barely above a whisper. I've spent the last few years being beaten up, ordered around, and belittled by Lo Ren Feng. Everyone knows he's one of the strongest alphas on the East Coast. Today I challenged him, bonding a wolf pack here in Manhattan, holding them up in the building he placed me in. He sighs, his eyes lifting back to mine. I might be dooming all of us. I want to do the right thing, but I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to beat him, not even close. But Xander, you're the strongest person I know, the best. You always do the right thing, no matter how hard it is. A muscle works in his jaw. It's hard sometimes, doing the right thing. Is it? Not from what I've seen. When fraying wolves shove their way into his friend's apartment, he saves them. When his friend can't pay rent, he covers it. When he's got what he always wanted dangling in front of him, he still won't betray a recent acquaintance to take it. You seem to do it effortlessly. Not really, he says. I've spent most of the last few weeks dreaming of, all the ways I could kiss you, then drag you back to my apartment and never let you leave. Who says I'd want to leave? He drags a breath in. But I shouldn't kiss you. It's the worst thing I could do. My heart's hammering in my chest. I can barely breathe. You've been thinking about kissing me? I bite my lip. Truly? Doesn't everyone? He shakes his head. From the moment I saw you in that penthouse apartment in a wedding dress. But you didn't even seem to like me then. Not nearly as much as I like you now. I heard him. Standing right next to him, I heard him in my head. I haven't heard him since my date with Lionel. And I missed it. I've missed him. You're not the only one who's been thinking about... I swallow. But I can't like you. He shakes his head and steps backward until he hits the wall. My best friend's in love with you. I know Clark likes me, but I don't think about Clark. Doesn't that matter? Not to him, Xander says. He thinks you'll come around eventually. I won't, though, I say. Because lately, I only think about one guy. Xander blinks. A really tall, really muscular, powerful alpha. The muscle in his jaw that I really, really love shifts. It's you, Xander. Say my name again. My voice usually annoys me. It's always husky, always sexy. But in this moment, I'm grateful for it. I open my mouth and do as he asked. Xander, I say slowly. Binigus. Xander's eyes dilate, and his hands shoot out and grab my forearms, yanking me closer. His gaze fixes on mine, his eyes burning a bright, bright gold, like molten flame. Roxana. That's all he says, before his head tilts down, and his arms bring me upward, closing the space between us. My nails dig into his hair, dragging him down faster, and then our mouths meet, and I forget everything else. I've kissed Lionel. I've kissed a few dragona males my parents shoved at me. None of them felt anything like this. I'm an inferno inside. I'm practically climbing up Xander, my legs straddling his waist while my arms wrap around his neck and shoulders. My nails dig into his body, trying to get closer, closer, something near close enough. But it's not even close. I'm worried it will never be enough with him. He tastes like peppermint and beef jerky, and it should be gross, but it's not. It's better than the best dinner I've ever had. When his tongue darts inside my mouth, I moan. Xander breaks away, falling backward against the wall of the stairwell. I'd drag you up to my room, but the thing is... There wasn't room. I rasp. I heard. Not everyone fit, so you have wolves staying in your place. He groans. But by Gabriel, I wish I didn't. I can't help my smile. Xander Vinigus, you kissed me. His expression falls. Do you regret it? He frowns. I'm just a mutt, I know. Don't talk that way about my mutt. I take a step to close the distance between us, grab the collar of his blue shirt, and drag his face back down to mine. Or I'll make you pay. His frown shifts instantly into a smile, and he steals another kiss. I practically tear his shirt when he pulls away. We can't. It's not a good time for... He's panting, and I really, really like it. We have all the time in the world, I say. Once we defeat Lo Ren Fang, and you earn your side of Manhattan for our new pack. Do you really think I can? The mixture of pride and vulnerability in his eyes is the cutest thing I've ever seen. I pull his head down again, but this time, I press my forehead against his. I've never been so sure in my life. I think I needed to hear that, Xander says. Nothing about any of this makes sense, I whisper. Except us. I drag a finger down the side of his face, and we both shiver at the same time. We can't tell anyone right now, Xander says. I need time to... Clark. And with the pack stuff. I nod slowly. I know. And technically the world still thinks I'm with Lionel. I need to clean that up too. For now, we'll just... He kisses me one more time, slowly. Then his mouth moves up the side of my face, and he whispers in my ear. I'm not going to give you space anymore, though. If that bothers you, come find me, and we can argue about it. The smile on his face when we finally climb the last few stairs and emerge into the hallway is positively wicked. And I love it.
11. Clark. Some people smoke. Others compulsively order saddle pads in every color, even though their horses already have way too many. I'm not saying I know a person this crazy, but I hear they exist. My problem is buying blankets. When I see a fuzzy one, a furry one, a minky one, or a chunky fuzzy yarn I've never seen before, I have to buy it. It's cold all winter in New York City, and you never know when you might be cold. Once, our furnace in the building broke and I was cold for days. As a result of my personal compulsion, I have more blankets than anyone could ever possibly need. I've been planning to donate them for months, but I've been too busy. When the poor redneck wolves show up, bunking down on hard floors in empty apartments, I finally realize why I've hoarded so many. As I head back to my place to bring them over, I think about how impressed Roxanna will be when I show up looking like Wolf Santa Claus. As I heft not one but 2 huge bags full of blankets out of the cab, I imagine just how her face will look when she sees me and how generous I'm being. She'll look at me the same way she was looking at Xander when he started breaking into apartments for them. She'll look at me like I'm amazing, like I hung the moon. I wait in front of the elevator for 5 or 6 minutes before deciding to just jog up the stairs. In fact, maybe she'll see me coming out of the stairwell, muscles popping from hefting these bags, and I'll get to see that look early. But then, in the stairwell, I hear Roxana's voice. I freeze at first, and then slowly I creep a little closer, just close enough to see who she's talking to. "Xander Benegas, you kissed me." Kissed him? My stomach knots up. Could that be like a euphemism? Could she be making a joke? I carefully set the 2 bags of blankets down and creep closer still, leaning around the corner to try and see something. I'm worried she might see me, but the light's dim. Once my head turns the corner, I can see. And it is Xander and Roxana, and they're staring intently at each other. I doubt they'd see an elephant if it squeezed itself into the stairwell. I'm not sure I would either. "Do you regret it?" Xander's frowning. "I'm just a mutt, I know." Maybe she kissed him because she felt sorry for him. Are there pity kisses? "Don't talk that way about my mutt." Roxana stalks toward him, grabs his collar, and drags his face down toward hers. It doesn't look like pity. Nothing like pity, in fact. It looks an awful lot like she wants him. "Or I'll make you pay." Xander agrees with me, kissing her for what I have to assume is the second time. He does break it off at least. "We can't. It's not a good time for..." Xander looks wrecked, like he's both excited and destroyed by the fact that the world's most beautiful woman wants to eat his face. "We have all the time in the world," Roxana says. "Once we defeat Lo Ren Fang, and you earn your side of Manhattan for our new pack." "Do you really think I can?" It's a puppy dog face that he's making. I've seen him make it before. I wouldn't have thought it would work on Roxana, but I can't fault him for trying it. It is working on Roxana, though, for sure. She yanks his head down to hers again. "I've never been so sure in my life." They're whispering now, and I can't hear much, but I do hear Xander say my name. Roxana nods, and she says something about Lionel, too. He won't be any happier about this than I am. And then, as if they just can't help themselves, they're kissing again, and I finally think to pull out my phone and snap a photo. The idea of Xander, my supposed best friend, stealing the girl I've liked as long as I've known him, turns my stomach, and I want to burn the building down. But I don't say a word. It's not the time for talking. I need some time to think so I can figure out what I should do. Once I'm sure they're not still in the stairwell, I gather up the blankets I dropped and practically run upstairs to dump them outside the doors of the empty apartments. I don't bother trying to do it in front of Roxana. I'm not going to win her over from Xander with 2 bags of blankets, apparently. On my way back to my place, I can't seem to think about anything else. All my memories with Xander, college and every year since, Thanksgiving dinners, Christmases when he had nowhere to go and came home with me, weekends, every day at Grand Central Gloffy, all his corny jokes, his help moving me, my help moving him, commiserating about jobs and the complications of our lives. He's my best friend. I just can't believe he would do this to me. Sure, he's a wolf. He's not like me in really any way. He makes constant jokes. He's never had much of a career. He hasn't had a substantial relationship, not ever. None of the women he's taken out have stuck around for more than a week or maybe 3. Maybe that should reassure me. Xander can't maintain a relationship. He never has. He inevitably says or does something truly idiotic, and then he plays it off because what he really wants is a mate. That's been his excuse all along. It's okay he's never had a girlfriend, because one day he'll just meet the one, someone who's perfect for him, another wolf. But now he's kissing the dragona princess whom he almost turned into the Manhattan Pact to secure himself a place. The irony should make me laugh, but instead it fills me with a dreadful rage. It's a sick kind of anger I wish I could get rid of. But it's dogged. It chases me down the street and up into my apartment. As I try and sleep, it continues to haunt me. I toss and I turn all night. I have plenty of things to lose sleep over. The Manhattan Pack wants us dead. The Demon Council hates us for helping Bevon. I turned down a job I always wanted to keep from adding heat to Roxana when she was hiding, and then I lost my job instead. I betrayed Roxana to get a new job, but my new job's horrible. I also almost died defending her against a massive psychotic dragona bent on melting me into a charred spot on the top of Dagobah Tower. Meanwhile, Xander didn't step up. He didn't try to save her from Rhaegar or his goons. Lionel didn't either. Not when it mattered. I did that. And yet she hasn't noticed me at all. Really, ever since she showed up, my life has been in a nosedive and I didn't even mind. I thought I was prioritizing what really mattered. Love. Only apparently, it wasn't love for me. Xander watched me do those things, risk everything, every step of the way. And now, what did he tell her? Did he tell her I placed those photos in her room? Did the two of them laugh at me and how pathetic I was, liking a dragona princess? I alternate between anger and jealousy all night and barely sleep at all. When I wake up, I use a charm to improve my appearance. The bags under my eyes are awful. It's not a great look to show up with on my second day in a new job. Not that I care much about this crappy job. Instead of tossing and turning last night, I should have been prepping my resume. Maybe if I called back the professor who loved me so much, they could find me a place after all. Academic stuff moves slowly. Maybe the position's still open. I work on updating my resume on my way to work, adding an end date to my last job and writing up a description for my current one. It doesn't look great that I'm searching for a new job in the first week that I have this one, but some things can't be helped. Of course, when I reach work, Charlotte's waiting for me. "Our first big case," she says. "I'll be filling in for Horatio. He got called up on a confidential one." My first full day and my mentor isn't here. Why am I not surprised? "Don't worry." Charlotte tucks her long hair behind her ears and smiles. "It's a very routine call today. Horatio told me to let you handle it, and I'll be here if you have questions." "What are we doing?" Charlotte pulls an envelope out of the pocket of her jacket and hands it to me. "Read for yourself." I lift my eyebrows as I pull out the single sheet of paper. "Is this how we usually get our orders for the day?" She nods. I unfold it. "Magical cleanup at Solberg Mansion. Gremlin infestation." "This is our bread and butter?" I groan. "Gremlins? Really? Don't they have services for that?" "Services have marked trucks," Charlotte says. "The neighbors talk. They wonder who in your family has been fooling around." She shrugs. "The best families would never call a service." "At least tell me that we have equipment." "What, do you mean like a full bodysuit?" She arches one eyebrow. "That's worse than a marked truck. High-power mages don't need that sort of thing." I curl my lip. "Fine, but I never go places that might have gremlins, so I should go reinforce my personal protections." Charlotte laughs. "Yes, and maybe bulk them up in the future. You'll go a lot of places with gremlins going forward." I can't help shuddering as I zip into the restroom and duck into a stall. I learned the right charms in school, of course, but I haven't used them. Not since I passed the test on personal protections. Once we're driving over in Charlotte's black sedan, I won't get one until my mentor clears me, I ask, "What are the Solbergs doing that they wound up with gremlins?" Her sideways look is a little judgmental. "That's none of our business." "But seriously, gremlins," I shudder again. "Look, demonic energies are useful for a lot of tasks, and some of what the wealthier and more powerful mages do is distasteful, but it still has to be done." "You're saying they got a demonic STD doing assigned sanctioned work?" Charlotte laughs. "Sex with a demon's not the only way to get gremlins. The key is that they didn't realize they'd picked them up, so the infestation was allowed to grow." I can't even imagine. Gremlins start out microscopic, living on their host until they're large enough to peel off and wreak havoc on their own. They itch, right? I shake my head. How did they not notice and deal with it sooner? Again, not for us to judge, Charlotte says. It does sound like you haven't done much with them lately. Maybe we should review the ways to dispense with them effectively. I've never dealt with them, I freely admit. I had a class, so I know the general concepts. Do we really deal with them a lot? Charlotte shrugs. They're embarrassing. We deal with everything the high-ranking Luminesse find embarrassing. All right, well, what I remember from school is that there are 3 types of gremlins. The first are attracted to water. They tend to stay near it. They destroy buildings, trees, and any kind of debris around the water source. They're the termites of gremlins, basically. Sprite gremlins, yes. They can only be destroyed with a lure. They're a real pain. You lure them with an illusion of water that's strong enough to smell, taste, and sound like water. And then? She's keeping her eyes on the road, but she arches one eyebrow. You destroy them with fire, or you banish them to the demon realm, which is my favorite. Give them back to the misery they came from now that they're big enough to be a pain. Like fattening up a tick and handing it back to the deer it came from. At least you paid attention in school, Charlotte says. What's next? Dark gremlins, I say. They can't abide sunlight, but at night they come out in large groups, destroying anything they can find. That's right, Charlotte says. They feed on anger, envy, or poor intentions. And if they get large or old enough, they'll become more and more sentient, I say. They can actually target their host and try to do anything that might specifically harm him or her. They're vicious, she says, and really, really bad if you ignore them. Those are only passed through, I cough, relations with a demon, I think. Her lip scrunches. You're remembering wrong. The dark gremlins do attach to a particular person and bedevil just them, but it's the sleep gremlins who always originate from doing things with demons. I find myself scratching my head, as if I have lice or something. Just thinking about gremlins gives me the heebie-jeebies. Speaking of sleep gremlins, Charlotte says, tell me about them. Sleep gremlins. As I talk, the itching only worsens. They specifically plague people only when they're asleep, and they'll happily pass to anyone, normie or supernatural. They don't specify. But you can only bring them over from the demon realm through you know what. I don't know how we ever wind up with these. The massive numbers of demon spawn running around contradict your doubt. They aren't demon-mage crosses, though, I say. It's always human-demon crosses. Not always, Charlotte says. The more powerful demon spawn come from mage families. She shrugs. And once they're here, sleep gremlins can go anywhere. So they could be picked up in a hotel or home that someone visits, even if they had nothing to do with the demon themselves. Right, I smack my head. Once there are more than, 8 or 10 of them, the youngest ones leave to form a new pod. Heaven help the poor normie who picks one up, Charlotte says. They'd have to burn their house down to get rid of them. Thankfully, they're almost always passed to overnight guests, and we never get called unless it's a top-level Luminesse member who wound up with them. Am I remembering this right? They bite or sting the sleeping hosts and suck their blood? Yep, and their spit soothes the bite. So usually the host won't realize they're there for a very long time. The symptoms come from their discharge, she says. Poop, I say. Their poop causes hallucinations in the long run, and it permanently damages walls, buildings, and support structures, like invisible acid. It also causes miscarriages and all sorts of other maladies, Charlotte says. The textbooks usually leave that out. That's horrible, I say. So what kind of gremlin infestation do they have at Solberg Mansion? Charlotte shrugs. No way to know until we get there. How fabulous. I'm not even sure which is the worst. Do you know how to destroy the dark or sleep gremlins? Can we just burn all the beds down? I ask. Or maybe the house? She laughs. Try again. I sigh. I think for dark gremlins, you make a black hole and it draws them to it, right? Charlotte's hands grip the wheel tightly and she turns her head slowly. If you can make a black hole, what in Gabe's name are you doing here? I definitely can't, but I was hoping maybe she had a portable one. Okay, I think the easier option was to assemble something really gross, something smelly and hot, and then wait. It'll usually draw them to it, but you have to black out the whole house to get them moving during the day. She's nodding. Then you banish or drown them. Without ruining their $50,000 hand-knotted rug from Portugal. Charlotte's lips curled this time. Ha, I say. You don't like this either. Of course not, she says. No one likes dealing with gremlins, not even the specialists. But it's worse for us. Because we're smarter? Because we have to do it without tenting the dumb house. We have to be discreet. And if we ruin any of their stuff, we're in trouble. At least we're paid well, I say. Sleep gremlins, she mutters. How do we deal with them? I sigh. I'm not sure. Honestly, I just can't remember. She looks like she's bitten into something rotten. You have to get in bed and go to sleep, obviously. You're kidding. She shakes her head. The good news is that sleep gremlins hunt in packs, and there usually aren't a lot of them. If you catch one, you can lure them all to you with that first one screams. But... She coughs. I have to let it bite me first, I say. I'm obviously hoping it's not them. But that's when Charlotte turns down a long tree-lined drive. I realize as she parks that our discussion, however disturbing, at least distracted me from Roxana and Xander. It's the first stretch I've gone without thinking about them since seeing their horrible kiss. Are you okay? Charlotte asks. Truly, it's annoying, but this isn't a big deal. We'll be in and out in half a day. I hope she's right. As we approach the house, I wonder for a moment who's here, and whether I might make some connections I can use in this job. The people we're dealing with are sure to be powerful, right? If we impress them... You're wearing your I mean business face, Charlotte says, her lips twitching. It's cute. What? I snap my head toward her. Not at all. We won't meet the board member, trust me. What? I splutter. No, I mean... The door opens and a woman in a white apron curtsies. You're the liaisons? Charlotte nods. Here is promised at 9 on the dot. The maid lets us in. It takes me a moment, but I realize she's a vampire. They have a vampire maid? I hiss. A vampire housekeeper, the woman says, arching one imperious eyebrow. I keep the children safe and make sure they're adept at basic combat maneuvers in addition to keeping things clean. It's 9 in the morning, I say. Aren't you tired? She cocks her head to one side. Finding out the house is infested with sleep gremlins has proven remarkably effective in helping me stay awake in the early hours of the day. I can't help my groan. Charlotte hisses softly, but she doesn't reprimand me. You're up. Do we know what room they're located in? So far, we've only been able to prove they're in the master, the vampire housekeeper says. But I'm worried they may be elsewhere. Of course she is. I suppose I'd be nervous too. Actually, I'm nervous already, and the odds of them following me home are much, much lower than them moving to a new bed in the same home. I still can't believe I'm stuck dealing with this. Since I'm the one who's supposed to be cleaning this up, I say, trotting along behind Charlotte. Maybe it would be better if... She whips around. No way! You're the one being spelled to sleep. I tighten my hand around my wand, which I must have pulled out because I was nervous. Our first order of business is to check each of the rooms and find out which ones have gremlins, I say. Right? Normally, Charlotte says. But the Solbergs have a charmed amulet, and they tested this morning, the vampire housekeeper says. It says they're only in the master. She doesn't look convinced. Would you like us to check yours before we leave? Charlotte asks. That would be wonderful, she says, her face relaxing. It's always nice to have confirmation. Charlotte motions for me to precede her into the master bedroom, the double doors for which we've stopped in front of. I grit my teeth and go inside. It's an enormous room with a massive 4-poster bed in the center. There are huge oversized nightstands on either side and 2 huge dressers, also one on each side of the bed. On the far end, there's a desk against the wall, and on the side closer to us, there's a door that I presume opens into the bathroom and closet. But there's also a large sitting area with a sofa and chairs. All right, well, I think we should start. She points. Check the bed first. I've barely reached the side of the bed when she hits me with it. I barely hear the words, somnum autem, before my world goes dark. When I wake up, the light's almost non-existent. Even in the limited light from the cracked closet door, I can see that there's a stupid gremlin sucking on my elbow. Inhabilitare, Charlotte says. Great. Now it's stuck to my arm. I practically fling myself into a seated position, but Charlotte's agitated about it. What's wrong with you? Are you trying to lose it? How long do I have to let it eat me? I point at it. It's not your arm it's munching on. If you snap its teeth off while you're flailing around, she says. My memory's returning slowly, but I realize why she was snippy. It frees it. And we'll have to start over. Only they'll know we're here. Fine, I growl. Fine. I feel around with my awkward left hand for my wand and finally close my fingers around it. Dolor Lansing, I mutter. Only I guess I didn't realize my wand was backward. My spell hits me right in the chest, and my body writhes with the lancing pain I was trying to zap the dumb little vermin with. Charlotte's too busy laughing to do anything herself. When the waves of agony finally fade, the stupid little gremlin's looking at me with what looks an awful lot like mirth in his frozen eyes. This time, I make sure my wand's facing the right way, and I zap him good with the same spell. It's satisfying to watch his body spasm, and it's a tremendous relief when his pointy little teeth finally release my arm. Congelo in place, I mutter. The little guy, who's wearing no clothing on his bulbous little body, but bizarrely is wearing a tiny little pork pie hat, stiffens and falls sideways. Charlotte snatches him into what I hope's a charmed bag and ties it tightly with flaxen cords. Now comes the fun part. She doesn't give me the chance to do it. She just dumps him into an ice water-filled bucket, holding the thrashing bag down for a count of 10 before lifting him up. The screeching sounds faint to us, but I'm guessing his buddies can hear him loud and clear. Do you have more bags? Why? Charlotte pulls a tiny bag out of her pocket and upends it, blowing the powder that comes out all over the room. It's golden, and it disappears quickly, but now that it's dispersed, I can see them. A dozen little bulbous bodies are creeping toward us. Banish them, she hisses. Now! Not many mages can banish straight to the demon realm, but I did mention that was my preference. I point at a small bunch and say, demoness, and the 3 of them disappear with a popping sound. I can't quite help my smug smile. I haven't had to do that since school, but I've still got it. Keep going, idiot, Charlotte shouts. They're advancing on us, and there are a lot left. I'm surprised they haven't spread to other rooms yet. I repeat the spell 6 more times before getting them all, other than the one in the bag. You can take care of that one, I say. Charlotte shakes her head. I can't power that spell. It's a big admission. Plenty of mages can't use it, but I assumed everyone in our job could. I don't meet her eye when I banish the last one. Charlotte doesn't glance at me while she checks to make sure we've gotten them all and orders me to do the cleanup spell. Shoot, I say as I'm finishing the cleanup. I bled on their coverlet. Charlotte swears. I hardly think they can fault us for that, I say. You'd be surprised, she says. We're not celebrated and thanked, Clark. We're expected to do our jobs without any mistakes. If we do that, they don't think about us. If we mess up, we're in big, big trouble. Thanks to the work I did on that stupid sofa for Bevon, I have a few decent charms for stain removal. I'll take care of it, I say. There's barely a smudge left when we leave to confirm the housekeeper's room is clear. I doubt they'll even notice it. Miraculously, none of the other rooms are infested. We're on the way out the door and it's not even noon. Charlotte was right. It was a quick, albeit disgusting job. I'm shocked that there were that many confined to the one room, I say. Usually, don't they start breaking off once they get over 8 or 9? Only if they don't have enough food, Charlotte says. I'm staring down at the scab on my elbow when another voice says, Gremlins, I assume? A man snickers. They would have had plenty of food in the master bedroom of this house. Are you kidding me? Another man asks. That's rude. 2 men swing around the hedge on the side of the house, walking up the path from the garage around the corner. The first man I know, Lionel Soul. What are the odds? Not horrible, I suppose, since I'm doing magical cleanup for the elite of the Luminesse, which certainly includes him. Your dad's nasty and you know it, Lionel says. And you should thank him, or you'd have been feasted on by his gross gremlins. I don't even want to hear about it, the tall man next to Lionel says. If you'd just kept quiet, we'd have never had to talk to them. Lionel's eyes meet mine at that exact moment. Clark! He actually smiles. How'd you pull gremlin duty? We're the Luminesse's magical liaisons assigned to this case, Charlotte says, ducking her head respectfully. I should be following her lead, and my failure to do so earns me a glare from Lionel's friend. Liaison duty, I say. Always a pleasure. Sorry about that, the tall man says. Especially since you're a friend of Lionel's. He grimaces. You'll keep this on the down low, right? It's part of our employment contract, Charlotte says. You have nothing to worry about, Mr. Solberg. Greg, the man says. You can call me Greg. Charlotte nods, but I notice she doesn't repeat his name. Hey, can I chat with you for a minute? Lionel asks, but he's not really waiting for me to agree. I'll head for the car, Charlotte says. Take your time. She rushes away like there's a lion after her. Greg, give us a minute. Lionel waves at the front door. I'll be right in. Hey, is the house clear? Greg scrunches his nose. Like you got them all, right? Banished to the demon realm, I say. Every last one. Greg exhales slowly. Thank goodness. And hey, nice job. He's not half bad, throwing me thumbs up as he disappears. Lionel doesn't even wait for him to be gone before asking, How's Roxana? I can't help my frown. Didn't you just have a date with her? She's ghosted me since. Lionel throws his head back and growls. Obviously, the date didn't go well. She didn't tell you? I shake my head. She was excited before it, I thought. That creepy wolf followed her through the whole thing, like he had a crush on her or something. I should warn him. Lionel should know, as her supposed boyfriend, that the creepy wolf does in fact have a crush on her. More than a crush. I open my mouth to tell him what I saw, what I heard, when a little twinge of guilt works its way in. Xander may have betrayed me, but he's still my best friend, sort of. Don't I still owe him more than Lionel? This guy only looks out for himself. I think you should ask Roxana, I say. Like I said, I've been texting her, he says. I even sent flowers and a card, but she returned the flowers. I bite my lip and scrunch my nose. Dude, I know. He starts pacing, his wide shoulders whipping right and then left, right and then left. I know that's my answer, but here's the thing. He stops and turns toward me. No one has ever dumped me, not ever. Technically, that's still true, I say. You weren't actually together, not really. But the thing is, I like her more every time I'm around her. It's like I'm stuck in a vice, and time with her just twists it tighter and tighter. He does look pretty strung out. That freaking wolf was crawling around in her brain, and who does she get mad at? Me! He's our friend, I say. He's more than that, Lionel says. How do you think her parents will react when they find out she's been bonded by an alpha werewolf? And a loser one at that. He doesn't even have a job. Shouldn't you be more worried about whether she actually likes him? The wolf? Lionel snorts. Not really. He's about to be put down by the alpha of the Manhattan Pack. I just need to make sure no one finds out they were connected. I'm not sure. Lionel claps a hand on my shoulder. I'm going to give you a little advice from a friend. Get out of that situation if you're involved before it gets really ugly. I'll do whatever I can for Roxana, but any ties to that wolf are going to be really bad. I heard that wolf's petitioning for them to split the Manhattan areas so there can be a South Pack, I say. But even if that doesn't happen, I think going in hard against Xander's a losing play. Xander. Lionel's hands curl into fists. I hate him, Clark. Like, really hate him. He pivots on his heel and brings his face around until it's right in front of mine. Let's make a deal. A deal? My dad made you a promise. He tosses his head at the black sedan. He lost you the job you had. And then he paid you back for trying to break me and Roxana up by giving you those photos with this terrible position. He lifts both eyebrows, which tells me he's guessing. It's exactly the kind of thing he'd do. He knows his dad. I don't confirm his guess, but I don't deny it. I fold my arms. What do you suggest? Because I feel like listening to the Soul family hasn't been smart in the past. Help me find dirt on this, Xander. We break up Xander and Roxana, and that helps us both. She's your friend, too. You want to keep her safe. I do want Xander and Roxana to break up. It really is what's best for everyone. And working with Lionel to make it happen, well, enemy of my enemy and all that? I'm not sure. Help me, and I'll get you a much better job than this. He sidles closer. You're banishing gremlins for perverted wizards? He shakes his head. Come on, Clark. This is so not you. It's really not, I say. But neither is betraying my friends. I did it once, but only to help Roxana see that Lionel's a mess. She already knows that, so no matter what I do, it's not like she'll go back to him. His hopes of getting her back are delusional. What does that mean about my hopes? Do you really think that even without Xander you have a chance? She's going to see her parents tomorrow, Lionel whispers. Right, I say. I heard that already. His grin starts small, but it widens as he talks. And I'll be there. They invited me. They didn't like the idea of the two of us at first, but they're coming around. I have a plan to win them over. Win them over? That sounds alarming. I think Roxana might be the one for me, he says, utterly serious. Oh man, he's in for one load of a surprise. She doesn't even like him. I just don't think there's much I can do. You think being bonded to Xander's good for her? He arches one eyebrow. Honestly, I should tell Roxana that Lionel's planning an ambush. I should defend my friends. I know it's the right thing to do. I'm just not sure I can actually do it. I hate myself just a little when I ask. What do you want me to do? Specifically.
12. Bevon. Demon spawn don't own buildings, especially not level 2 demon spawn. We're pretty much the bottom of the paranormal food chain. Clark was pretty sure he could convince his mother to invest in the building. He and Minerva also had some savings they said they could use. When my agent calls, I feel good about things. I think we almost have our funding worked out, I say. Like, we're a lot closer than I thought we'd be. That's good, because I got a call from the listing agent today. She said there's a buyer looking at the building right now. It's a corporation in China that's been investing in American real estate. They're not even supernatural buyers? Really? My stomach lurches. Money's money, Bevon. I don't think the seller cares where it comes from. I need to know how serious you are about making an offer. I am worried about losing the building, but I'm just as worried about getting caught for squatting there. When you say another buyer from China's looking, what does that mean? Are they walking the place, or do they just kind of check out images on Google Earth? I don't know, Raven, my agent, says. Does it matter? I mean, I'm just curious how committed they really are, because here's the bottom line. The seller would rather sell to you, someone local who will live here, but if you can't get an offer together soon, they'll take the best one that's in their hands. By the angel's feather, I say. Okay, I get it. But look, we have almost $5 million pulled together, but the bank wants another $500,000 on top of that. You're talking to more than one bank, right? Or just PNC? No, I mean, we realized yesterday that maybe we should branch out. But the thing is, none of us have a lot of work experience to offer, and it's not like a normie bank would be impressed that I've run a second-hand magic shop. Normie banks literally only care about dollars and cents. You could tell them you run a second-hand adult novelty store and they wouldn't care, as long as they think you'll pay your lease note. Right, but, Bevon, do you at least have the $300,000 earnest money payment ready to wire? I choke. I mean, yes, I do, technically. My advice? If you're serious about this, figure out the rest in the next 7 days. Make an offer now and lock the building down before it's too late. I groan, but I don't think she's wrong, really. Do it, Xander says. We'll find another bank that gives us a bigger loan, or we'll get the money from Clark's mom. Somehow, we can find a way to get the last amount we're short. It's encouraging, having someone in my corner, someone else to tell me that things will be okay. It would be a little more encouraging if we had more of a plan, or if either of us had a job. But it's fine. Some people just manage buildings, right? Once we buy it, we'll be real estate moguls. Landlords. It'll be fine. Draw up the offer, I say. Make the closing date soon. Like a week? She asks. Can you get things together that fast? Maybe 2, I say. Can we do that? I have no idea what you can do, she says. Usually business loans can be expedited on rent-producing properties. Can you get signed leases? Do you have tenants lined up? You know, maybe lowball them just a hair. If we can get the price down a smidge, we won't be quite as short. With another buyer in the wings, the lowest I'd go is $30 million. I groan, but I give her the green light. I'm scrolling through normie bank options to find one with an office that's close that also handles commercial loans, when I'm nearly flattened by a truck. I hop back on the curb, just a block from Grand Central Gloffy. Phew, I say, that was close. You've been blessed with all kinds of miraculous saves lately, a familiar voice says. Wonder how long your tremendous luck can last. Oh, I don't know, I fold my arms under my chest and glare at my twin sister, Soki. Feels like it already gave out. At least, having my own people burn down my shop and home didn't feel very lucky. Maybe that's your fault, she says. You're the one who refused to join us. Yes, I love following people who threaten to harm me and anyone I care about if they don't get their way. You're like a child throwing a tantrum. Soki steps into the street, smiling as cars crash to a halt in front of her. She turns back and waves impatiently for me to follow. Come on. You called it good luck when I didn't get hit by the truck, I mutter. But here you are, jaunting across the street in front of traffic. She taps her head as she steps on the curb. Foresight, remember. One of her demonic powers allows her to see into the future in flashes and fits. It's not always reliable, like most demonic powers, but when she knows something, she knows it. Must be nice, I mutter. Her second power was the ability to torch things. Meanwhile, the only power I've gotten so far is a static electricity level zap. I finally reach the other side and step up onto the sidewalk a few shops down from the building I'm trying to buy. I hope she didn't overhear anything about that. The last thing I need to do is attract the attention of the Demon Council again. What's your second power? Soki asks. Better than that little love zap one, I hope. She widens her eyes. You can't really be refusing to tell me. It's not any of your business. I fold my arms. The last time I told you, you ran to the council and told them right away. They sent me, she says. Of course I told them what I discovered. You should be telling them yourself. I thought you came to warn me, I say. What happened to bloods thicker than water? She blinks. Is it? Before or after it clots? Does it matter? What does that phrase even mean? That you should support your family, I say. I think. Soki snorts. Maybe if you weren't hell-bent on destroying your life. I'm quite sure whoever made up that dumb saying didn't have a sister as stupid as you. I'm a delight. I bare my teeth. Maybe so, she says, but you sure do like to put your head right in the noose. She moves to get out of the way of a power walker with several shopping bags and comes nearly nose to nose with me. Here's some sisterly advice. You think your little wolf pack's full of friends, and you think that you should be loyal. Her eyes flash. In this world, you need to surround yourself with people who make you stronger. That wolf isn't making you stronger, and neither are the other rejects you've shackled yourself with in the interest of staying free. That's ridiculous, I say. No other wolf has ever bonded non-wolves. He's unique, and you have no idea how powerful we are together. I puff up. He could destroy you easily. Soki's laughter rings out loudly enough that people jogging past us freeze to stare. Destroy me? She drops her voice to a hiss. That stupid wolf is the reason you haven't received a second power. Stop pretending it's not true. She jabs me right below my throat. You may hate yourself, but if you can't join people who strengthen you and cut out the ones who drain you, you're doomed. She lifts her chin. I may be following orders, but that doesn't mean I'm not also trying to help you. Stop fighting and fall in. You've been warned. I'm not sure how long I stand on that corner, watching numbly as people stroll, jostle, and lurch past me with bags, boxes, and packages. When a delivery scooter hops the curb and nearly plows into me, I'm finally roused to movement again. Even so, I think about what Soki said the entire way to Grand Central Gloffy. I just told Raven to place an offer on the building, and I don't even have the money together for our financing. I might lose 300,000 of my precious dollars. And sure, it's the Demon Council's fault I'm shopping, and it's their fault my life is up in the air. But from Soki's perspective, it's my fault, too. I'm the one denying who and what I am. I always have. From the time I knew I was demon spawn, I hated it. Once my mom explained what it meant, I wanted to fling the people who made me this way the bird. Then I felt bad for wanting to do that, like that anger came from my demon nature, and I decided to pray for the demoni instead. I'm sure that made them laugh. Or maybe only the Akiro laugh when someone prays for the daimoni. I'm not sure. Either way, I've always been at least as ridiculous as demon spawn are wicked. My life has been one sequence of uphill battles after another, and for the first time, I feel the weight of them. I'm tired of always fighting what I am. Soki's words, that I should find people who make me stronger, not people who drain me, keep coming back over and over. I feel so drained. Everything feels hard. I have no home, no belongings, no shop, nothing. All the things I'd worked for, all the hours I'd spent building my safe little corner of the world, my innocuous, do-gooderly little second-hand magic shop, poof. They're all gone. And for what? Because I stood up for Roxana, a dragona I barely knew. I should have kept my head down. I should have continued to do tiny things that were good and avoided any epic acts like protecting people I think were being mistreated. The dangers in the gray areas. Always in the gray. Demon spawn might get away with being good, or at the very least, they might be able to avoid being bad. But we can't be heroes. That's just not our story. We have to cling to anyone and anything that can lend us strength. Because on our own, we're nothing special. We're half evil. I've known it my entire life. I've pretended it wasn't true. I've played at being good. But I always knew that deep down, I'm like a spoiled apple. At my core, there aren't seeds that hold a future. There's just rot. It's my legacy. And now I fear I may be dragging all the others down with me. The Demon Council may have left when Xander bonded me, when he bonded all of us. But they aren't really gone. They're regrouping. And they'll come back once I think we're safe. The one thing they cannot allow is for a single demon spawn to rebel. No one can refuse them. They have to enforce their power, or they'll lose it. The law of the jungle, but in New York City, the concrete jungle. I'm still thinking about it when I walk into Grand Central Gloffy. Minerva's awake, at least, sipping on her plain black Gloffy. 2 sugars, no cream. She's taken it the same way as long as I've known her. She may sugarcoat things sometimes, but she never makes dark into light or light into dark. She's straight up. She's as much light and life as I am darkness and death. Half angel makes sense. I should have known. Maybe that's why I attached myself to her in the first place. I could feel her goodness, just seeping out. She should cut me out, especially now that I've descended and she knows that she's not half human like she thought. She's as lovely as I am dirty. But when she sees me, she smiles and waves. Oh, good. Across from her, Xander knocks back a Glispresso. Probably Dragona, if what I've noticed lately is right. Minerva's got a date soon, and she said I'm not qualified to help her pick an outfit. For feather's sake, no, I say, turning toward Minerva. Not unless you want to look mangy. Dog jokes, Xander frowns. Always funny. Where are all your little puppies? I sit next to Minerva, waving at Gavin. Glacciato, vampire. I still can't believe you order those, knowing who donates. Xander shivers. I mean, just no. I bet you ordered dragona, I whisper. Xander's eyes widen. Hey, that's a secret. Is it? I ask. I mean, she's out now, right? Does she have to disguise that she's donating blood? Xander's brow furrows. Maybe not. Then he takes a sip. He doesn't bother denying that it's Roxana's brand of Glafor berries, I notice. Okay, so can you help me pick an outfit? Minerva gulps her gloffy down and stands. Because Ricky's coming in She glances at her watch and squeaks. Giggles wings away from the shelf over the door and disappears. Like she just teleported out. She pops up on the other side of the door, thankfully still alive, but squawking. But my glacciato, I say. I made it to go. Gavin hands it to me. I heard you talking. You're a wonder, I say. Tell Isaac that. He winks. But for real, you know that he's not... Gavin's hand squeezes my upper arm. They all say that, until they don't. He shrugs. Let a guy dream. Xander stands. Well, if they're going back... Gavin hands him another Glispresso, also to go. I figured. I really hope you don't have to find a new location, Minerva says. You're so good at what you do. Gavin shrugs. I hear there are 2 buyers interested, so I guess we'll see what happens when one of them puts money down. The second we reach the stairwell, Xander's bugging me for info. 2 buyers? I tell him what Raven said, and what I did. Giggles is fluttering around closer and closer to our heads. She's being pretty irritating, to be honest. Oh, man. Minerva's agitated, and her pigeon can probably feel it. You told her to make an offer? The earnest monies... She chokes. What if we can't find financing? What if... But we can't lose it to the Chinese buyers, Xander says. She had to do it. Instead of trying on lots of outfits, Minerva and Xander spend the next half hour on the phone with different banks, asking about our options. It's pretty cute, right up until Minerva squawks and drops her phone on the sofa like it bit her. Ricky's on his way! The blood drains from her face. I haven't even put makeup on yet. You look great already, I say. Xander rolls his eyes. And even if you don't, hasn't he seen you at work and stuff? He grins. If Loverboy likes you at your worst, he'll think you look amazing now, out of uniform. Why does that sound like an insult? Minerva frowns. It's not, Xander says. I'm saying, guys don't notice nearly as much as you think we do. They always notice when Roxana... Minerva looks around. Wait, where is she? She's at a job, Xander says. Where? I ask. I thought she hadn't found anything. He sighs. It's a modeling gig. I know she wanted more of a real job, but we need money quickly. So when Louis Vuitton asked her to model for their Dragona-inspired handbag line, he shrugs. Add another 100,000 or so to our balance sheet. Holy forked demon tails, Minerva says. That's amazing. Who else could she pose for? Right? I ask. With yours and Clark's, that means we're only 400,000 short for PNC. Or did we find someone else who might... Wells Fargo wants 2 years of work history, Minerva says. And Bank of America wanted collateral other than the building, Xander says, and a vacancy rate below 20%. He shrugs. On the upside, they didn't need a forged, he coughs, a signed letter from the Manhattan Pack. Did you tell them we already have renters for the empty units? I asked. In fact, we could kick out some of the current tenants and still fill the building. You know, I didn't mention any current fire hazards or illegal squatters who want to pay rent, Xander says. I figured I'd let you go into more detail on that later. I roll my eyes. When there's a knock at the door, Minerva darts toward her room. Talk to him for a minute. She's glaring at Xander, and she motions for me to follow her. What? I ask. What can I do? Minerva's still waving, so I follow her as Xander answers the door. As I close Minerva's bedroom door, I hear Xander, his voice all high and weird like it is when he's nervous. So, Ricky, I hear you're a guardian. Yep, Ricky says. You must be Xander, the new wolf alpha. Xander nods. Hey, have you heard this one yet? What do you get when you cross a billionaire and a sorceress? Ricky's frowning. I wait to close the door until I hear his corny punchline. Xander always has a corny joke on the tip of his tongue. They're usually painful, but I've gotten used to them. Not gonna guess? Xander's still waiting. Ricky shakes his head. A very witch person. He's grinning, like somehow his smile will persuade Ricky to join him in his mirth. It worked in this case. Ricky's bark of laughter is deep and manly, and I can't help smiling too as I close the door. What are you doing in here? The man of your dreams is currently being entertained by a very nervous Xander. Do you know what nervous dogs do? Minerva swallows. They pee on the floor, I say. Xander's out there, right now, peeing all over the tile. Go save Ricky. Minerva grabs my hand. How do I tell him? About the building? I doubt he'll care. I really don't think he's into you because of your savings. No, dummy. About the wolf thing. And about the chief of paranormal affairs thing. Minerva's hands are clammy. Giggles lands on her shoulder and fluffs up, cooing, and I use the distraction to extricate my hand. Before I can suggest any ways for her to break the news to him easy, Minerva starts talking again. Of course not, Minerva says. That's a terrible idea. That's why I'm asking Bevon. Hello? Are you going crazy? Minerva glares at her pigeon. Wait, is Giggles talking to you? Minerva swallows. Will you think I'm nuts if I say yes? Maybe don't tell Ricky about that tonight, I say. The chief of paranormal affairs and the bonded by a werewolf thing might be too much already. But as the current mayor of Crazy Town, I think it's cool. I've liked Ricky for so long. But what if he can't handle the insanity that is my life? Most people couldn't. Minerva's shoulders droop. I drop to a seat on the edge of her bed. What did Giggles say? She said if learning about me scares him, he's not man enough for me. She sighs and plops down next to me. But Ricky's not the problem. He's the manliest guy I've ever met. He's powerful and kind and courageous. And have you seen him? He does have dreamy eyes, I say. But that bird brain's right. I pat Minerva's hand. If he can't handle your life, which is amazing, by the way, if he can't handle your light, he doesn't deserve you. Minerva nods repeatedly. Right. She looks down at her hands. I guess. Sometimes it feels like we're the problem. I lean my head against her shoulder. It does, yeah. She sits next to me like that for a moment, then another. Awkward laughter bursts out in the family room. Are you going out there soon? I ask. Because if you don't, I think it may not matter what you tell him. Xander's definitely an acquired taste, Minerva says. Yes, exactly. Minerva hops up, Giggles flapping her wings to keep her balance on Minerva's shoulder. I know what I'm getting you for Christmas. What? She's got one hand on the doorknob, but she turns toward me, a bemused expression on her face. A vat of ice cream to help me get over Ricky when he dumps me? No, I say. Ricky might be smart enough to handle you, or maybe not. You'll be fine either way. But your shoulders may not survive much more of that. I point at Giggles. She's already glaring at me. I'm getting you sweaters with reinforced shoulder pads, like the kind elementary teachers used to wear. Smart idea, Minerva says. She's got terrible balance. Giggles is chittering when they walk through the door as if she's upset with me for criticizing her, and she immediately launches off Minerva's shoulder and heads for the fridge. I'm pretty sure she's hiding treats up there for later. To avoid making painful small talk, I immediately duck back into Minerva's room. I can't help thinking about Soki's warning as I poke around at Minerva's obsessively organized stuff. Soki said I should surround myself with people who make me stronger, and my friends may not do that. In fact, we may not help one another at all. We're kind of our own biggest liabilities. But my friends do make me happy, so maybe Soki's wrong. Maybe it's okay if my friends bring me nothing but joy. They're good people, and as demon spawn, that may not be a usual criterion for associates, but it's my primary concern. I'm happy, and that's a lot for a demon spawn to be able to say. I hear a weird crash and some talking, but then I hear them leave. Finally. When I poke my head out, it's just Xander, and he's sitting on the sofa, staring at his phone. I've just decided it's safe to come out when Clark breezes through the door. Bad news, he says. I went by Mom's on the way home, and she said she won't invest. He drops onto the sofa next to Xander. So we're still $500,000 short. He leans his head on his hand. Just $400,000, Xander says. Roxana's doing a photo shoot. Isaac bursts through the door then. And I've got a meeting. You didn't forget, right? He widens his eyes. Right, Xander? You can't wear that, and we're going to be late if we don't go, now. Wait, I say. What's Xander going to this meeting as? He's my manager, Isaac says. Duh. You better get dressed like a manager, I say. And you two need to slay this meeting, because if we can't come up with $400,000 in the next week, betting on Isaac getting a ridiculously high-paying gig that pays up front, it feels like I'm an idiot. All my earlier happiness flees, and I can't help spiraling just a little. Happiness might be great, but it only goes so far. I'm worried that, like Soki said, I may be betting on a losing team.
13. Minerva. When my dad died, it felt like someone kicked a leg out of my three-legged stool. I still had my brother Clark, of course, and I had my friends. That gave me 2 solid legs, but you kind of need 3 legs to stay upright. Before he died, I called my dad every day. I'd tell him my goals, and I'd talk to him about the things that went wrong. I told him all the things. When I botched a spell, I'd call him in tears. When I got in trouble because of a stupid misfire, he'd pat my head and tell me it was fine. I knew, deep down in my bones, that he loved me the same, even with my problems. He didn't think less of me because magic sometimes ignored me. He never thought I was worthless. He never told me I couldn't do something. We talked about how it would be when I made Guardian. We talked about how I'd save the world one day. And then, one day, bam, heart attack. No warning. He was just gone. I've felt a little unsteady ever since. The misfired spells hurt a little more. The times I didn't get promoted to Guardian stung a bit harder. The jabs from coworkers and the ways I failed my friends, they all stung just a little worse because my dad wasn't here to take some of that pain. But when I leave my room to save Ricky from what I'm guessing is not the first of Xander's bad jokes, he's telling one about werewolves when I open the door, and Ricky clearly has no idea how to react. I wonder whether I might finally get a leg back. It would be really nice to have a boyfriend I could count on when my life got all Minerva on me. I guess I'll find out soon enough. When I tell him about all the madness my life has become, he'll either take it in stride or he'll freak out and leave.
Hungry?
He smiles at me and my stomach flips over. He's absolutely painfully gorgeous. His muscles have muscles, which is a wonderful bonus. But he also has these two dimples that frame up the most beautiful mouth, with gleamingly straight teeth. He's tan without resembling a paper bag. His skin looks like the kind of color you get by going out for a run, or like serving at a community cleanup event. Real color, from being a big, brawny do-gooder outside every day. And he always looks genuinely happy to see me. Is it strange to say my boyfriend reminds me of my dad? I mean, I guess that sounds weird, but it's more about how I feel with him. Safe. At least, so far I have.
Minerva?
Xander prompts.
The very handsome man asked whether you're hungry.
Very handsome? Try to sound less gay. Jeez. I try to stroll across the room in a way that looks effortless and breezy. Unfortunately, as I'm aiming for breezy, I throw my hand up to toss my hair back over my shoulder, and my hand collides with Giggles, who's swooping back down from the fridge to land in her normal place. My hand knocks her sideways, and she crashes into a lamp, knocking it to the floor where the blown glass lamp shatters into 1,000,001 tiny shards. I flick my wand at it without even thinking. Vicissim! The lamp shards reverse like a video in rewind, the lamp reassembling itself. Ricky's gaping at me, his bottom lip dangling open. I am hungry. Giggles finally settles onto my shoulder, preening a little to refluff her ruffled feathers. She coos. Then she leans closer and pecks my earlobe. My familiar's hungry too, but then again, she's always hungry. I glance sideways at her decidedly plump form. Maybe she should sit this date out.
What did you just do?
Ricky asks. Oh, the lamp? I shrug. I mean, my grandmother brought it back on a vacation they took without the kids to Venice, and if it went missing, it would turn into a whole thing. My mom never lets go of stuff like that.
No, not the lamp. What was that word you used?
Ricky's frowning.
Was it reverse?
I frown. Not sure. It just popped to mind.
That's not a real spell.
He's shaking his head.
That shouldn't have worked. You should be, well, you should have exploded.
That's not really true, I say. I know they say that can happen in school to scare us, but trust me on this one. I make up spells all the time, and I have never once exploded.
True,
Xander says.
I was there when she made some woman just start spouting cash from like every single pocket and bag.
I didn't tell him that after that, all the cash in my wallet was gone. Always a price to pay. But in that case, I think it was well worth it. That woman really seemed strapped for cash, and her kid just wanted ice cream. Ricky's head turns slowly toward Xander, and I realize how many rules I break when I do that kind of thing. I shake my head, make a pained face, and drag my hand across my throat, hoping Xander will go along with me. He's kidding. I force a chuckle and roll my eyes. Xander and his jokes.
No, seriously.
Xander says, only looking at stupid Ricky.
This kid wanted an ice cream cone, and his mom said they couldn't afford it. So the next thing you know, Minerva's whispering something or another, and bam, money everywhere. Then, after that, she made this old lady grow new hair. New hair?
Ricky's blinking far too often.
I mean, in Minerva's defense,
Xander says with a grin, and I can feel a joke coming.
She had no idea the half-bald old woman was a redhead, or she wouldn't have done it, I'm sure. A redhead? It's a joke, Xander says. Get it? Her hair was white, what was left of it, and because people say redheads are the worst, you know, they're always getting angry, it's funny because she wouldn't have saved a redhead had she known.
Ricky's brow furrows and his nostrils flare.
Dude, does your mom have red hair or something? I'm kidding. I like redheads just fine.
Xander leans against the counter.
But let's talk about the state of comedy. I mean, jokes are funny because you're saying something taboo, but for some reason, it's okay. For instance, comic drops on myself are fine. I'm mocking myself. Comic drops on a person who's way, way better than me. More powerful, richer, better looking. They're also okay. I'm dissing a person who can't really be hurt by me.
Ricky's staring at the lamp with narrowed eyes. Xander! He has got to stop the monologuing.
Now, I know people don't talk about this, but hear me out.
Xander's like that bus you just have to watch drive right over the cliff.
We can't make fun of redheads anymore, apparently. And we can't make fun of fat people. We can't make fun of religious stuff, and obviously, racist jokes are out. What does that leave us?
Ricky's frowning.
If we can't make fun of anything anymore, what's left?
He shrugs.
Just myself, I guess. I mean, it's funny, but there's not much scope for it. That means I'm stuck with lame witch and werewolf jokes. And let me tell you, you weren't really laughing at this much earlier either.
I harden my tone. Xander! He finally meets my eyes.
What?
I'm sure Ricky has reservations somewhere. We need to go.
Ah, sorry. I do tend to talk too much when I'm nervous.
Ricky follows me out the door, even pretending he doesn't notice when I try to shake Giggles off my shoulder, without any luck. So, that was weird, I say. But the thing is, Xander exaggerates.
Was any of that true?
Ricky asks as we walk toward the elevator.
Do you really make up spells?
I shrug. Let's go eat and we can talk about it. He doesn't argue, but as we exit, he's quiet. Much quieter than he usually is. Where are we headed? He stumbles and I grab his arm. Whoa there, you okay?
Making up spells. My cousin did that.
He's staring at me.
I watched his attempted spell explode. He lost his arm.
Oh. I shake my head. But listen, I've been doing it my whole life, I say. It might have to do with being a halfie? Not sure. I promise it's totally safe for me. In fact, my made-up spells work better than the real ones usually.
Do you think that's why your spells misfire, though? Because you fool around with the right phrasing or words?
Mine misfire when I use the correct words and proper intonation. I think I'm a strange caster, and I need to lean into what works.
But what if leaning in could kill you?
Ricky frowns, and his stumbling makes sense. He's worried about me. I'm hungry, but not too hungry for a small detour. I grab his arm. Come with me for a moment. He's stiffer than usual, but I manage to drag his burly self toward Central Park. I find an empty bench, which is a little hard to do at dinner time, and sit. He reluctantly takes a seat next to me. I showed this to Xander, which is what he was rambling on about. From the time I was much younger, sometimes I'd get a tingly feeling. I'm not sure how else to describe it.
Tingly?
He finally focuses on my face, his expression lightening.
Like your fingers are falling asleep?
Giggles coos and chitters.
Your familiar is pretty strange,
Ricky says.
but I think she fits your personality.
Great! You think I'm like a pigeon. Giggles starts chittering loudly, clearly annoyed. I'm just happy she's mostly acting like a real bird. Ricky smiles.
She's as sassy as you are.
And now she's preening again. She hops down to the ground and starts to strut her stuff in front of us, attracting the attention of a few other pigeons. None of that, I hiss. She catches my eye and smiles. How a pigeon can smile with a beak, I have no idea, but she's definitely smiling. A glint in her eye, the set of her head, and a slight opening of her beak. She's daring me to tell her what she can't do. She's a brat. I'm nothing like her. As if I don't have enough to deal with right now, she's acting up. Brat. All right, so I'm going to keep my eyes open and wait for the tingle. And while we're waiting, I may as well tell you all my news.
Xander, the lone wolf jokester, bonded you as part of his pack.
Now it's my turn to gape. How do you know that?
Guardian.
He jabs that indented spot on his chest, just between the defined pec muscles I can see through basically every shirt. It looks especially good right now, with just a plain sky blue t-shirt hugging it.
The Demon Council was pissed, and now your friend's kind of famous. I've heard of a lot of things, but one thing I've never heard of was a demon spawn being bonded by a wolf. The fact that he did it to stymie the Demon Council because she doesn't want to join them?
He whistles.
I'm getting a lot of attention because you're my girlfriend.
The word settles against me like a ray of unexpected sunshine on a winter day. Girlfriend?
Right?
He frowns.
Or should I not say that?
No, you should. I like hearing it. I look down at my hands.
Was that all your news?
I look back up. Not revolutionary enough for you? I lift both eyebrows. A witch being bonded by a wolf?
No, it was, definitely. But you did say all your news, implying more than one thing.
Right. I bob my head. So, I had to go into work the other night on an emergency call for my partner, Amber.
The vampire.
Unlike other guardians, there's no judgment in his tone. He's just clarifying. Right. And while I was there, the chief pulled me aside. I dropped my voice. This is a secret, though, so, shh. He suppresses a laugh.
Got it. Lockdown initiated.
By the angel, he's so cute. The chief's stepping down, and he wants to recommend me as his replacement.
What?
Ricky braces his hands on his knees.
Are you serious?
As serious as a misfired spell, I say. He frowns. It's a joke. Then I remember he said his cousin lost an arm. Maybe it's not a joke to make in the future. But listen, I doubt it's going to happen. The heads of the different groups all have to ratify his nomination, and I don't see that happening.
Like they all do?
He sighs.
Because the Demon Council kind of hates you, and I doubt anything could change their mind.
You know, the chief didn't say whether they're included. I wonder if convincing the others would be enough.
Does anyone else care about the wolf thing?
He tilts his head.
I'm sure that with your dad's past, the Luminesse will support you. And you'd think the wolves would like that there's a witch tied to a wolf pack.
Well, my best friend is kind of in the process of dumping Lionel's soul, so I wouldn't count on a Luminesse support.
The vampires, though,
Not that long ago, I sort of, inadvertently, boiled the Chancellor's son.
that was you?
His eyes widen. Afraid so.
At least the dragona like you, right?
Maybe they would have, before I let their daughter hide with me for weeks after she skipped out on her wedding. I'm cringing.
Minerva, you really do get around.
He chuckles.
The thing is, though, you were just doing what you thought was right in each case.
I hear that's a sought-after trait in a paranormal affairs chief. He snorts.
Maybe not, but I think if you had time to talk with them, you could convince them.
You know, maybe you're right. I'll just call each one of them up and see if they want to meet me for drinks and a chat. Ricky bites his lip.
I happen to know where they'll be 2 nights from now. Around, say, 9 o'clock.
What? I tilt my head. Why would you—
We're having a Guardian fundraiser. The Demon Council tends not to attend, but everyone else has RSVP'd already. They have to support us. We're protecting Earth from the threat of the daimoni. You should come as my +1.
Brilliant, I say. That gives me some time to come up with ideas for how I can convince them that I'm not a terrible choice without getting you fired.
Why do you want to be chief?
He asks.
Just because your dad was?
Or because I won't ever make Guardian? He winces.
I didn't want to say that.
But we both know it's not going to happen. He shrugs.
You really never know.
That's when I see him. There's a little old man staring at his hands. It's cold, so at first my brain just thought he was closing his fingers repeatedly to warm them up. But then I notice that there's a guitar case beside him. He flexes his fingers a few more times, and then he pulls off his derby cap and tosses it upside down on the ground. He doesn't look rich, but when I think about solving his money problems, nothing tingles. When I think about his hands, everything does. Okay, do you see that guy? Ricky frowns.
What guy?
I toss my head.
The old guy with the guitar?
I nod.
What about him?
He peers that direction.
Do you think he's demon spawn?
I shake my head slowly. No, but I'm tingling. Ricky freezes, and then he swallows.
Minerva.
Just have a little faith. I drop my left hand on his forearm, and I pull out my wand. I think about the old man's hands, about what it must be like to struggle to play if it's what you love, if it's all you want to do. And then I say the word that comes into my mind. Restituo.
But that is a spell.
Ricky says.
It's for faded pictures and documents that you want to...
He cuts off, watching the old man who had just begun strumming his guitar. He looks the same, a pained face, cramping hands, and a bent back. But then the wind picks up. Bunches of green, red, and orange leaves swirl around us, through the park and beyond. The wind knocks my purse on the ground, and my lip gloss falls out, clattering away from us on the pavement and breaking. My gloss leaks out, staining the pavement a fall-perfect russet. The price, I whisper. Always a price. The wind still hasn't stopped, though. It tosses the man's wisps of white hair. His hand freezes mid-strum, the one holding the top of the guitar tightening on the strings. Then he gasps. The wind dies, and the old man sets the guitar down. He flexes his hands again, this time with a look of wonder on his face. He looks the same, and yet he looks nothing like he did. He stands up. He dances in a circle, and then he sits down again, picking up his guitar like it's a newborn baby. When he grips it with his left and strums with his right, he's beaming. The sound's full, rich, and beautiful. Not a second later, he opens his mouth and starts to sing. His voice doesn't sound feeble, nervous, or wobbly. It sounds strong and true, and he looks surprised by it. Ricky and I watch as he plays one song and then another. The first was a ballad. The second was a pop cover. By the time he starts the third, people are milling toward him, listening, talking, and tossing coins in the hat. Tears slide down the old man's papery, wrinkled cheeks. You did that? Ricky sounds astonished. You restored his ability to play and sing. I shrug. He's not an old document. I'm not sure I ever learned the spell for restoring things like that, but if I'd tried to cast it, I'd probably have burned whatever letter or contract I focused on to a crisp, or crumpled it into an irreparable wad. He snorts. I doubt it. No, I say. Truly. Do you do this often? He asks. Come to the park, make up spells for people? All the time, I say. Whenever I'm discouraged. Whenever I feel like a screw-up. He drops one hand over mine. You're not a screw-up. Not at all. Do you feel better about the made-up spells? I believe that it's different for you, he says. And that's okay. We sit there for another hour, and I find 2 more people who need my brand of help. A lady with a sick dog, and a boy with a limp. If it costs me a broken watch and a bruise on my knee, well, it feels worth it. By the time we stand up to go, we barely have time to grab hot dogs before I have to change for my shift. Sorry, duty's a real nag sometimes. Ricky shakes his head. Not at all. That's one of the things I like about you. You like your job. You just want to help the world. It's one of the things I like best about him, too. When I reach the department, the chief's holding his briefcase and looks to be on his way out. Sir? He stops, but he smiles when he realizes the person who called him was me. That's always good to see. Lucent. Do you have a quick second? I want to run something past you. Sure. He points at his office. Once he has closed the door, I waste no time. I'm sure his wife's waiting on him. I was talking to Ricky tonight, and I heard you 2 were dating. That's great. Glad it wasn't just a rumor. He sits down across from me, beaming. He's a gifted guardian, and he advocated for your selection for years. He told me you didn't. I frown. Thanks a lot for that. You know why, he says. I do, but it still stings. Well, anyway, he had an idea. He said there's a fundraiser for the Guardians that most of the heads of the different... The chief slams his hand down on his desk. That's a fantastic idea! He stands up. Once they meet you, once I tell them how great you are, they'll support you. I'm sure of it. Or it'll draw their attention to who I am and why they don't want me to take over. I don't mention that possibility. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure you thought it was okay for me to go. I have to go, you know, the chief says. This is exactly the sort of thing you'll need to attend in this position. I should have thought to bring you.
If you can just survive the party without any incidents, they'll realize you'll be fine to have around.
Well, we can dream. And if they all freak out tomorrow, at least we'll know you need to choose someone else. I stand up. I won't keep you. Tell your wife I said hello.
Wait.
He unlocks his desk drawer and pulls out the box I know holds my dad's wand.
Take this.
You said once I accept the position I can have it, and we have no idea whether I'll even be approved by—
I wanted you to try. This is your reward for giving it your best effort.
He shakes the box a little.
Take it.
I reach out slowly, feeling the weight of the wand before I even pick it up. You always kept it in your desk?
Heavens, no,
The chief said.
I've used it for years, but trust me, it's not worse for the wear. I'm actually pretty sad to be losing it.
You can keep it. My hand freezes an inch away.
No.
He shoves it the rest of the distance until my fingers wrap around the smooth wood.
You know.
He releases it and suddenly, it's mine.
I told you a lie before.
He chuckles.
I guess I feel guilty about it.
A lie? I know I shouldn't be frowning, but I can't help it. What do you mean?
I told you that your dad gave it to me to keep it safe. I told you I was supposed to give it to you when you made chief. But that's not what your father made me promise.
What did he want? I open the box, my eyes falling to the champagne-colored wood of the wand. When my fingers brush against it, they vibrate. It's like it's calling to me. I force my eyes away. Chief? He sighs.
He actually made me promise never to give you the wand. The wand was my bribe, to make sure I helped you with anything you needed, and so that when I retired, I'd make sure you took over for me, like your dad did for me.
But
I felt guilty for taking it. Your father was my best friend. He shouldn't have had to bribe me. He should have known I'd do whatever he asked. He did so much for me that taking this wand felt wrong.
wait. I need to make sure I heard him right. He said you should never give me the wand? I drop my hand over it again, closing my fingers around the wood and lifting it out. And like a bell that's been struck, the vibrations from the wand travel up my body, ringing so loudly I'm shocked the chief isn't staring at me in confusion. He just answers, like nothing strange is happening at all.
He said something about how if I did, you and your brother would fight, blah, blah. He said your mother always favored Clark because he wasn't adopted, but if I gave this to you, it would cause unrest.
Okay. The vibrations are finally receding to a small, manageable buzz. That's weird, though. Clark and I have always gotten along great.
I thought it was strange, especially since the strength of the wand is in focusing energies and collecting magic. It always seemed like just what you needed, what with all the misfiring.
He's right. It does feel like just what I need. But I've learned that should always make me very, very nervous. Things in my life never come easily. There's always a price. With something like this wand, that price will be steep. I hope I'm able to pay it.
14. Isaac. Everyone has had a naked dream. You know what I mean. That dream when you're at school, work, or the park, and you realize the reason everyone's staring at you is that you're naked. More often than naked, though, I would find myself someplace without shoes. For some reason, my subconscious brain found the idea of being out and about barefoot to be even more horrifying than being out naked. Probably because I look pretty good naked. But ever since that day in high school that I filled in for my normie bestie and played Mercutio, I've probably had a dream once a week that I'm up on the stage and everyone's smiling at me. Everyone's laughing. Not at me, but because I delivered a line perfectly. That dream has kept me going all these years, reminding me of the best part of my entire life. But I'm worried that hanging on to that high has been far worse than walking around the street barefoot or naked could ever have been. I finally have the meeting I've always longed to get. I'm going to meet a director, the kind of director that could change everything for me. And if I scare him too, I'm done for. Actors don't get 2 chances, not like this one. My whole life has built to this, and I'm about to screw it up. I can feel it. Xander's knee is bouncing uncontrollably next to me in the cab. Bruh, I say, you drank 1 too many Glespressos. He glares at me, but he doesn't stop bouncing. All right, maybe 2 too many. I've been thinking about something. He stops moving, and he stares right at me. You want to do this acting because you loved it back in high school when you played Mercutio, right? They've all heard the story. Right. Okay, but that means you didn't scare people back then. It means it's possible. Terrified people don't laugh. I can't help my frown. And even more than that, you had a normie friend, right? The one who you took over for as Mercutio? So you didn't scare him either, not at all. Not at a baseline, or you wouldn't have become friends. I blink. He's right. You should have called him, he says. Maybe met for lunch. You could even come clean with him and ask him if you ever scared him. We can't come clean with normies, I say. It's against the rules. Xander laughs. So, like, better or worse than hiding a dragona from her family? Or what about bonding a demon spawn, a vampire, a dragona, and 2 mages to a werewolf pack? He's really laughing now. Or what about hiding an angel spawn? I slap a hand over his mouth and glance at the cabbie. He doesn't seem to understand English, but you never know. Have you gone nuts? You're spouting off nonsense anywhere? He leans toward me, his eyes almost shining. Isaac, I've watched you for years now, doing anything you can to get past this. But the one thing you've never done is work with normies to try and fix it. And they're the only ones who can tell you if it's working. Fam, I can't work with them. That's the point. He shrugs. Well, it's like wanting to be a chef and only watching cooking shows. Until you actually pull out the butter and flour and start mixing it together, you'll never learn to make a cake. You lost me with the baking, but I see what you're saying. All of that's incredible insight, if you'd had it a week ago. We're on the way to the meeting right now, though. Xander grimaces. I mean, that's sort of my thing, right? A day late and $400 short. I didn't realize I was an alpha until I was about to be executed by the pack I'd been begging to let me in for years. He seems to find this funny, but I'm on stress level 900. Okay, does any of this help with my meeting? Because if not, I know, he says, I should shut up. But I keep thinking about your friend D. This producer or whatever, he's just one guy, right? You only have to keep from scaring one tiny human. Just like that time years ago, You just have to connect with one. So, what scares humans? I have no idea what he's asking. Spiders? He nods. Okay, and like dark water? Maybe darkness in general? Sharks, I snort. Taxes. Those scare everyone. Fair, I say. What about death? A lot of what scares us is the same, and death is probably the thing that scares everyone the most. That's what they feel when you're around. You don't usually kill humans, but you can, and they can feel it. But lots of things can kill them. They aren't scared of buses, airplanes, the ocean, or like azalea plants, right? Do you even know what an azalea is? Xander leans back as if to study me. I watch television, I say. I'm an actor, hello. They did a special on azaleas? His lips twitching. They did, a few months ago. Things to keep your pets and kids away from. I straighten up and square my shoulders. But look, the point's that, yes, what's the point? You have arrived at your destination, the GPS intones. Filthy feathers, I mutter. No time to make any points. When you meet this guy, I want you to imagine he's D, Xander says as we climb out of the cab. He pays, thankfully. Pretend you're just meeting your friend. I don't think that's going to work, I say. Great. Well, then let's go with your plan. He folds his arms and lifts his eyebrows. I don't have a plan. He rolls his eyes. Just go. Okay, so I just pretend I'm going to see Demetrius, whom I haven't seen in like 10 years almost. I'm nodding as we walk toward the building. I'll just walk into the boardroom and smile because I grab Xander's arm. But wait, I haven't seen him in a long time. What if he doesn't like me anymore? What if he's angry that I didn't keep up with him after I left school? Xander throws his hands up in the air. You're not really seeing D, and you're an actor, Isaac. Pretend he's not mad. He's just happy to see you, okay? And you're happy to see him. It's just like a normal day in... His face scrunches up. High school, in a boardroom. I can do this. Yes, it's a plan. It may not be a good one, but it's all I've got. I straighten my shoulders again, and I march through the doors. There are 2 people standing near the elevators in matching navy blue uniforms, so I aim for them. I'm here to see Donovan Summers, I say. We're the janitors. They toss a thumb at the elevators. Building directory's over there. It should deflate me a little, but hey, they weren't scared of me. It's not nothing. It takes us so long to work out how the building directory works that we're almost late by the time the elevator doors open on the 32nd floor. This time, the woman sitting behind the entryway desk turns and smiles. Summers Production, how may I help you? She stands. Oh, we're expecting you, Mr. Alexander. Please, come this way. She gestures for us to walk around her desk and down the hall, but when we pass, she flinches. I'm not entirely certain it's out of fear, but it could be. I start to sweat, which I hate. I'm grabbing the front of my shirt and pulling it out, trying to get some airflow, when Xander turns to look at me behind her back. He shakes his head and frowns. Pull it together, man. You're scaring me, and you never do that. Right. I'm calm. I'm just going to see my friend D, that's all. Hanging with a buddy. But when we walk into the boardroom, a man in a really sharp suit with dark hair that's just gray at his temples stands and smiles, and all my chill shoots right out the door behind me. It's Donovan Feathering Summers. He could make my whole career. If this goes well, I could land rom-com after rom-com. I could deliver witty lines. I could make women swoon, and I could finally bring joy to, well, to people everywhere. I'm so close, and I can feel it already. I'm going to choke. Isaac Alexander. The second I saw your new film, I knew. This man is far too handsome and far too eloquent to be a villain. He holds out his hand. I can't shake it. Even if someone's strong enough, brave enough, and confident enough that my presence doesn't terrify them, direct physical contact with a vampire will punch through. I'm recovering from a cold, I say, waving him off. Don't want to pass anything along. I force a smile, because I'm just chatting with Dee. Just shooting the breeze. Cool, chill, calm. I'm sorry to hear that. He drops his hand and sits, pointing at the chairs across from him. And who's your friend? He raises his eyebrows. I'm Xander. Xander Benegas. I'm Isaac Alexander's manager. His smile looks genuine, albeit a little awkward. We're both very happy to be here. Thanks for asking us to come in. So, have you ever thought about doing a rom-com? Donovan braces his forearms on the massive wood slab conference table and leans closer. Because you may not know this, but that's kind of my bread and butter. I look him right in the eye and open my mouth to tell him yes, but that's when I see it. He flinches. I'm staring right at him, and as if he can finally sense the danger of being near me, his entire body tenses. Or are rom-coms not intense enough for you? He's cringing now, backing away from me and kind of curling in on himself like he needs to protect his vital organs. Shoot! 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 I imagine him as a black teenager just trying to make it in high school, but it's just not working. He's wearing a suit, and the man has a production company that does plays in New York City and movies all over the world. I'm going down in flames. Until Xander clears his throat and pops his right ankle up on his left knee and smiles. He's actually been wanting to move into rom-coms for a while. I can vouch for the fact that he's really funny. Great comedic timing, but also, with his face, what woman wouldn't want to be cast alongside him? Look at Xander busting out the well-spoken answers. Right, I say. What he said. And somehow, something about what he said works. Mr. Summers straightens, shakes his head a bit, and smiles. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. In fact, I have a movie in mind for you right now. We spend the next few minutes talking about the plot of the movie, the actresses he's considering, and the location, which, luckily, happens to be mostly in New York City. Xander asks some decent questions, but I mostly just marvel. Donovan doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Would I have any input in the actress you choose? I ask. Of course, Donovan smiles. We'd have them come read with you, and you could tell me if you think there's chemistry. Of course, I'll be watching too. He reaches for his water just as I reach for my phone, which I left on the table. Our hands collide, and I cringe. Hard. But even physical contact doesn't trigger any reaction from him. He just reaches past me for the water glass that slid 8 inches when we slammed into it and offers me a half smile. Bad timing. That's another thing we'll want to watch for. Some actor-actress combos just have bad timing, and you can't make a good movie with someone if your leads have timing that's off, you know? I blink. There are so many intangibles, but now that we've met, my nerves about announcing you as the lead are gone. Donovan sighs. Assuming you're interested. For sure, I say. Xander smiles. I think we know just what you're talking about when you say intangibles. I feel it then. A tiny pulse I hadn't noticed. Xander's doing something. His alpha bond is he muting whatever it is about me that makes humans afraid? And if so, how? Donovan taps the table in front of us. I'm going to send a contract to your agent, and then you let me know what you think about the terms, all right? I nod dumbly, still trying to figure out what Xander's doing. Now that I've identified it, I can't think of anything else. It's like a very small, very low-level humming that runs along the length of the bond. I manage to keep it together for the next few moments of pleasantries, and I watch the receptionist as we leave. I even reach out and drop a hand on her shoulder. Thanks so much for your help. It was such a pleasure to meet everyone. She beams at me. Not a single ounce of fear. The second we're alone in the elevator, I round on Xander. What was that? What? Xander shrugs. You're doing something, and I want to know what it is and why we never did it before. I can't contain my smile. Because this is the best day of my life. I thought that was the day you played Mercutio, he says. The elevator stops, and I step out, practically bouncing as I walk. Not anymore. This has replaced it. You just have to show me what you're doing and... Xander's grimacing. What? He shrugs. I would show you, but I think it's an alpha thing. I could just sense when he reacted to you, and I kind of... He pauses. It was like I put a blanket over that energy or something. Now that he mentions it, I do feel a little like I'm kind of stuck under a wet dog-smelling sort of umbrella, or blanket works too. But now we have something to practice, Xander says. And I think we need to go out in public with humans to do it. Like, go for a jog in the park? A jog? Xander pulls a face. Oh, fine. A walk? Sure. I could bring a tennis ball to throw, I say. Xander just got us a cab, but he scowls at me as he climbs in, closing the door instead of sliding over. I can't really blame him. Dog jokes are always funny, but maybe not quite as much to him. Even after having to wait for 3 cars to pass before I can climb into the cab, I'm still just unbelievably happy. You do realize you're going to have to follow me around forever now, right? How's that new? Xander's a good friend. The best, really. Thanks, man. I'm just happy it worked out, finally. Xander frowns. It's nice to have something go right. We have the building too, right? I ask. And you have a pack now. I think a lot of things are looking up. But on the way home, I think about all the people who are upset about what he's done, and I understand why he's worried. Xander went from lone wolf to alpha of a large and very strange pack in a few days. It must be terribly stressful. Whatever comes, we'll face it together, I say. He doesn't brush me off as being a powerless vampire. He doesn't roll his eyes or shake his head. He just smiles. Thanks, man. I just hope a good attitude and strong friendships are enough for what's coming.